Evening, lads. Mason here. Tonight we are opening the doors to 7 hours of haunted homes. Across the years, the Fall Asleep podcast has taken us into houses where families heard footsteps moving above empty ceilings, castles where figures still appear along corridors after centuries of silence, remote farmhouses surrounded by fields and darkness, and ordinary apartment buildings in India, where something deeply unnatural entered the lives of the people inside. I've gathered some of my favorite cases together into one long collection for you tonight. Before we begin, I want to thank everyone who has continued to support the podcast, whether you have been here for years or only recently discovered it. Every comment, message, and hour spent listening has helped keep this going, and I never take that for granted. Some of the stories ahead may already be familiar to long-time listeners. Others may lead you somewhere entirely new. What connects them is the place at the center of each case. A home is supposed to offer shelter. It is where the doors are locked against the outside world, where families sleep, where ordinary life continues behind closed curtains. Yet in the stories ahead, those walls offered little protection. The disturbance was already inside. Over the next 7 hours, we will move through classic hauntings, ancient castles, lonely farmhouses, and crowded apartment blocks. We will encounter apparitions, violent poltergeist activity, voices from empty rooms and homes whose occupants became convinced they were sharing their space with something unseen. Get comfortable, settle in, and subscribe to the Fall Asleep podcast for more true paranormal cases, haunted histories, and unexplained encounters. And should nearly 7 hours still leave you wanting more, you can head over to the Fall Asleep podcast Patreon, where we have thousands of hours of episodes and more than 100 cases just like these, all completely ad-free. You can check it out through the link in the description below. Supporting the Patreon directly supports the Fall Asleep podcast and allows me to continue researching and producing more stories like these. Most importantly, you will also find exclusive cases that are simply too disturbing or controversial for YouTube. Here is a taste of one of those cases right now. At the height of Led Zeppelin's power, Jimmy Page purchased the former home of Aleister Crowley, a remote manor above Loch Ness, where one of the most dangerous magical rituals of the modern age had been left unfinished. Crowley had entered the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, prepared a room for contact with his guardian angel, and called towards forces he intended to command. Then he abandoned the operation. Decades later, as Led Zeppelin became rock and roll legends, Page filled his world with Crowley's books, symbols, and occult history. This case involves secret societies, dead rock stars, forbidden rituals, beasts moving through the night, and material too controversial for YouTube. Meanwhile, inside Crowley's old house, visitors heard something rolling through empty corridors. Doors moved without assistance, terrified guests fled their rooms, and one caretaker woke to an enormous beast breathing and clawing outside his bedroom door. This is the House of the Beast, Aleister Crowley's Curse of Led Zeppelin. This is one of my favorite cases I've ever researched, and it's available exclusively on the Fall Asleep podcast Patreon. Click the Patreon link in the description below to listen to the full case. This case is the latest addition to our growing library of Patreon exclusive episodes, joining 5 other equally terrifying and controversial paranormal cases. Head over to Patreon today to unlock the complete archive of more than 100 episodes, ad-free listening, and early access to every new release. The Fall Asleep podcast on Patreon is your Netflix for scary podcasts. Don't forget to subscribe here on YouTube as well. Now back to the video. Evening, lads. Mason here. Welcome back to the Fall Asleep podcast, your quiet place for the haunted and the true. Tonight we're traveling north to western Finland in the dead of winter in the year 1885 to a remote rural settlement surrounded by forest, water and snow, a place far removed from cities, industry or spectacle. It was a small farmhouse, isolated and unremarkable, occupied by an elderly couple and a young girl. It was a place built for endurance, for routine, for silence, and for decades it had known nothing else. But in January of that year, that silence broke. Objects began to move on their own. Furniture shifted across the floor without being touched. Household items flew through the air in slow, deliberate arcs. Materials appeared where they did not belong, and the disturbances did not hide in darkness or secrecy. They unfolded in full view of neighbors, visitors, and officials. What followed drew crowds from across the countryside. It drew the attention of newspapers, and ultimately it drew the attention of the courts. 15 witnesses would later testify under oath. A legal hearing would be convened, and a formal verdict would be delivered, one that admitted in writing that some of what occurred could not be explained. This is not a legend passed down through rumor. It is not a story preserved only in folklore. It is a documented case, recorded, examined, and argued in public record, and it remains one of the most unsettling poltergeist incidents in European history. This is the story of the Devils of Martin. Before we begin, thank you to everyone who's subscribed. If you haven't yet, consider subscribing. Your support makes this work possible. So wherever you are, settle in. Let's begin.
Ah, I've been expecting you. You're listening to the Fall Asleep podcast.
In the winter of 1885, a remote farmhouse in the Finnish countryside became the site of one of the most perplexing and well-documented hauntings in history. For 2 weeks, the Martin family's humble croft in Jolojärvi was besieged by unexplained forces. Objects flew through the air, furniture moved on its own, and an invisible entity seemed to wreak havoc night and day. What unfolded in that frozen January was so astonishing that it drew crowds of curious onlookers and even led to a trial in which witnesses swore under oath to the eerie events they saw. This is the true story of the Devils of Martin's Croft, a tale of terror and mystery that has echoed through Finnish folklore and paranormal lore ever since. Jolojärvi in the late 19th century was a quiet rural parish not far from the town of Tampere. Among its forests and lakes lay the small village of Kejärvi, where a modest tenant farm known as Martin's Croft stood. The croft was a simple wooden cottage built of sturdy logs in the traditional style and thatched or shingled against the harsh weather. In January 1885, snow draped the landscape in unbroken white, and the nearby Lake Kejärvi lay frozen under the dark winter sky. All was silent and still, as if the world itself were holding its breath. The household at Martin's Croft consisted of an aging but respected couple and their young servant. The head of the family was Ephraim Martin, a 70-year-old schoolteacher and former churchwarden who had also served as chairman of the local parish assembly. He was a learned man in an era when many country folk were not. He had taught in a travelling school and earned respect for his knowledge. Mr. Martin's long service in the community had made him well known. He even earned extra income by drafting official documents for his neighbors: contracts, petitions, letters, the sorts of papers a less educated farmer might need help composing. His wife, Eva Charlotta Martin, was a few years his senior at 75. Mrs. Martin was of strong character, a practical, devout woman who had managed their home and small farm through many seasons. Mrs. and Mr. Martin had been married since 1839 and had moved to Jolojärvi in 1842, making their home on this croft for decades. Though elderly, Mrs. Martin still kept the household running with firm efficiency. By 1885, the Martins' children were grown and gone. They had raised at least one son, who now lived in the city, far from the rustic village life. In their old age, the Martins relied on hired help for daily chores. Living with them was a young maid, Emma Lindroos, who was just 13 years old. Emma was the daughter of a local farmhand, taken in by the Martins as a servant and to some extent as a ward to care for. Unfortunately, the girl was in fragile health. She suffered from tuberculosis, the wasting lung disease so common in those days, and it was said that she was fatally ill. Emma also had a developmental disability. By accounts, she was a quiet, childlike soul, perhaps not fully aware of the adult world's ways. The Martins cared for her with a kindness rooted in their faith and sense of duty, and Emma in turn was a gentle, obedient girl who likely found comfort in their benevolent household. In early January 1885, life at the Martin Croft was hard but ordinary. The days were brief and dim, the sun peeking over the horizon for only a few hours. At night, The temperature plummeted below freezing, and the wooden walls of the cottage creaked in the cold. Inside, Mr. and Mrs. Martin and Emma went about their evenings by the flicker of oil lamps and candles. They tended the fire in the hearth to keep the biting chill at bay. Mr. Martin might have read aloud from the family Bible, or a newspaper if one had arrived from town, while Mrs. Martin mended clothes. Young Emma often sat quietly in the corner, wrapped in blankets, coughing softly, and listening to the comforting normalcy of her patrons' voices. By all appearances, it was a humble, pious household, settled in for the winter, with no hint of the disturbance that was soon to erupt. The Martins treated Emma kindly, almost like a foster daughter, and she in turn was a mild and appreciative soul. Together, the three of them formed an unassuming little family, looking out for each other as the long winter nights passed. None of them could have anticipated the horror about to befall their home, yet everything was about to change in that little cottage by the woods, in ways none of them could have imagined. On the night of January 12th, 1885, the Martin family settled into their routine, unaware that anything was amiss. Outside, a fierce cold pressed against the walls, and the wind whispered through the tall pines around the croft. Inside, the hearth's glow cast dancing amber shadows on the log walls. Mr. and Mrs. Martin likely retired to bed early, as was their custom, and young Emma lay down on her straw-filled mattress under a heap of quilts in the corner. Perhaps the girl was kept awake by her cough or by feverish chills, but nothing else stirred in the darkness of the one-room cottage. Then, in the deepest quiet of that winter night, strange things began to happen. It started subtly, a faint scratching or tapping sound, as if someone were gently raking fingernails along the wooden walls from outside. Mrs. Martin may have sat up, holding her breath, thinking it might be ice cracking on the lake or a dry branch brushing the roof in the wind. Mr. Martin lit a candle and peered around the room. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first, just the familiar shapes of their furniture in the dim light and the low hiss of the fire. But moments later the front door, which had been shut and latched against the cold, swung open on its own with a sudden jolt. A blast of frigid air lunged into the cottage, making the flame of Mr. Martin's candle dance wildly. Startled, Mr. Martin rushed to the door and pushed it closed with effort, dropping the latch bar firmly into place. He checked the latch. Perhaps it was loose. The night was calm, no gust of wind strong enough to force that heavy door. Mrs. Martin clutched her shawl around her shoulders, watching anxiously. No sooner had Mr. Martin returned to his bedside than bang! The door flew open again, slamming against the wall. It was as if an unseen hand were determined to break into the house. This time the cold wind blew snowflakes swirling inside, and Emma gave a soft cry of surprise. For the third time Mr. Martin strode over, now with a mix of fear and irritation, and he shoved the door shut once more. He lifted a stout wooden chair and propped it under the latch to brace the door. Only then did the door finally stay closed, at least for the time being. As the Martins exchanged anxious glances in the flickering candlelight, a new disturbance drew their eyes. Across the room stood Mr. Martin's small writing desk, and from one of its drawers came a faint rattle. This desk held important papers, bills, letters, the family Bible, and its single drawer was normally kept locked. Mrs. Martin held the candle aloft and Mr. Martin took a step toward the desk, when suddenly the drawer jolted and tugged as if something inside were pushing to get out. Without warning, papers burst out of the closed drawer, shooting through the narrow cracks around it and fluttering to the floor. Loose sheets, envelopes, and notebooks were flung about as if flung by an invisible hand. The drawer itself never opened. It remained firmly shut and locked, yet the documents it contained now littered the floorboards. Mrs. Martin gasped in alarm, and Mr. Martin could only gape in disbelief at the mess of papers now scattered everywhere. Important documents that had been sealed away were strewn about as though a whirlwind had torn through the desk. No sooner had they begun to comprehend this impossible sight than a shower of dust and plaster rained down inside the cottage. At first it was just a soft pattering on the floor, a few dry clumps of the clay-based plaster that lined the log walls dropping from above. But it kept coming, more and more, as if the very walls were crumbling in an instant. By the thin candlelight they saw a haze in the air. Bits of clay-like material were materializing and falling from the ceiling and walls with no clear source. Mr. Martin raised the candle and they all looked up. Yes, the cottage's timber ceiling was old and had a few cracks in the dried mud plaster, but nothing like this. Yet it was as if a great quantity of mud or clay was appearing out of nowhere and spilling onto the floor in chalky clods. Within minutes, piles of dirt had accumulated. By morning, they would fill multiple buckets with this mysterious clay debris, far more than what could have fallen naturally from the ceiling. The interior of the cottage was now a chaos of strewn papers and plaster dust. The air smelled of earth and fine particles tickled their throats. Still clutching the sputtering candle, Mr. Martin bent down and touched one of the clay clumps on the floor. It was moist as if freshly dug, not like the dry old plaster from the walls, and yet the walls themselves showed no new gaps or damage. The Martins' hearts pounded in their chests. They had witnessed in a span of minutes more inexplicable happenings than in a lifetime before. All the while, the house itself had been eerily quiet. There was no roar or shriek accompanying these manifestations, only the natural sounds of objects thudding and the crackle of the fire, which somehow made it even more terrifying. Young Emma was fully awake now, sitting up on her bed with wide, frightened eyes. Perhaps she whimpered or called out for Mrs. Martin. The phenomena in those first moments seemed to center around the space near Emma's bed, the door by her corner, the desk across from her, the plaster raining near where she slept. In later reflections, Mr. Martin would recall that indeed, many events seemed to focus on the girl. In that moment, however, the family's concern was not why it was happening, but simply how to make it stop. Mrs. Martin, recovering from her initial shock, hurried to Emma's side to comfort her. Mr. Martin, swallowing his fear, marched through the settling dust to the door and window and shouted into the darkness, commanding whoever might be outside to reveal themselves and cease this torment. There was no reply, only the faint howl of the wind across the yard, no footsteps fleeing, no pranksters' laughter. After a few agonizing minutes, the activity subsided on its own. The door remained closed and braced. The papers had all been flung out and now lay still, and the cascade of plaster ceased. The Martins were left standing in their ransacked home in the dead of night, breath condensing in the cold air, eyes scanning every corner for something, someone, to blame. There was nothing visible, no intruder to confront, only the irregular piles of clay dust on the floor and their important papers scattered everywhere bore witness to what had occurred. It was not a nightmare. The tangible evidence lay all around them. Slowly, Mr. Martin lowered the chair from the door and tested the latch once more. It held fast. Mrs. Martin murmured a shaky prayer under her breath, crossing herself, while Emma curled against her side. In the silence that followed, the Martin family was left to wonder what on earth, or beyond earth, had just invaded their home. Eventually, they would manage to retire to their beds for a few fitful hours of rest, the candle left burning as a ward against the darkness. Outside, the stars gleamed coldly, indifferent to the terror that had taken root in the little cottage below. The frightening events of that night did not stop after the dawn of January 13th. In the days that followed, strange disturbances escalated, turning the Martin Croft into a constant theatre of the bizarre. The family cleaned up the mess from the initial incident as best they could, sweeping out the clay debris and reordering the papers, but new phenomena began to occur with unsettling frequency. By the next evening, the poltergeist activity was in full swing again. As soon as dusk fell and the family gathered in the main room, inexplicable sounds started up. Their sleep was continuously broken by inexplicable noises. Loud thuds on the walls, sudden knocks on the wooden furniture, even the chilling sound of scratches along the walls as if claws were dragging across the logs. Sometimes, just as they were about to drift off, a sharp rap on the headboard would jolt them awake. Mrs. Martin reported that when she walked through the dark room with a lantern, she occasionally felt a distinct presence rushing past her, a cold breath of air with no visible source that would stir the hair at the nape of her neck. Small household items soon refused to stay put. In the lamplight of evening, the Martins would watch in disbelief as objects began to move by themselves. A matchbox slid gently across the kitchen table and fell to the floor as if nudged by an invisible fingertip. A tin drinking cup set firmly in the middle of the table was found moments later teetering at the table's edge. Then it tipped over, spilling water onto the floorboards. More than once, a heavy iron candlestick glided a few inches along the tabletop with no one near it, then plummeted off the edge and clattered to the ground. The family, in each instance, could only stare or cry out in alarm. When they retrieved these objects and set them back in place, often they would soon start to slide again, as though a mischievous force were determined to prove its control. Larger, heavier objects joined the fray. One evening, as Mr. Martin sat in his wooden chair by the hearth, that chair suddenly trembled and scooted a few inches sideways across the floor, nearly dumping him out of it. On another occasion, the stout dining table in the center of the room gave a jolt. One of its legs lifted off the ground momentarily and then thumped back down. Dishes on the table rattled, and one cup fell over from the impact. This happened in plain sight with no one touching the table. Mrs. Martin let out a scream as the heavy oaken table lurched of its own accord. Similarly, the modest pine bedstead in the corner was observed to lurch and shift inches across the floor by itself, as if some force had bumped it from behind. On one night, the bed even hopped up and settled down again, jolting poor Emma who lay upon it. These were no longer subtle pranks, but brazen displays of strength. Each time Mr. Martin and Mrs. Martin would search for a mundane cause, perhaps a strong gust, or the house's timbers settling, but nothing could account for such animated movement. The ground beneath the cottage was solid rock. There were no earthquakes, yet the furniture behaved as if at the whim of an unruly invisible guest. There were episodes of spontaneous noise that left the family bracing in fear. A sudden loud crash might erupt in an empty part of the house, as if a shelf full of pots had fallen, sending them running to see what broke. Often upon inspection, nothing was out of place at all, which was almost more frightening. Other times, things truly did fall. On one occasion, 3 ceramic coffee cups that had been sitting securely on a high shelf flew off and smashed onto the floor in succession, as if swept by an invisible arm. Shards of porcelain skittered across the floorboards, and the explosive sound of breaking china brought Emma to tears and sent the Martins' hearts pounding. Such incidents kept them in a constant state of high alert. On another day, Mrs. Martin was alone in the cottage when she heard a resounding bang from the attic loft above the main room. Heart pounding, she bravely climbed the small ladder to the loft, expecting to find that some heavy object had fallen. But, to her confusion, everything was in its proper place. The sacks of grain, the stored tools, all undisturbed. It was as though the noise had no source at all. It left her shaken, standing in the dim loft, with motes of dust floating in her lantern light, entirely alone but for the echo of that bang. By daylight, the activity was less frenzied, but still deeply unnerving. Even the farm animals were not spared. One morning, the Martins found their normally docile sheep in the pen behind the house, bleating in distress. Each animal's legs had been tightly bound together with rope by some unseen hand. Sometime during the night, while the family was indoors, the invisible entity had crept out to the barn and cruelly tied up the livestock. Mr. Martin had to cut the coarse cords to free the panicked sheep. No prankster could have done it without the dogs barking. Strangely, the Martins' dog was silent, or perhaps they had none. As Mr. Martin left the barn after freeing the animals, the barn door's latch suddenly began to spin and rattle violently on its own, right next to him. It was as if the unseen force wanted him to know that it was still there, still in charge, even outside the house. Mr. Martin stepped back, heart thudding, as the iron latch clattered, then went still. He returned to the cottage white-faced, with snow on his boots and no simple explanation. Faced with these relentless disturbances, the Martins lived in a state of high tension and exhaustion. They scarcely knew what to expect next. They took to praying every morning and night, huddling together to recite the Lord's Prayer and sing a hymn, hoping to protect themselves with faith. They kept a Bible open on the table at Psalm 91, a scripture of refuge against evil. At mealtimes, they found it hard to eat, their nerves on edge. Often a spoon would jerk away from a reaching hand, or a plate would quiver slightly, as if someone had bumped the table. If a sudden silence fell, they would hold their breath, wondering if something was about to happen. At every creak or sigh of the old house, they jumped. Mr. Martin, desperate for answers, inspected every inch of the cottage by lamplight. He climbed up into the low loft under the roof, looking for animals or intruders. Nothing. He pried up floorboards to see if some trick mechanism had been hidden, Nothing, just solid earth and rock beneath. The cottage had no cellar standing directly on the ground. There were no secret strings, no hiding places where a person could lurk. By now, just a few days into the ordeal, the Martins understood they were dealing with something truly beyond the normal. Their home, once a safe haven against winters, loneliness had become a place of dread. Still, they endured with grim resolve, hoping that whatever this was, it would soon exhaust itself and depart as mysteriously as it had begun. By the second week of the haunting, the mystery at Martin's Croft could no longer be kept secret. The local newspapers in Tampere got wind of the strange happenings and published sensational reports of a ghost or unseen devilry tormenting a respectable family in Yolojavi. These articles, half news, half ridicule, excited the public imagination. Soon crowds of people from surrounding villages and even from the town began flocking to the Martin cottage to see the alleged poltergeist with their own eyes. At first, only a few curious neighbors gathered along the fence, quietly asking Mr. Martin if the rumors were true. But within days, the trickle of visitors grew into a daily throng. They converged on the little farm from all directions, farmers from miles away driving their horse sledges through the snow, townsfolk in warm coats arriving by train at the nearby station and walking the rest of the way, even local gentry with an interest in spiritualism coming to observe. They gathered in the yard in increasing numbers, eager and excited, peering at the cottage as if at the entrance to a circus tent. The Martins' privacy was shattered. Strangers encircled their home at all hours, peeking in through the windows whenever they heard a crash inside. Some visitors were respectful, neighbors who offered to help, or pious old women who murmured prayers and crossed themselves before stepping through the doorway, treating the house like haunted ground. But many others treated the phenomenon as entertainment. They came in a festive mood with flasks of liquor and picnic baskets, as if going to a fair. It was said that on certain nights the Martin yard looked like a village festival. People lit small bonfires in the yard to keep warm in the freezing temperatures. The flickering flames cast eerie shadows on the trees. Groups of young men, fortified by drink, laughed and jostled, daring each other to go knock on the haunted door. A few entrepreneurial souls arrived to sell hot coffee and pastries to the onlookers. The once quiet homestead was overrun by what one report described as a restless crowd, often in high spirits and heavily inebriated, creating a raucous atmosphere around the Martin home. This added a new layer of torment for the Martin family. Not only were they plagued by a malicious unseen force, but now also by gawkers and revelers trampling their yard and gaping at their misfortune. Inside, the small cottage grew stiflingly crowded whenever the Martins allowed groups of visitors in to witness the haunting. At times, a dozen or more people crammed into the one-room home, their breath steaming in the cold air as they waited in hushed anticipation for something to happen. They would whisper among themselves, eyes darting at every creak. The Martins, polite and long-suffering, tried to accommodate the more respectful visitors, perhaps hoping someone might help identify a cause or solution. And indeed, when an object did suddenly fly, or a thump sounded from nowhere, a chorus of gasps would rise. Some people screamed and scrambled out the door in terror, convinced at last that the devil was present. Others, especially the rowdier youths, responded with cheers or nervous laughter, treating it like a parlor trick. A few skeptics, after witnessing a heavy chair skid across the floor on its own, turned pale and quiet, their skepticism shaken to the core. Meanwhile, others who remained unconvinced would conduct searches of the house. They tapped on walls for hidden compartments, peered under the bed and up the chimney, looking for any sign of wires or contraptions. They found nothing. The more they looked, the more the haunting's credibility grew. As more people crowded in, the scene outside verged on chaos. Not all respected the Martin property. Some particularly unruly visitors carved their initials into the barn's timber walls, or broke off twigs from the pine trees as souvenirs of their visit to the haunted farm. One drunken fellow reportedly proclaimed he would exorcise the spirits by gunfire, and fired a pistol shot into the air to the alarm of everyone present. It had no effect on the ghost, except perhaps to annoy it. Meanwhile, some in the gathering tried more pious methods. A few frightened souls knelt in the snow to pray, and others struck up the verses of a Lutheran hymn, their quavering voices carrying through the frosty night. One old villager went about sprinkling salt at the cottage threshold, a traditional folk remedy to repel evil, while another loudly recited passages from the Bible. These acts of faith did little to change the situation. The unseen forces, if they listened at all, did not depart, and the more skeptical onlookers either laughed or nervously joined in the singing, unsure of what else to do. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, the local authorities finally took notice. On Saturday, January 24th, 1885, the parish constable, a bailiff named Casimir Liljestrand, paid a visit to Martin's Croft. He arrived to find a veritable mob outside the cottage and the household in disarray. He pushed through the gathered people, his uniform and authority temporarily quieting the crowd's excitement. The bailiff stepped into the cottage's doorway and was greeted by a scene of domestic chaos. The house was messy from the disturbances, and a group of curious onlookers was crowded inside, along with the beleaguered family. He spoke with Mr. Martin, who by then was exhausted and distraught, and he pressed some of the loiterers for an explanation. No doubt the bailiff listened with a skeptical frown as villagers excitedly described chairs walking by themselves and fires igniting spontaneously. He personally witnessed the disordered state of the home. Clay stains on the walls, broken shards of dishes on the floor, ropes that had been mysteriously tied around furniture. He saw the throng of unruly people milling about in the yard, adding to the circus-like atmosphere. In his view, whether or not a ghost existed, the Martin farm had become a public nuisance that needed to be contained. After collecting these observations and hearing enough wild claims, Bailiff Liljestrand prepared a report to the governor of Hemi province. In it, he lightly emphasized the very earthly problems: public disorder, trespassing, and possible fraud. The governor, upon reviewing this astonishing report, reacted decisively. To his thinking, such a disturbance could only have arisen from trickery or illicit behavior. He issued an order to bring charges against the Martins, accusing them of practicing witchcraft for presumably deceiving the public with supernatural tricks, and of the illegal sale of alcohol for the drunkenness on their property. When Mr. Martin received word that he, his wife, and even little Emma were being charged as criminals, he was astonished and distressed. Witchcraft in 1885. The very word carried a whiff of medieval fire and brimstone that must have horrified this devout, law-abiding man. And illegal alcohol, though many in the crowd had been drinking, Mr. Martin had not sold them a drop. They brought their own bottles. It was an almost absurd accusation on top of an already absurd situation. Yet in late January, the papers were formally delivered. The Martin family would have to appear in court and defend themselves against these charges in the upcoming session of the local district court. In the midst of all this turmoil, the crowds, the official scrutiny, and the unrelenting disturbances, Mr. Martin decided he must escape the public eye, if only for a short while. Embarrassed and overwhelmed by the constant throng of gawkers, and no doubt fearing further accusation, he packed a small bag and temporarily fled to Tampere, the nearby town. Perhaps he stayed with a relative or at an inn, finding a brief refuge in the anonymity of the city. Mrs. Martin and Emma remained at the croft, likely with a trusted neighbor or relative coming to stay with them at night for protection. Even with Mr. Martin gone, however, the strange phenomena did not cease, a clear sign that he was not the cause of them. Nor did his absence do much to thin the crowds. People continued to come, eager to witness whatever they could. By the last week of January 1885, the haunting had reached a fever pitch, and yet just as the authorities escalated their response, the unseen forces were on the verge of departing. No one realized it on that tumultuous January 24th, but in only a few more days the poltergeist would abruptly fall silent. The devils of Martin's Croft, as some were now calling these entities, had one final act to play before the curtain fell. There would come a last frenzied outburst of chaos, and then, as mysteriously as it had begun, the haunting would end. While crowds gathered and rumors swirled outside, inside the cottage the poltergeist continued its capricious performance, largely indifferent to the human commotion around it. Those who stepped over the Martin threshold during these days often got exactly what they came for: first-hand encounters with the unexplained. Eyewitnesses would later swear to an astonishing array of phenomena they saw in that candlelit room. It seemed nearly any object in the home might come to life at any moment. The experiences were so numerous and bizarre that it is best to recount a selection of them as described by various witnesses. One frequent visitor was a neighbor named Irola, who out of both concern and curiosity began stopping by the Martins' home nearly every day after January 14. Each time he came, he observed new marvels. On his very first visit, he noticed an odd detail. The window panes and some furniture were smeared with clay, as if muddy hands had wiped them. Yet there were no such marks visible on the walls or ceiling nearby. It was as if clods of wet earth had appeared and rubbed themselves along the glass overnight. Then, in Irola's presence, crumbled bits of clay began to materialize and drop onto the floor without any discernible source. He watched in amazement as pile upon pile of this earthen material accumulated. By his estimate, enough to fill several baskets, even though no one was touching it and no hole could be seen in the ceiling. They swept the mess up only for it to happen again a short while later. Irola examined the ceiling carefully. It was old and cracked in places, but he was adamant that so much clay could not have simply fallen from it. Not in such quantities, and not so invisibly. Such amounts falling would surely have been seen or felt. During one of these visits, Irola nearly became the victim of a flying weapon. A large knife that had been resting on a kitchen shelf suddenly launched into the air and whirled straight toward him. He ducked with a shout and the knife zipped past his head, only to reverse course, mid-flight and come slicing back again, as if thrown boomerang-like by an unseen hand. It did this repeatedly 6 times in a row, the heavy blade swishing by Irola's face without ever striking him. He described it as if an invisible entity were toying with him, moving the knife back and forth through the air. Irola later testified that he believed the blade first flew from the adjoining room and then back again, under some unknown force's control. Needless to say, this incident left him badly shaken and convinced that whatever was at work was intelligent and dangerous. On another day, Irola set his smoking pipe down on the table during a calm moment, only to have the pipe suddenly levitate and fling itself across the room before he could retrieve it. At that same instant, small stones and sharpening whetstones that had been lying by the hearth rose up and hurled themselves through the air. They clattered against the walls and floor as if some invisible prankster had tossed them in a fit of mischief. There was no one near these objects when they took flight. Irola could only watch open-mouthed as everyday items became projectiles. Not even locked containers were safe. After the earlier disruptions, Mr. Martin had taken to locking one of his desk drawers and even binding it shut with a rope to prevent any further mess with his papers. Yet in front of witnesses, that very drawer, still visibly tied closed, began to tremble and rattle. Without the drawer even opening a crack or the rope coming loose, various objects somehow slipped out of it and flew into the room. Books, letters, and a heavy sewing needle shot out from the narrow seams of the unopened drawer, zipping into the air as if teleported, and then fell to the floor around Irola's feet. It was an uncanny sight, a drawer tightly bound shut, yielding its contents to the open room. After witnessing it, one neighbor simply shook his head and murmured, "It's beyond human trickery." There seemed no rational way for those items to have come out. Even the living were not spared direct contact. One evening, young Emma herself gave a shriek from her bed. Mrs. Martin rushed to her, only to find the girl struggling against a rope that had somehow wound itself around her ankles and arms, cinching her to the bed frame. Emma was pale and sobbing as Mrs. Martin and Mr. Martin frantically uncoiled the rope. It was the very same rope they used to tie firewood, now inexplicably wrapped multiple times about the child's limbs in cruel restraint. It looked as though some invisible entity had attempted to tie the poor girl up like a lamb for slaughter. Fortunately, they freed Emma within moments. She was unhurt except for reddened skin and sheer fright. This chilling event convinced the Martins and those present that the entity was not merely playing pranks. It could physically attack its human victims. Many of the phenomena seemed playful or harassing, rather than overtly harmful. Numerous guests reported small objects dancing or moving about of their own accord. A heavy iron key jumped off a nail on the wall and fell in the middle of the floor with a clang, with no one near. A pair of boots placed neatly by the door were seen to shuffle in tandem a foot or two across the floorboards, as if an invisible wearer had taken a few steps. A handsaw that hung on a peg flew off and landed teeth first in a hay pile. No one had touched it. At one point, a brick appeared in the middle of the kitchen and then suddenly hurled itself against the front door, scaring the visitors standing there. That brick was especially puzzling, as such clay bricks were not used in the cottage's construction, and none were on site to begin with. Lightweight household utensils were frequently tossed about as if by a capricious house spirit. Wooden ladles, tin cups, spoons, and pieces of firewood would at times lift off from surfaces and sail through the air across the room. Often these flying objects seemed to aim towards where people stood, only to drop at the last moment near their feet, almost as if the poltergeist delighted in watching them jump in alarm. A man could be warming himself by the stove and see a stirring spoon suddenly flip out of the boiling pot and come arcing toward his head. A woman might be sitting on a stool when a bundle of birch kindling lifted from beside the hearth and flew straight over her lap, making her duck and scream. Remarkably, none of these airborne missiles ever struck anyone directly. The pattern was consistent and maddening. The invisible force wanted to scare and startle, but it seemed either unwilling or unable to truly hurt its victims. This bizarre combination of malevolence and restraint made the whole situation even more baffling. One particularly dramatic series of incidents involved the old candle holder that stood on the Martins' dining table. This sturdy metal candlestick became a favorite target of the poltergeist, so much so that nearly every visitor who spent some time in the cottage saw it move in some fashion. For instance, Gustav Helen was sitting at the end of the table one evening, keeping a cautious watch, when a chunk of the candlestick snapped off and launched itself across the room. The detached piece, about the size of a hen's egg, flew toward Emma, who let out a yelp and covered her head, then veered and dropped harmlessly at Gustav's feet. It spun strangely on the floor before coming to rest. On a different night, Carl Lindholm watched with wide eyes as the entire candlestick lifted up and floated in midair, turning upside down as it drifted toward the doorway. It fell to the ground with a clatter, and when Lindholm set it back on the table, it soon flew again, not once but 3 times in a row, as if performing for an audience. Lindholm testified that it moved in a slow, unnatural arc, as though an unseen hand carried it, rather than the quick trajectory of a thrown object. On yet another occasion, a woman named Helena Punala had been sitting alone at the table, the others momentarily outside, when the candlestick next to her skidded off the table and flung itself several feet through the air. With no one else in the room, Helena could only flee in terror, convinced the devil himself was after her. These candlestick antics were witnessed by multiple people on different days, strong evidence that no single person in the house could have been behind them. Another memorable event took place on January 18th, 1885, a Sunday, in broad daylight. By that date, several locals had organized themselves into a kind of informal investigation team to observe the hauntings more systematically. On that day, Gerhard Gronfors, Alku Erola, a relative of Erola from earlier, and a couple of others arrived in the early afternoon. Determined to rule out any possibility of trickery by the Martins, they arranged at one point for neither Mr. Martin, Mrs. Martin, nor Emma to be present in the main room. Only the outside witnesses remained inside. As they stood in watchful silence, something incredible happened. In the oven corner of the room, a stack of thin wooden shingles that had been leaning against the wall suddenly rose up and began to spin in midair. The pieces of wood rotated around each other as if they were in the eye of a miniature whirlwind. Though the air was still, the men gaped in astonishment. Then 2 long bread poles, used for lifting loaves into the oven, which had been propped upright in that same corner, abruptly jerked into motion. They danced and clacked against each other, moving as though wielded by invisible lumberjacks. At that moment, Mrs. Martin, who had stepped out to fetch water, re-entered the cottage. She saw the poles cavorting on their own and decided she would tolerate no more. Marching up to them, the stout-hearted grandmother grabbed one of the poles out of mid-air and angrily slammed it to the floor 3 times, shouting, "Behave yourselves," or something to that effect. Strangely, and perhaps comically to the onlookers, the chaos halted for a moment, as if the invisible presence were taken aback by Mrs. Martin's scolding. The poles fell still where she dropped them. Groanforce and the other men immediately searched that corner, feeling along the logs and under the scant furniture for any wires or hidden devices. They found absolutely nothing suspicious. 4 people swore to this incident, and it became one of the most talked about feats of the Martin poltergeist. Mrs. Martin's courage in literally laying down the law to the unseen forces was recounted in many a tavern afterwards. There were also episodes of unexplainable fire as the haunting neared its climax. Late in the ordeal, the entity seemed bent on causing pure havoc, even at risk of burning the house down. At one point, the Martins and a visiting neighbor were startled by the smell of smoke. They opened the door of their large brick oven, which was not lit at that time, and discovered several wooden objects ablaze inside. Ladles, a small washboard, and even a barrel bucket had somehow been transported into the cold oven and set on fire. The flames were crackling, destroying these items and threatening to spread to the walls. The onlookers hastily doused the flames with water, managing to prevent disaster, but emerged coughing and bewildered. None of those objects had been in the oven moments before. On another day, 2 large glass bottles full of liquid appeared out of thin air on the dining table. Mr. Martin's eyes widened in horror when he recognized the labels. These were bottles of strong acid, 1 nitric acid, 1 hydrochloric acid, 1 hydrochloric, that he kept sealed and stored in a cupboard for some occasional chemistry experiments. How had they gotten on the table? Before anyone could move, the bottles began to rattle and dance, their corks popping out. The caustic liquid spilled across the table, mingling and boiling in a caustic froth that ate into the wood. Acrid fumes filled the room as everyone scrambled back. The corrosive mixture burned a black scar into the tabletop nearly a yard long. Had anyone been in its way, they could have been gravely injured. By great fortune, no one was splashed. This was perhaps the most dangerous act attributed to the poltergeist. It seemed that in its final days, the entity's mischief had grown more reckless, as if testing the limits of what it could do. Throughout all these happenings, a few patterns stood out to those who experienced them. Firstly, the motion of the objects was often strange, not like the quick, straight flight of something thrown by a person, but often a slow, eerie levitation or a weaving path through the air. The candlestick, the knife, the shingles, many things moved as though they were being carried or gently propelled by an unseen force, sometimes even floating against gravity. Witnesses described objects turning end over end slowly, or moving in a zigzag, almost playful manner. This defied easy explanation and was frequently noted in testimonies as evidence of a true poltergeist rather than human trickery. Secondly, despite how violent some of the activity was, no person was seriously injured. The invisible force tied people and threw things at them, but always either missed or let them escape. It seemed intent on terrorizing rather than causing physical harm. It could have inflicted terrible injury, a knife to the throat, a fire in the night, but it did not. This almost playful restraint made the whole ordeal even more perplexing and in some ways more frightening. It was as if the spirit was toying with its victims, fully in control of what it might do next. Lastly, and most importantly to the beleaguered family, no natural cause or human trick could be uncovered despite exhaustive efforts. Everyone who came and looked, and there were constables, clergymen, skeptics among them, left convinced that no human could have orchestrated these events. There was no cunning teenager hiding in the rafters. People checked the loft thoroughly. No secret cellar where a conspirator might lurk. The house stood on solid rock. The many witnesses who came from different backgrounds and often did not know each other, all essentially corroborated the same series of inexplicable occurrences. Over the roughly 2 weeks of haunting, at least 15 different people would eventually give sworn statements about what they saw, an astonishing number for such a remote event. With each new eyewitness account, the case for a genuine poltergeist disturbance grew stronger, and the notion of a hoax grew ever more untenable. Through late January 1885, the phenomena continued day and night. It was as if a tempest raged inside the Martin home, a storm of moving objects and unearthly pranks, even as outside, neighbors and reporters tried to make sense of it. But at last, as January neared its end, the storm would spend itself. After roughly 16 days of escalating fear and chaos, the invisible forces that had plagued the Martin family gave no sign of relenting, until suddenly they did. After one final crescendo of activity, the poltergeist vanished. The devils of Martin's Croft had done their worst, and now there was an uncanny silence where their clamour had been. On the evening of January 27th, 1885, an eerie calm fell upon the Martin Croft. Inside the cottage, the Martin family and a handful of remaining visitors waited apprehensively, as they had every night for 2 weeks, for the next outburst of unholy mischief. But this time, nothing happened. The minutes ticked by in nervous silence. The wooden table sat still, stubbornly refusing to dance. The candlestick remained firmly in its place. No phantom knocks disturbed the walls. After the incessant turmoil of the previous days, the quiet felt almost deafening. Mrs. Martin clutched her apron with trembling hands and glanced around, hardly daring to breathe, wondering if the invisible intruder was gathering strength for a final assault. But the stillness endured. Midnight came and went, and not a single object stirred. The fire in the hearth crackled peacefully, its gentle glow illuminating a room that, for the first time in a fortnight, appeared normal again. Eventually, some exhausted visitors murmured that the spirits must have finally left and took their leave, trudging off into the snow under the pale moon. Mr. Martin, gaunt and hollow-eyed, led his wife and Emma in a final evening prayer. They thanked God for the sudden peace and prayed it might continue. That night they all slept uneasily but undisturbed, the first full night's rest they'd had since this ordeal began. Not a knock, not a whisper woke them. Morning dawned on January 28th, 1885, crisp and clear. In the pale winter sunlight, Mr. Martin, Mrs. Martin, and Emma emerged from the cottage to a scene of tranquility. A fresh dusting of snow had blanketed the yard, covering the myriad footprints of the previous days. The air was still. The only sound was the distant caw of a crow. Inside, the household objects remained exactly where they had been left. As the morning hours passed, the family grew more confident that their unseen tormentors had truly gone. No new messes appeared, no furniture shifted. Mrs. Martin swept the floor free of the last bits of plaster and broken dishware, and nothing intervened. Mr. Martin even dared to hum a simple hymn under his breath, something he had not done in weeks. The abrupt cessation of the phenomena was almost as bewildering as its onset. Word spread quickly among the locals that Martin's devils, as people had begun to call the forces, had apparently departed. This sudden end gave rise to speculation and folklore. According to one folk tale that emerged, the malevolent spirits did not simply vanish on that final day. Instead, they transferred their attentions elsewhere. It happened that on January 27th, not far from Keavi, a terrible crime was committed. A murder, a rarity in those parts. The local whisper was that at the very moment of that heinous act, the devils of Martin's Croft seized upon the murderer's dark deed and flew from the Martin home into the culprit's soul. In other words, the spirits left the innocent Martins and went to plague the truly guilty. This tale, a mix of folk superstition and perhaps wishful thinking, attempted to explain why the haunting stopped so suddenly. It made a kind of moral sense to people. The devils had finally found a more fitting host, a murderer, and thus vacated the Martin cottage. Whether one believes this story or not, it is an interesting footnote that indeed on that day a local man was arrested for killing someone, and even in court later he would complain of nightmares and demons tormenting him. The Martins, hearing such rumors, might have found some solace in the idea that whatever had invaded their lives had gone off to punish an evildoer. And so, after 16 days of relentless fear and bewilderment, the haunting of Martin's Croft was over. The farmhouse on the edge of the dark forest fell back into silence. The benches and beds that had trembled now stayed obediently in place. The door remained firmly on its hinges. The only sounds inside the cottage were the ordinary ones of a Finnish winter: the crackle of the fireplace, the whisper of wind at the eaves, and the quiet breathing of the 3 occupants at night. Yet, for those who had lived through those extraordinary days, nothing would ever feel entirely normal again. There lingered in that cottage an invisible imprint, a memory of chaos that could not be so easily swept away. Mr. Martin and his wife, though deeply relieved, were left to ponder why they had been so afflicted. a question that would haunt them nearly as much as the events themselves. Young Emma, frail in body and shaken in spirit, had survived an ordeal that might have broken far stronger souls. In the aftermath, neighbors and friends visited to congratulate them, and also to satisfy their own curiosity. They peered at the walls and furniture, half expecting to see scorch marks or signs of the devils. Aside from scratches, a few broken items, and that large burn mark on the table, there was little physical proof of the nightmare, but the true proof resided in the eyes of the Martins, which now held a look of deep weariness and wary expectation, as if at any moment it could all begin again. The Martins did the only thing they could. They resumed their lives. They repaired what could be fixed, replaced what had been destroyed, and prayed fervently that the terror would never return. As January turned to February, no new phenomena occurred. The haunting had ended, and the Martin family hoped that meant forever. Little did they know that their ordeal was not entirely over. Ahead lay one more challenge born of these events. They would have to face the judgment of their fellow men in a court of law to clear their names of the stain of witchcraft that had been thrust upon them. In the aftermath of the haunting, even as the Martin family tried to recover some semblance of normalcy, they faced a new and very different trial. The scrutiny of the law. The charges that the governor had ordered, witchcraft and illegal liquor sales, did not disappear just because the spirits apparently had. Instead, preparations went forward to bring the Martins to court and hold them accountable for the tumult that had occurred on their property. It was a surreal situation in 1885 for anyone to be accused of witchcraft. Finland, like most of Europe, had left the era of witch trials far in the past. The last witchcraft executions were over a century ago, yet technically laws against fraud and sorcery, or the deception of others through claims of supernatural power, were still on the books. In practice, such charges were almost never pressed in the modern era, which only underscored how panicked the officials were by what had happened at the Martin Croft. They had a mass of hysterical people, newspaper publicity, and no rational explanation. The easiest path was to assume it was a hoax or a disturbance orchestrated by the household. Thus, the authorities would treat it as a crime. The legal process moved quickly. On March 24, 1885, the case of the Martin family was called before the Pirkala and Jolojärvi District Court. Mr. and Mrs. Martin and young Emma Lindroos were all named as defendants in the indictment. One can only imagine the mixture of anxiety and indignation the Martins felt as they traveled to the courthouse that early spring. The building was likely a modest wooden courthouse in the nearest town center. It was still cold and muddy with late winter's thaw. They entered as curiosities, the family who had either been tormented by spirits, as many locals believed, or had perhaps staged a great fraud, as the authorities feared. From the outset, the charges must have felt odd. The witchcraft accusation in essence implied that the Martins had either practiced some forbidden magic, or, more plausibly, that they had knowingly tricked the community into thinking there were spirits by some crafty means. The alcohol charge was more straightforward. It claimed the Martins had been illegally selling liquor, since so many drunken people were present on their property. Mr. Martin flatly denied that. He had not sold any alcohol. If anything, he had tried to shoo drunkards away. As for witchcraft, the Martins could only insist on the truth. They had done nothing to cause the phenomena. They themselves were God-fearing Christians, utterly baffled by what had happened. The trial that unfolded was as extraordinary as the events that prompted it. The small courtroom, perhaps a simple hall with wooden benches, was packed with spectators. Local villagers who could squeeze in did so, as did reporters from Tampere eager for juicy details, and perhaps a few learned men of science or religion curious to hear the evidence. At the front were the stern-faced judges, in this district likely a panel of lay judges led by a chairman, who would decide the case. On the other side were the Martin family, Mr. Martin in his threadbare Sunday suit, and Mrs. Martin in her best shawl, standing protectively near pale young Emma. They were truly on the spot, accused of causing the very events that had victimized them. 15 people who had visited the Martin Croft during the haunting were called as witnesses for the court. These included neighbors, friends, and local notables, even the parish sexton, Carl Lindell, who had tried to document the happenings. One by one, under oath in the hushed courtroom, they recounted what they had seen at the Croft in January. The atmosphere must have been tense and strange. Here were farmers and villagers speaking earnestly of flying knives and self-moving furniture to sober judges in a court of law. The witnesses' accounts, taken together, described 87 separate paranormal incidents that had occurred at the Martin Croft. They spoke of loud bangs in empty rooms, of a bed and a table that jumped off the floor by themselves, and of objects traveling through the air with no visible cause. They testified that matchboxes, cups, and candlesticks slid across tables and then fell to the ground with no one near them. They swore that a firmly latched door had opened itself repeatedly, without human help. Some described seeing boots march across the floor as if worn by an invisible man. 2 bread poles were said to have struck each other in midair, with no one holding them. Objects flew out of closed and even rope-tied drawers. One witness vividly recounted a large needle springing out from a drawer that had been carefully bound shut with rope. Others detailed the appearance of substances and damage, baskets of foreign clay appearing on the floors, stones raining against the walls from nowhere, household utensils appearing in the oven aflame, and caustic acid boiling over on the table of its own accord. In short, the witnesses confirmed virtually every bizarre detail that had been rumored, and then some, under oath no less. For instance, the parish sexton Carl Lindell, a man of the church not given to flights of fancy, told the court how he personally witnessed a heavy dining table lift its 2 ends and pound the floor repeatedly, even as he pressed down on it with all his weight in an effort to make it stop. Neighbor Gerhard Groenforst described the bread poles dancing in the empty room at midday, confirming that even though he and others had searched thoroughly for trickery, they found nothing natural to explain it. Arola solemnly retold the story of the knife that flew at him 6 times, demonstrating with a trembling motion of his hand how it had whirled past his face. Many witnesses emphasized that they had initially been skeptical. Some even admitted they came to the croft specifically to prove it was a hoax, but that, after seeing these events with their own eyes, they were convinced something genuine and supernatural had occurred. Only one witness, a lone skeptic who had happened to visit during a quieter interval, claimed that he witnessed nothing unusual during his brief time at the croft. All the others presented a consistent and mutually reinforcing narrative of the haunting. If the Martin family had perpetrated a hoax, it would have required an almost superhuman coordination, not to mention a complete lack of motive, to fool so many people in so many ways. The judges initially focused on finding a human culprit behind the disturbances. Naturally, their suspicion fell on young Emma Lindroos. The court considered whether this sickly 13-year-old girl could have been a mischievous trickster. They noted that Emma was present during at least 23 of the incidents described, and suggested that perhaps she might have directly caused up to 8 of them by normal means. Childish pranks, perhaps, or throwing things when no one was looking. However, as witness after witness spoke, that theory became hard to sustain. Many incidents took place in Emma's absence, or in rooms where she wasn't even near the center of activity. For example, some occurred when Emma was outside fetching water, or sitting in a corner under watch while phenomena erupted across the room. Several male witnesses, gruff farmers not inclined to sympathy, told the court plainly that there was no way the ailing girl could have physically accomplished what they saw. One described Emma at the time as meek as a lamb, pale and shaking during the occurrences, not exactly the demeanor of a sly mastermind. Moreover, Emma's own condition at trial spoke volumes. She was so weak and unwell that she had to be seated during the proceedings, coughing into her kerchief. In fact, Emma Lindroos did not take the stand at all. The girl was deemed too unwell to endure questioning. The idea that this child had single-handedly orchestrated the chaos verged on ludicrous. As the testimony continued, even the court officials seemed to sense the absurdity of treating this as an ordinary crime. According to later recollections, one of the magistrates openly wondered whether a court was even competent to judge a ghost. He half jested that perhaps the case belonged to the clergy rather than the courthouse. His remark drew some chuckles in the courtroom, but it underscored the quandary. They were dealing with events that, if taken at face value, defied all earthly explanation. How could a panel of judges rule on the actions of unknown forces? Nonetheless, they had to rule on something. The trial had not revealed any evidence of fraud or conspiracy. Quite the opposite. It revealed a plethora of inexplicable eyewitness evidence. By the end of the hearing, the weight of the sworn testimony was so great that convicting the Martins of intentional wrongdoing seemed untenable. These respectable witnesses under oath had basically corroborated the Martins' innocence and affirmed that something beyond human agency had been at work. After deliberation, the judges reached a decision that was as close to acknowledging the supernatural as any official tribunal would come. In their written verdict, the district court stated that from the evidence presented, it appeared that events had indeed occurred at the Martin Croft which, according to the witnesses, were caused partly by unknown forces, partly by Emma Lindroos in jest. Notably, Emma herself was not called to testify due to her poor health. In other words, the court effectively admitted that some phenomena could not be explained by ordinary means, while allowing that perhaps a few incidents might have been simple pranks by the young maid. With this remarkable statement, the court found the charges of witchcraft and illegal alcohol sales unproven and thus dismissed them. The Martins were acquitted of all wrongdoing. There would be no fines, no punishment. The legal system, in essence, shrugged. It could not blame the Martins for what had happened. The prosecution had little choice but to accept this outcome. There was no evidence of fraud to refute the consistent testimonies of so many. Still, as a formality, the case was referred to the Higher Court of Appeals in Turku for review, where in due course the lower court's decision was upheld. The judicial authorities likely breathed a sigh of relief to close the book on such a confounding case. It was noted in the records that Emma Lindroos, the central figure in the suspicions, was gravely ill. Indeed, she would pass away about 10 years later. Perhaps the court found it easier to attribute a few minor tricks to her and leave the rest as unknown rather than declare the entire affair supernatural. Whatever their reasoning, the Martin family walked out of the courthouse as free individuals, legally vindicated. However, the conclusion that unknown forces had played a role was something unique in legal annals. In effect, a Finnish court had recognized that there were events it could not explain, and for which it would not hold the accused responsible. They didn't go so far as to label it a genuine haunting in official terms, but the implication was clear. The Martins were not fraudsters, and something strange had indeed occurred. To the public reading the court transcripts, which many did, it sounded as though even the learned judges had conceded the possibility of supernatural agency. The detailed trial transcripts, including all those eerie eyewitness statements and the verdict, did not languish in dusty archives. They were quickly copied and printed as small booklets and broadsheets for mass circulation. People across Finland and even abroad devoured these pamphlets, marveling at the sober legal language describing chairs floating and fires spontaneously igniting. The Devils of Martin's Croft thus entered the realm of documented history. This was not just a fireside tale, folks noted. It was something that had been investigated and recorded by a court of law. The case's notoriety spread. Scholars of folklore, curious clergymen, and early psychical researchers all added the Martin case to their discussions. It became in its way internationally famous as a poltergeist case with unusually strong documentation. The Martins themselves, though legally cleared, had still endured an ordeal that would mark them for the rest of their lives. They returned home to their croft after the trial, exhausted but perhaps grateful that the official accusations had been lifted. The haunting was over and they had been declared innocent of any witchery. Yet, as they would soon find, life would not simply return to the old normal, and the after effects of both the haunting and the trial would linger for years. In the months and years following the trial, the Martin family attempted to put their lives back together, but the events of January 1885 had left their mark on them and on the community. Although they were acquitted in court, Mr. Martin's reputation did not emerge unscathed. Some neighbours and acquaintances, while sympathetic, could not entirely shake the air of the uncanny that hung about the Martin Croft. Whispers continued in the taverns and at church. Some speculated that the Martins must have secretly dabbled in the occult to bring such a curse upon their house. How else, they argued, would a devil choose them of all people? While others thought the family had perhaps been innocent pawns caught between battling supernatural forces. Either way, a certain caution coloured the way people treated them. Mr. Martin's position in the community was never quite the same. He had once been a respected teacher and community leader, someone who drafted contracts and letters for his less educated neighbours. After the haunting and trial, many locals were uneasy about visiting the Martin Croft for these ordinary dealings. His sideline work in document preparation dwindled. Who would go to the cursed house for legal help? This caused Mr. Martin some financial difficulty, as that income had helped support them in retirement. Moreover, there was a subtle social ostracism. Though no one outright shunned the Martins, they were victims after all. Neither did former friends invite them over as often as before. The haunting had set them apart, made them objects of gossip and curiosity. It is said that Mr. Martin became quieter and more withdrawn in town meetings, the once confident elder now humbled by an experience he could neither fully explain nor live down. Mrs. Martin bore up under these changes as stoically as she could. A proud woman, she found herself the subject of unwanted fame, known now as the grandmother who scolded the devils. Some treated her with a kind of reverence after that, while others did so with hidden ridicule, as if humoring an eccentric. Mrs. Martin continued to attend church and keep up appearances, but those close to her noted that her hands sometimes trembled during services, possibly from lingering stress. The economic strain on the family grew. The haunting had effectively robbed them of the quiet, industrious old age they had expected. About 5 years after the trial, in 1890, Mr. Martin passed away at the age of 75. Some say he never fully recovered his peace of mind after 1885, and that his health declined steadily in the intervening years. His beloved wife died shortly thereafter the same year. She was 80. It was said in the village that they could not live without each other, having been married for over 50 years. They were buried in the Yoloyavi churchyard under a simple headstone that makes no mention of ghosts or trials, just a biblical verse about seeking refuge in God. One might find a certain peace in the fact that, after all the turmoil, Mr. and Mrs. Martin left the world together, side by side. And what of Emma Lindroos, the young girl around whom so much swirled? Emma continued to live in Yoloyavi for some years after 1885. With the Martins aging and then gone, she found herself taken in by another household in the main village. It was recorded that by the early 1890s, she was living in 1891, the parish poorhouse, which often housed the ill and indigent. Emma's health, already feeble, remained poor. Remarkably, she survived nearly a decade beyond the haunting, but the tuberculosis that had long afflicted her eventually claimed her. She died in February 1895 at the age of 23. In the death registry, there is no mention of anything unusual. It lists consumption, TB, as the cause. Yet, among those who knew her story, a lore arose that the spirits had taken something from Emma. People noted that she never grew strong or healthy after 1885. Some said the poltergeist had drained her life. Whether or not that is true, Emma's life was brief and marked by an experience few could imagine. Perhaps mercifully, she rarely spoke of those days in Martin's Croft as she grew older. A nurse who cared for her in her final illness recalled that Emma was shy and didn't respond when asked about the haunting, as if she had tucked those memories away, or perhaps as if she herself doubted anyone would believe her. With the principles gone, Martin's Croft itself did not remain intact at its original site. The little cottage, which had stood for decades among the pines by Lake Keavi, was dismantled and moved away a few years after the events, around the 1890s. It seems that after Mr. and Mrs. Martin's death, their surviving family, possibly that grown son, Bernd, decided to relocate the building. Some say it was sold and taken to the growing town of Yoloyavi to be used as a storage shed near Tikhonojan Bridge around 1918. Perhaps this relocation was partly practical and partly to get rid of a house with an uneasy reputation. For a time, the building still stood, repurposed and stripped of its old context. But by the mid-20th century, that structure was reportedly torn down as well. On the original site of Martin's Croft, deep in the now overgrown forest near Keavi, only the moss-covered stones of the foundation remained, and perhaps a hint of the old root cellar pit. Trees grew where laughter, prayers, and screams once sounded. Yet the story refused to die. The devils of Martin's Croft found a second life in written accounts, local folklore, and even academic study. Thanks to the trial transcripts and the newspaper coverage, the case became Finland's most famous poltergeist incident. It is frequently mentioned in surveys of paranormal phenomena around the world as an example of a haunting with unusually credible documentation. Paranormal enthusiasts and researchers in later decades latched onto it. In the early 1920s, Baron Albert von Schrenck-Notzing of Germany, a well-known investigator of psychic phenomena, learned of the case and was intrigued that a court had collected so many affidavits. He obtained a German translation of the records and discussed them in his own writings. He also corresponded with a Finnish doctor, Yrjö Kulovesi, in Tampere, urging him to find out more details beyond the official record. Dr. Kulovesi managed to track down one of the original witnesses, a farmer named Emil Kesso, some 36 years after the events. In 1921, Kulovesi interviewed Kesso, who was by then an old man, and recorded his recollections. Remarkably, Kesso's memory of the haunting was still vivid. He described once again how he had visited the croft with his friend Simo Lalati and seen the shingles fall from the ceiling and land upright at his feet, and how cobbler's tools flew from the corner towards them. The old man chuckled as he admitted that at the time he had been scared out of my wits, despite originally thinking the whole thing hogwash. This late confirmation by a surviving witness lent further credibility and human detail to the case, showing how deeply it had been etched in those who lived it. In Finland, the Martin poltergeist eventually became part of local legend. For decades, older residents of Jolojärvi would preface ghost stories by saying, "Well, none of that compares to what happened at Martin's Croft." The case found its way into books on folklore and the supernatural. It was often cited as the only Finnish haunting to receive serious, sworn documentation, something that made it stand out even internationally. The tale also inspired creative works. In 2002, more than a century after the haunting, a professional production titled Emma and the Devils premiered at Teatteri Takomo in Helsinki. Written by Juha Siltanen, the play reimagined the events from Emma's perspective, giving voice to the voiceless girl around whom so much swirled. Audiences sat in darkened theatres, watching chairs slide and hearing disembodied knocks, much as those original witnesses had, and pondering the psychological and spiritual dimensions of the story. Years earlier, in Jolojärvi itself, a local playwright, Pauli Pusu, who happened to be a municipal official, had written a play called The Municipal Man and the Ghosts that wove the Martin haunting into a community narrative. And in 2018, Finnish author Päivi Alasalmi published a novel, The Possessed, a historical fiction strongly based on the Martin's Croft case, bringing the old ghost story to a new generation of readers, with all the immediacy and atmosphere of a thriller. As for the physical location of the haunting, it did not remain forgotten. In Jolojärvi, people of course knew roughly where Mr. Martin's Croft had stood. Older maps marked Martinintorpa in the Kejärvi woods. Over time, the forest reclaimed most signs of habitation, but in the 2000s, interest in the paranormal history of the area prompted the city to formally mark the spot. In 2017, the city of Jolojärvi erected a memorial sign near the now empty clearing where Martin's Croft once stood. Today, if you venture down a little path north of an old farm, about half a kilometre from the Irola estate mentioned in some records, you will find a metal plaque on a post among the birches. The sign's text in Finnish notes, "Site of Ephraim Martin's Croft." This is where extraordinary events took place in January 1885, known as the Haunting of Martin's Croft. The building was later moved away after Master Martin's death in the 1890s. The site is quiet now. One might only hear the rustle of leaves and perhaps the distant hum of a car on a far-off road. It's hard to imagine that this tranquil forest floor was once the epicenter of such unexplained chaos. But for those who know the story, standing there can send a shiver up the spine. The devils of Martin's Croft remain to this day a source of awe and trepidation. For the ghost enthusiast, it is a case with compelling evidence. For the skeptic, it is a trove of puzzling testimony to be analyzed. For the locals of Jolojärvi, it is part of their heritage, a strange, dark chapter in their otherwise ordinary past. The Martin poltergeist story draws us in because it confronts us with the unknown. It asks us, what do we believe? The sworn words of simple, honest folk, or the comforting notion that there must have been some trick at play? More than 140 years later, we still have no definitive answer. What we have is the story, a true story as well as anyone could record it, of seemingly impossible events, and as long as there are those who love a good scare on a dark night, the story will be told again, and the devils of Martin's Croft will live on in our collective imagination, their raps and whispers echoing from a bygone winter to the present. After everything that was seen, recorded, and sworn to under oath, the house returned to what it had always been, an ordinary place, standing quietly in the cold. No explanation was accepted, no cause was settled, and no verdict attempted to explain what moved inside those walls. What endured instead was the record itself, the witnesses, the testimony, and the admission that some events resisted every effort to impose order upon them. Thank you for listening. If you're new here, consider subscribing. Wherever you are tonight, I hope the quiet finds you. Until next time. In the beautiful countryside of the English Cotswolds, there stands an old inn that people have travelled from around the world to visit. Many have spent the night beneath its crooked beams. Some have heard children crying in empty rooms. Others have been scratched, touched, and physically assaulted by presences they described as demonic. The owner, John Humphreys, lived inside the building for nearly 50 years. He claimed that invisible hands dragged him from his bed, that predatory spirits entered his room at night, and that something inside the inn repeatedly attacked him while he slept. Beneath the floors, he discovered what he believed were child remains, and according to local legend, the ground itself had once been used for ancient rituals and offerings. The building still stands today. The ancient Ram Inn is said to be home to more than 20 spirits, including entities believed to be violent, provocative, and inhuman. Would you dare to spend a night inside? Check in to the ancient Ram Inn exclusively on the Fall Asleep podcast Patreon. Click the Patreon link in the description below to listen to the full case. This case is the latest addition to our growing library of Patreon exclusive episodes, joining the demon in the French kingdom, Rumpelstiltskin, the devils of Loudun, and the exorcism at St. Joseph's Convent. Head over to Patreon today to unlock the complete archive of 90+ episodes, ad-free listening, and early access to every new release. The Fall Asleep podcast on Patreon is your Netflix for scary podcasts. Don't forget to subscribe here on YouTube as well. Now back to the video. Evening, lads. Mason here. Welcome back to the Fall Asleep podcast, your quiet place for the haunted, the strange, and in tonight's case, the long and merciless. This one takes us deep into the Welsh countryside, at the foot of the Brecon Beacons, rolling hills, sheep-dotted fields, and a stone farmhouse tucked at the end of a lonely track. It looked like the perfect retreat for a young family in 1989, until the nights grew restless and the house began to show its true nature. For 7 years, the rich family endured a siege of footsteps, slamming doors, foul smells, and shadows that pressed against their very souls. Priests came and went, exorcisms numbered in the hundreds, the electricity bills soared to impossible heights, and at the center of it all stood Heel Fanog, the house that came to be known as Hellfire Farm. This is one of Britain's most chilling hauntings, etched into testimony, investigation, and the memories of those who barely escaped it. A story not of fleeting frights, but of a slow, grinding evil that nearly consumed a family whole. Before we begin, a huge thank you to everyone who's subscribed. Our goal is 20,000 subscribers, so if you haven't yet, hit that button. We've got more haunted cases on the way, and new episodes drop every week. There's something about this case that feels different. I've covered plenty of hauntings, but Hellfire Farm carries a weight that's hard to shake. The further I researched, the more I felt a weight to this case that I don't often feel. It leaves a shadow that's hard to shake. So settle in, and let's begin. This is Char TV, and you're listening to the Fall Asleep podcast.
Oh my God, what is that?
Sleep. A gentle descent into the unknown. But beware, for tonight, as you close your eyes, something may be watching from the dark behind them.
The Fall Asleep podcast.
There are places in this world that feel wrong. Remote old houses creaking with age and history, can unsettle even the hardiest skeptic. Perhaps it's the isolation, miles from any neighbor, enveloped by wild hills and ancient woods, that stirs some primal alertness in us. Late at night, under a moonless sky, the silence around such a house becomes heavy. The faintest crack of a floorboard or sigh of wind under the eaves can start the heart racing. Rational minds insist these are just noises, an old house settling, a draft in the rafters, and often they are right. But what if, in one lonely farmhouse, those noises were something else? What if unseen forces still lurked in the dark corners of an idyllic home, reminding its occupants that they were not alone? Such was the terrifying reality for the Rich family and their secluded Welsh farmhouse known as Hil Fanog. In time, this picturesque dwelling would earn an ominous nickname, Hellfire Farm. Over a span of 7 years, 1989 to 1996, the Rich family's dream home became a nightmare of unexplained phenomena. The events that took place there constitute one of Britain's most infamous hauntings, a case so extreme it has been called the most exorcised house in the country. This is the true story of the Hellfire Farm haunting, told chronologically from hopeful beginning to harrowing end, exactly as the family and witnesses recounted it. It is a tale of a house that tormented its inhabitants with poltergeist activity, ghostly apparitions, occult symbols, and a creeping evil that threatened to destroy their sanity. Listen now, in the safety of your room, as we journey to a lonely farm in the Brecon Beacons, and into the heart of a haunting. In the spring of 1989, Bill Rich and his wife Liz set out to start a new life together in the Welsh countryside. Bill was an Englishman and a professional artist, a painter whose career was thriving at the time. Liz was Welsh, a trained herbalist who had overcome personal struggles, including years battling an eating disorder, and was looking forward to a peaceful family life. The couple had married on September 28, 1989, and Liz was already expecting their first child. In Bill's care was his 14-year-old son Lawrence from a previous marriage, a teenager who would be joining them on this adventure. The family was leaving the busy confines of an English terraced house behind, trading it for open space and fresh air in the Brecon Beacons of South Wales. Their destination was an old stone farmhouse named Hil Fanog, meaning Road to the Peaks in Welsh. The property was steeped in character, originally an 18th century barn that had been converted into a house in the 1950s by a previous family, the Holborns. Hil Fanog sat in the shadow of Pen y Fan, the highest mountain in South Wales. To reach it, one had to leave the town of Brecon, drive toward the looming hills, then turn up a rough track used mainly by local shepherds moving their sheep. At the end of that lonely lane stood the farmhouse, completely isolated, with no close neighbors, just rolling green fields and moorland all around. By day, under a gentle sun, the spot looked like paradise. The house gazed out over spectacular views of distant peaks and wild heather. To the young family, it seemed perfect. When we first moved in, it felt like life couldn't be any better, Liz would recall. They imagined raising their children here, with room to play and the freedom of nature right at the doorstep. Bill was especially overjoyed. At long last, he would have ample space for an art studio of his own, a place to paint surrounded by inspiration from the dramatic landscape. Hil Fanog was rented, not owned, by the Riches. The landlord was Phil Holborn, whose mother Marion had lived in the house years before. But Bill and Liz felt as if it were truly theirs, a sanctuary where they could shape their future. In May 1989, they moved their belongings in and settled down to a summer of hard work, cleaning, organizing, and lovingly renovating the old farmhouse and its overgrown gardens. The walls were thick stone, the floors aged oak and flagstone. Each room had a rustic charm, with exposed beams and deep-set windows. There was even a small attached barn and stables outside, as the property had once been part of a larger estate. At first, every day brought new delights, discovering a hidden orchard behind the house, or sitting out at dusk watching bats flit against the purple sky. Yet, in hindsight, small warnings of what was to come appeared almost immediately, little coincidences that gave Bill and Liz pause. One day, as they unpacked, Bill found the receipt from their farewell dinner in England, the last meal they'd enjoyed before moving. The total came to £6.66. Amused by the number of the beast appearing on their bill, they showed it to Liz's father, who jokingly told them to burn it. They shrugged it off. Then, while stocking up on groceries for their new home, their supermarket tab totaled £66.69. Again, that's 666 with just an extra 9 at the end. What are the odds? They mused uneasily. A third incident sealed the pattern. As they drove into town to buy furniture, a car nearly collided with them. A dark Volvo that came out of nowhere. Stunned, Bill noted its license plate as it sped off. The plate letters were BST, and the number was 666, 3 sixes again. Each of these could be written off as coincidence, of course. And with a baby due soon and a whole house to set up, the couple focused on more important matters and laughed these omens away. Still, a subtle shadow of apprehension passed over them. In the back of their minds, a thought flickered. Was something trying to get our attention? They would not truly understand until much later. Summer turned to autumn. On October 23rd, 1989, Liz gave birth to a healthy baby, a son named Ben. This was their first child together. A second child would follow a few years later. With baby Ben's arrival, joy filled the halls of Heelfanog. The rich family now numbered 4, Bill and Liz, baby Ben, and teenager Lawrence. The newborn's cries and coos echoed in the old rooms, giving the house a new purpose. They set up a cozy nursery in an upstairs bedroom, painting it in soft colors and filling it with stuffed toys. Liz spent blissful hours rocking Ben by the window, looking out at grazing sheep on distant slopes. In those first weeks after Ben's birth, everything felt right. It didn't stay that way for long. In the weeks after baby Ben came home, subtle disturbances began to intrude on the family's happiness. It started with footsteps. Late one night, as Bill and Liz lay exhausted in bed after a day of caring for the infant, they heard the unmistakable sound of heavy footfalls thudding across an upstairs hallway. Thump, thump, thump. A slow, deliberate tread, as of a person walking in hard-soled boots. Bill sat up sharply, heart pounding. For a moment he wondered if Lawrence was awake and wandering the house. Perhaps the teenager couldn't sleep and was pacing the hall. Bill swung his legs out of bed, ready to tell his son to go back to sleep. But as he listened, a cold realization washed over him. The footsteps were coming from directly above their bedroom, from the nursery, and they were far too heavy sounding to be the steps of a slight 14-year-old boy. It sounded more like a large man stomping around. Moreover, Lawrence's bedroom was down the corridor, not in that part of the house. So who, or what, was tramping through the baby's room in the dead of night? Alarmed, Bill hurried upstairs to check on little Ben. He crept down the dark landing, past the closed door of Lawrence's room, all quiet within, and toward the open doorway of the nursery. The hallboards felt ice cold under his feet. At the threshold of the baby's room, he paused, afraid of what he might find. Moonlight filtered in through the window, painting the nursery in silver and shadow. The crib stood against one wall. The rocking chair was still. The faint scent of baby powder hung in the air. Bill's gaze darted about. There was no one there. Ben was fast asleep in his cot, swaddled and peaceful. No intruder, no stray animal, nothing that could have made the sound. Puzzled, Bill checked the closets and even looked under the crib. All was as it should be, yet his nerves remained taut. The silence in the house at that moment was deafening. He could hear his own heartbeat. Something felt off, though he could not say why. Perhaps he had imagined the footsteps, or maybe old houses simply groan and pop at night. He returned to bed, telling a drowsy Liz that everything was fine. They managed to dismiss it that night as a quirk of the house's acoustics, or their own tired minds playing tricks. But the next night it happened again. Slow, heavy footsteps traversing the upstairs landing, in the small hours when the family was in bed. This time Liz heard it clearly as well. The rhythmic clomp of unseen feet echoed down the stairs, each step deliberate and resonant. She felt the hairs on her arms stand up. There was an uncanny sense of a presence, not a friendly one, pacing just outside their bedroom door. Bill again investigated every corner and found nothing. Night after night, the pattern repeated. The noises seemed to intensify, as if whoever or whatever it was grew bolder. Footsteps overhead, sometimes even the creak of a floorboard in an empty room during broad daylight. as if someone briefly leaned weight on it and then was gone. Doors that had been left open would be found shut with a slam. Other doors were heard slamming on their own when no one else was upstairs. The disturbances were impossible to predict. Occasionally, days would go by quietly, lulling the family into thinking it was over, only for the activity to start up again suddenly in the dead of night. There was an intelligence to it, they felt, an unseen intruder watching and waiting, looking for opportunities to scare or unnerve them. The Riches' initial reaction was to seek mundane explanations. Perhaps it was just structural noises amplified by the silence of the countryside, or perhaps local pranksters were sneaking onto the property after dark to scare the Englishman and his family. Bill even checked outside around the house with a flashlight on a few occasions, half expecting to catch sight of a trespasser's footprints in the mud or hear retreating laughter in the trees. But he never found any sign of outsiders. All he saw under the moonlight were his own breath misting in the cold and the silhouettes of sheep huddled on the distant slope. Inside, however, the atmosphere of the house was changing. Liz began to feel an oppressiveness in certain rooms at night, a sense that they were not alone and were being closely observed by something unseen. It was as if a malevolent gaze was fixed on them from dark corners. Both she and Bill remarked to each other how the sensation of being watched was, oddly enough, even more frightening than actually seeing a ghost. The imagination could run wild when one doesn't know what or where the threat is. Before long, more overt signs of a haunting emerged. The temperature inside Hilfanog began to fluctuate bizarrely. A room that felt cozy and warm one moment would turn icy cold in an instant, the chill lapping over one's skin without any apparent draft. Other times, a nauseating heat would seem to radiate from nowhere, leaving the air stifling and oppressive, even with windows open. Alongside these temperature swings came smells, sudden gusts of scent that had no logical source. Often it was an odor of sulfur, a pungent rotten egg smell that would materialize in a room and vanish just as quickly. At other times, they smelled something like decaying organic matter, an underlying stench of rot that made them gag. Liz scoured the kitchen and pantry for spoiled food or a dead rodent, but found nothing that could account for such foul aromas. It truly seemed as if some invisible force was moving through the house, bringing icy draughts and foul stenches in its wake as it stalked the family. By late autumn, the Riches were growing anxious and sleep-deprived. Baby Ben's nursery was a focus of their concern. After those initial footsteps, Liz was reluctant to leave the infant alone in his room. She often brought him to their own bed to sleep for her own peace of mind. On more than one occasion, as she gently closed the nursery door after settling Ben down, it would fly open again behind her with force, as if wrenched by an unseen hand. Each time she found no one in the hall who could have done it. Liz's nerves frayed a little more each week. What should have been a blissful time, caring for a newborn in a new home, was increasingly marred by fear. As the first winter at Hilfanog set in, the situation worsened. The Welsh weather turned fierce, gales howled down the valley, lashing the farmhouse with rain and sleet. On those stormy nights huddled by the fireplace, the family felt especially isolated, cut off from the world, alone with whatever shared their house. Liz would later describe that sometimes the mood in the house was so awful, so heavy with despair, that dark thoughts crept in unbidden. At its heaviest, the atmosphere bent her toward notions she knew weren't truly hers, half-formed impressions of a way out that hovered at the edge of her awareness like a shadow. "Don't be misled by the pleasant appearance," she warned a visitor once. Something in Hilfanog seemed to project hopelessness into one's mind. Most disturbingly, the electrical system in the house began to act up in inexplicable ways. At first, it was just lights that would flicker now and then, or the occasional power trip of the circuit breaker. But soon it became clear that something far beyond normal electrical issues was happening. The family received an astronomical electricity bill that quarter, £750 for just 3 months. To put that in perspective, in the late 1980s, this was an enormous sum, equivalent to over £1,900 in today's money. In a small farmhouse with only basic appliances, there was no conceivable way they could have legitimately used that much electricity. Bill was stunned. They feared there must be a major fault, or that power was somehow being drained. Bill rang the utility company to complain and demand an investigation. An engineer was dispatched to heal Fanog. He tested the meter, inspected the wiring, and spent hours trying to find leaks or illegal diversions of power, but he could find no technical cause for the massive consumption reading. The system, as far as he could tell, was working correctly. It was as if someone had indeed been running a factory's worth of electricity through the house. The only unusual clue was that, according to the meter, the surges in power usage often corresponded to odd times when no one was using anything, sometimes even when the family was out of the house entirely. The meter would spin wildly as if a heavy load were on, then settle. Puzzled and a bit uneasy, the engineer nonetheless insisted that the riches had to pay the bill, unexplained or not. If they failed to pay, disconnection was a real threat. Facing this financial blow, Bill and Liz were distraught. Money was tight, Bill's income as a painter was irregular, and they had only recently moved and had a new baby to care for. They scraped together what they could to pay most of the bill, hoping to avoid losing power in the dead of winter. But the frightening question remained. What had caused such a power drain? Was it just a faulty meter, or could it be related to the strange disturbances? Privately, Liz began to wonder if some unseen entity was drawing energy from their home, quite literally feeding on electricity, to manifest itself. It was a chilling thought. Every time the lights dimmed or the TV faltered, she imagined some invisible presence sucking the current like a hungry parasite. At the same time as their utility bills skyrocketed, other misfortunes piled on. Bill's art business began to inexplicably falter. He had been a successful painter, taking commissions for portraits and landscapes, and had steady work lined up when they moved. But now, one by one, his commissions were cancelled without clear explanation. Patrons withdrew or postponed projects. Galleries lost interest. It was as though a dark cloud hung over his career. For an artist who relied on inspiration and reputation, this was devastating, and oddly timed, coinciding with the escalation of the haunting. The family's income plunged, adding to the mounting stress. They were becoming trapped, financially unable to leave the house, yet increasingly fearful of staying. Lawrence, the teenager, was also undergoing a troubling transformation. Always a somewhat moody boy, understandably so, given the divorce of his parents and a new stepmother in Liz. His behavior in this house grew far more hostile and erratic than normal teenage angst. Lawrence spent most of his time alone in his room. At some point that winter, he took it upon himself to redecorate his bedroom by painting every wall a deep blood-red color. Bill and Liz were startled to see the once neutral room transformed into a crimson chamber. It seemed to reflect the anger that was boiling inside the boy. He was often sullen and irritable, prone to sudden outbursts of cursing and shouting. Late at night, he watched horror movies at high volume in his room, the screams and gruesome sound effects echoing eerily through the farmhouse halls. On at least one occasion, Lawrence's behavior turned truly disturbing. Bill found his son on the floor, howling and wailing in distress for no obvious reason. The teenager's eyes would sometimes have a wild, distant look, and his face adopted a permanent sneer, twisted in contempt or rage. It was a sneer far too cynical and cruel for a boy of 14. Much older and incalculably evil, as Bill later described Lawrence's expression in those moments. Both parents began to feel that they barely recognized the boy living under their roof. Tensions between father and son escalated by the day. Lawrence became openly defiant and mocking toward Bill and Liz. Minor disagreements quickly blew up into shouting matches. The farmhouse, once meant to be a haven of tranquility, echoed with anger. In one heated confrontation in early 1990, Bill reprimanded Lawrence for some piece of misbehavior, perhaps neglecting chores or blasting his TV late at night, and Lawrence erupted. The teenager flew into a rage, spitting straight into his father's face with fury. For an instant, Bill was too shocked to react. A glob of spit dripped down his cheek as he looked into his son's eyes. What he saw made him go cold. Staring back at him was not the Lawrence he knew, but something else. Bill would later insist that at that moment he saw another presence behind Lawrence's eyes, a hateful, ancient intelligence glaring at him through his son's features. Lawrence's face was contorted with malice, a visage of something far older than a teenager. Bill felt as if a stranger, or a demon, was looking at him, wearing his son's body as a mask. The unnerving episode passed after a few heartbeats. Lawrence blinked, sneered again, and stormed out of the room. But Bill was left deeply shaken. Not long after that, Lawrence's grandmother, Bill's mother, came to visit the farm. She too became a target of the boy's inexplicable hostility. In a fit of anger, Lawrence spat at his own grandmother, something the polite, well-raised child she knew would never have done. The elderly woman was aghast, and so were Bill and Liz. These incidents went beyond rebellion. It was as if Lawrence had no empathy or remorse left in him during those fits, only venom. More and more, the couple considered a disturbing possibility. Could Lawrence be influenced or even possessed by the evil presence in the house? They recalled traditional poltergeist lore that often focuses on an adolescent in the home as the epicenter of disturbances. And indeed, many of the chaotic events did seem to involve Lawrence. The bad energy in the house spiked when he was around. He had become surly and withdrawn, spending hours in that unnervingly red room of his. Bill and Liz worried not only for their son's well-being, but for all of their souls. As Liz later put it, it felt like Lawrence was fighting for his soul in that house. By early 1990, after months of these experiences, the Rich family was nearing a breaking point. Fear and stress ruled their lives. They walked on eggshells, dreading what the next day or the next night might bring. Imagine for a moment their predicament. A new baby in the house, a teenager acting like he's under demonic influence, finances in freefall, and an invisible entity seemingly intent on psychological torture. They felt they couldn't invite friends over or talk to neighbors about it. Who would believe them? They would sound crazy. And so they endured in silence for as long as they could, clinging to the hope that this nightmare might somehow resolve on its own. But it did not. It only grew worse. Objects now started to move on their own. Cutlery would vanish from the kitchen drawer and turn up later in odd places, like a muddy spoon found out in the yard, or a knife on a windowsill none of them had approached. A heavy framed picture fell off the wall with a forceful bang, as if yanked down, the hook and wire intact. Small toys would slide across the nursery floor unaided, or the rocking chair would be found swaying gently even when nobody had been in the room. These classic poltergeist phenomena were witnessed by the family and even a few visitors, leaving no doubt in their minds that an invisible intelligence was playing pranks or sending warnings. One cold evening, Liz was in the kitchen warming milk on the stove, with baby Ben swaddled in her arms. She suddenly felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck. That feeling of being watched returned, stronger than ever. The kitchen door, which was propped open, slammed shut with an explosive force, rattling the crockery on the shelves. The baby started crying at the bang. Liz's heart leapt into her throat. With trembling hands, she opened the door, expecting perhaps a gust of wind, but the night outside was still. She knew then that this unseen presence could also interact physically with their environment, even potentially cause harm. It was around this time that animals on the farm began to suffer as well, as if whatever lurked in the house spread its malign influence to living creatures. The Riches kept a few animals, a pig in a pen out back, and some goats that grazed in the pasture. One morning, Bill went out to find the pig, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, eyes wild. It was like the animal had gone suddenly mad with disease. A vet had to come and euthanize the poor pig. There was no clear diagnosis, only an observation that it was as if the pig had been severely traumatized or poisoned, neither of which made sense. Not long after, the family awoke to a grim discovery. All of their goats were dead. They found the goats' carcasses lying in the dewy morning grass, with no obvious wounds. The deaths were a mystery. The animals had been healthy the day before. Neighbors whispered that goats sometimes just die due to farm illnesses, but in hindsight the Riches wondered if the same dark power in their house had simply snuffed out the life of the livestock. Even local farmers began to mutter that a curse hung over Heelfanog. Around that period, lambs from neighboring farms were being born inexplicably blind, deformed, or dead, fueling rumors that some evil in the soil or air had tainted the area. Closer to home, pets fared no better. The Rich family kept several pets during their time at Hellfire Farm, but few remained for long. One by one, their cats and dogs either fell ill, went mad or aggressive, or simply ran away, never to return. A normally docile dog might suddenly cower and snap at empty air, or a cat might hiss at unseen things and then bolt out an open door and vanish. These beloved animals seemed to sense an evil that humans could not see, and it either frightened them to death or drove them from the house. To Bill and Liz, it felt like even the natural world recoiled from whatever dwelt at Heelfanog. Amid all these frightening events, one particular apparition made itself known, not terrifying so much as deeply uncanny. It was the figure of an old woman. The first time Liz saw her was on a rare, calm afternoon, when things had momentarily quieted. Baby Ben was a few months old by then. To soothe her nerves, Liz took the infant out on a walk in his pram. It was early spring, the air was crisp, and the sunlight was pale and weak. After strolling a short distance down the country lane, Liz turned back toward the farmhouse. From that vantage, she could see the upper windows of her home. She glanced up at the nursery window and froze in her tracks. Looking out from the window was the face of an elderly woman. Liz felt a jolt of surprise more than fear. The face was distinct, an old woman with grey, wispy hair gazing down at her. The woman's eyes were dark, appearing almost black at that distance, like pebbles. Liz would later recall that those eyes seemed haunted and sad, not hostile. The expression on the face was one of melancholy, maybe even longing. For a brief moment, the two women, one young and one spectral, locked eyes across the yard. Clutching the pram handle, Liz experienced a surreal calm. Whoever this stranger was, Liz sensed no malice from her, only an unbearable sadness. And then, in an instant, the face was gone. The window was empty. Panicked that someone, a flesh and blood intruder or vagrant, might actually be in the house, Liz rushed inside to the nursery. She found it exactly as she left it, with no sign of any intruder. There was nowhere an old woman could have gone. The rooms upstairs were small and connected. No one had passed Liz on the stairs. It dawned on her that she might have seen a ghost. Yet unlike the other phenomena, this apparition didn't terrorize her. It almost elicited pity. Who was the old woman in the window? Liz didn't have an answer then, but as time went on, others saw her too. Lawrence's attitude towards supernatural matters had generally been one of scorn, but even he admitted later that he occasionally noticed a frail old lady sitting quietly in the corner of the nursery, or the children's bedroom, watching the kids at play. The apparition never spoke or moved. She would simply appear for a moment in peripheral vision and then fade away. Sometimes little Ben, as a toddler, would ask his mother who the granny in his room was, a question that made Liz's blood run cold. On one occasion, Liz herself walked by the open door of the nursery and nearly jumped. There in the rocking chair sat an unfamiliar older woman in a drab dress. The figure vanished as soon as Liz did a double take. It was like a residual presence, seemingly benign, but nonetheless unsettling in the context of everything else happening. Some detective work later shed light on the mystery. The Riches learned from locals, and from their landlord, Phil Holborn, that the Holborn family had lived there before them. Marion Holborn, and before her, Marion's mother. When shown an old photograph of the Holborn family from decades past, Liz instantly recognized the older lady in the picture. It was the same face she had seen in the window. The ghostly woman haunting the children's room matched the image of Marion Holborn's late mother, who had once lived and possibly died at Heelfanog. Apparently, that elderly lady had loved the house and loved children. If her spirit lingered, it was perhaps to watch over any young ones living there. Indeed, Liz had never felt threatened by the old woman, only startled. In a way, amidst far darker manifestations, this gentle ghost was almost a comforting presence. Almost, because even a kindly apparition is a stark reminder that one's home sits atop layers of history, and not all inhabitants are living. Still, the old woman's appearance confirmed beyond doubt that Heelfanog was haunted. It wasn't all in their heads. Even visitors saw or felt things. On one visit, a family friend remarked that as she held baby Ben upstairs, she had the strangest feeling that someone invisible was in the corner, keeping an eye on them. She laughed it off, but confided later it gave her the creeps. The Riches knew by now these events were not hallucinations or mere imagination. Something real and supernatural was at work in that farmhouse. Perhaps multiple entities, not all of them benign. One clue to the haunting's origin came up by chance. One day, Bill was chatting with a local builder who had been involved in converting the barn into the house decades earlier. When Bill mentioned the strange goings-on, the old builder raised his brow as if unsurprised. He revealed a detail of the renovation that gave Bill chills. When they built the house, they reused stone rubble from a nearby manor house that had fallen into ruin. This by itself was not unusual. Builders often recycled materials, but the manor in question had an ancient graveyard on its grounds. It was quite possible that some of the stones carted over and incorporated into Heel Fanog's walls and foundation were actually old gravestones or tomb slabs from that derelict estate. In other words, the riches might quite literally be living within walls built of the dead. Bill shared this unsettling news with Liz. It sent her mind racing. Could the footsteps, the sadness of the old woman, the entire oppressive haunting be rooted in the fact that the house's very bones were tainted by graves? Perhaps restless spirits had hitched a ride in those stones, disturbed from their slumber, and now wandering the halls of Heel Fanog. Whether or not that was the cause, it was clear the rich family needed help. By mid-1990, they were in crisis. Liz and Bill were exhausted, terrified, and desperate to protect their children and themselves from something they did not understand. There came a day when Liz, after a particularly violent night of banging doors and that horrible cold presence pressing on her, broke down in tears and said to Bill, "We can't go on like this." They decided to overcome their hesitation and seek outside assistance. Even if people thought them mad, they had to try something to reclaim their home from the paranormal siege. The first person they turned to was the church. Although not deeply religious, Liz had been raised with faith, and in her terror she found herself drawn to the idea that maybe a man of God could help dispel whatever evil infested their house. The local parish church was small, so Liz went straight to the top of the regional clergy. She visited Brecon Cathedral. Walking into the lofty stone cathedral with coloured light filtering through stained glass, she felt a wave of solace. She poured out her story to a priest there, an Anglican minister experienced in pastoral care. To Liz's relief, the priest did not mock or dismiss her claims. Perhaps he saw the sincerity and fear in her eyes. Perhaps as an older Welsh clergyman, he had heard whispers of such things before. In any case, he agreed to come to Heelfanog to see what he could do. Not long after, the priest arrived at the farm. It was a windy late afternoon when he stepped through their threshold, carrying a prayer book and a small case of holy water. Bill and Liz led him through each room, describing the disturbances. The priest listened gravely. In the nursery, he paused and frowned, sensing something amiss. He decided to perform a house blessing and exorcism ritual to cleanse the home of any troubled spirits. With the family observing in hopeful silence, the priest recited prayers in Latin, walking from room to room, sprinkling holy water on the walls, the floors, and into the corners. His voice echoed in the old house. The ancient tongue and the scent of chrism filled the air. As he moved through the building intoning the rites, Liz felt a glimmer of optimism, a sense that the suffocating atmosphere did lift slightly. Even baby Ben, who had been fussy and crying, calmed down and cooed as the priest flicked holy water over his crib. Lawrence watched skeptically from a distance, arms crossed, but was quiet. When the priest concluded the prayers with a firm Amen, the house did seem lighter and more peaceful. For the next few days, indeed, things were better. The oppressive feeling receded. No footsteps troubled their nights. The door slams and smells ceased. It was as if some dark cloud had been banished. In those days of calm, the riches dared to breathe easy again. They wanted desperately to believe the nightmare was over. Alas, it was not. The entity, or entities in Heelfanog, had only been stunned, not expelled. And if anything, the quiet was merely a prelude to a fiercer resurgence. Perhaps provoked by the priest's challenge, the paranormal phenomena came back in full force, stronger than before. It started one afternoon when Liz was returning from a walk with baby Ben, the very walk during which she saw the old woman in the window. Entering the house, Liz immediately sensed a heaviness in the air that hadn't been there that morning. She set Ben in his cot and stepped into the hallway to find the source of her unease. Suddenly, from overhead came a reverberating bang. It was the upstairs door slamming brutally hard. The nursery door, she was sure. The vibrations rattled the light fixture. Liz's heart leapt. She rushed up only to find the nursery door wide open. It had rebounded from the impact. Inside, the baby started wailing in fright. As Liz scooped Ben up, a strong whiff of sulphur assaulted her nose, the rotten egg stench back again. She gagged and felt tears sting her eyes from the acrid smell. All the fear of previous months flooded back into her in that instant. It was back. The exorcism hadn't worked, or perhaps had even enraged whatever lurked here. That night the footsteps returned, thundering even louder than before, as if mocking the priest's intervention. The sensation of being watched became nearly constant. Liz would sit nursing the baby and feel eyes upon her. Not the loving gaze of the old woman ghost, but something else. Something filled with hateful glee at their despair. The Riches realized they needed more specialized help. The church blessing, though well-intentioned, was perhaps too general a remedy for what was proving to be an unusually powerful haunting. For a friend of a friend, they were put in touch with a man named John Aston, an independent exorcist and medium from the region. John Aston had some repute for handling difficult hauntings and spirit infestations. Bill and Liz invited him to the farm in hopes that his spiritual sensitivity might pinpoint what they were dealing with. John arrived one grey morning, and from the outset remarked on the pressure he felt in the atmosphere. As he entered the kitchen, he winced and said it felt like walking through molasses. The house was heavy with an unseen presence pressing on his psyche. During Aston's visit, something extraordinary occurred. Liz herself became the vessel of the entity. In other words, she was briefly possessed. They were all seated around the kitchen table discussing the timeline of events, when Liz's eyes suddenly rolled back and she slumped, then stiffened. A low growl issued from her throat. Bill initially thought she might be having some kind of seizure. He and John tried to help her, but Liz, usually gentle and reserved, lashed out violently, knocking a chair aside. She then began to speak in a voice that was not her own. It was an ugly, rasping voice, man-like yet inhuman, with a guttural, mocking tone. Words came tumbling out in an incoherent mix of English and another language, perhaps Welsh or Latin, or something older. Her face, normally kind and pretty, contorted into a mask of sneering malice. John Aston later described that Liz's voice sounded crackling and incredibly old, filled with equal measures of hatred and mockery. Bill was horrified, calling out his wife's name desperately, but she did not respond. Her eyes were open but unseeing, glazed with a film as she spewed vile, taunting phrases at John and Bill. Recognizing a possession state, John Aston sprang into action, reciting prayers of exorcism and commanding the spirit to leave her. He sprinkled holy water on Liz's forehead. She, or rather the thing controlling her, recoiled and snarled like a cornered animal. For a moment Bill feared she would physically attack John, but then, as abruptly as it began, the episode ended. Liz collapsed to the floor, limp and gasping. When she regained consciousness, she had no memory of what transpired. She was disoriented, and her first concern was whether the baby was all right. Bill helped her to a chair, shaking with relief that she was back. John Aston was deeply troubled by what he had witnessed. This was beyond a simple restless spirit. An intelligent, malevolent force had not only disturbed the house, but actually entered a living person. After ensuring Liz was stable, John performed a blessing on her to protect her from further intrusions. He then proceeded to do what he could to cleanse the house. He chanted prayers and used both Christian and spiritualist techniques, burning incense and commanding any unholy spirits to depart. The ceremony lasted hours into the evening. Some parts of the house, particularly Lawrence's red-painted room and the nursery, seemed to resist the cleansing. Those rooms remained cold and foreboding, no matter how much holy water or sage smoke John employed. By the time he left, John looked exhausted. He told the Riches that this was one of the worst hauntings he had ever encountered. He also gave them a piece of advice that echoed what others would later say. The family itself needed to stand up to the entity. They needed, he suggested, to show spiritual strength and truly want it gone, or it would cling on. The Riches assured him fervently that they did want it gone. Who wouldn't? But some part of John's message felt puzzling. Only later did they reflect that perhaps they had unwittingly given the entity power through their fear, and that fear had to be overcome for any banishment to hold. John Aston's intervention provided some momentary relief. Liz did not suffer another possession after that, at least not to such a dramatic degree, though she occasionally felt not herself and had missing time incidents. However, the overall haunting persisted. The Riches were grateful to John for helping identify the seriousness of their case, but clearly more help was needed. It was time to call in heavy artillery, so to speak. They reached out next to the spiritualist community, in particular a man named David Homewood, who was both a Baptist minister and notably the head of the spiritualist church in Cardiff. This might seem a contradiction, Baptist and spiritualist, but David Homewood was an unusual clergyman who straddled traditional faith and the paranormal. He had experience dealing with supernatural claims and exorcisms, and his dual background meant he approached the problem with an open mind and a compassionate demeanor. When Homewood heard about the Hellfire Farm case, as it would later be dubbed, he agreed to help and drove out to meet the rich family. From the moment Reverend Homewood entered Hilfanog, he sensed the dark presence lingering. Lawrence, sullen in a corner, regarded the minister with open hostility for no reason at all, almost as if the boy instinctively disliked the holy man on sight. Homewood privately noted that it only confirmed his suspicions. After listening to Bill and Liz recount the events, with Lawrence interjecting occasional scoffs or angry denials, Homewood gently but firmly stated his assessment. He believed Lawrence was acting as a kind of conduit or focus for the poltergeist activity. This is a known pattern in some hauntings. An adolescent under stress can attract or generate psychic phenomena, a theory that doesn't blame the child intentionally, but sees them as the unwitting center of energy. In Lawrence's case, Homewood feared that the boy might even be under partial possession by an evil spirit, given his radical personality shifts. For Lawrence's own safety and for the well-being of the household, Lawrence needed to be removed from the environment, at least temporarily. This was heartbreaking for Bill to hear, and infuriating for Lawrence, who shouted that he was being kicked out for something that wasn't his fault. But deep down, Bill and Liz knew the minister was right. As parents, it tore them up, but they had to try anything to end this nightmare and to help their son as well. If the house was affecting him, perhaps getting him away would free him from its grasp. With heavy hearts, they made arrangements to send Lawrence to a boarding school some distance away. It was a reputable school, and Bill assured his son it would only be for a short while, just until things settled. The decision was also financially burdensome. Paying school fees on top of everything was the last thing they needed, but they prioritized their son's welfare. On the day Lawrence left, driven off by a relative to his new lodgings, the farmhouse felt strangely empty. Liz cried, feeling as though she'd failed her stepson by not providing a safe home. Bill was racked with guilt as well. Lawrence himself departed in anger, likely feeling exiled and abandoned, though, notably in later years, he would come to understand why his father did it. The house, for the first time in a long while, fell truly silent that evening, with only the baby's small noises and the crackle of the fireplace. It was a relief, but also a sadness. Reverend Homewood was not done. Removing Lawrence was only part of the plan. Next, he performed a full-scale cleansing and exorcism of the property. Homewood was a man of deep faith and also versed in spiritualist practices, so he combined approaches. First, he led Bill and Liz in prayer, encouraging them to call on God's protection and to firmly assert that any malign spirits must leave their home. He emphasized that an exorcism's success partly depends on the household truly rejecting the spirit. The family had to will it out with all their might. To symbolize a fresh start and the closing of any gateways that might invite evil, Homewood insisted on removing and destroying certain items in the house. He went through Bill's personal library and art studio and picked out books dealing with occult or esoteric subjects, as well as some of Bill's more disturbing paintings, canvases that Bill had painted recently, which were dark, abstract, and full of angry energy. Homewood explained that these objects could act as conduits or invitations to the supernatural, consciously or not. Bill was initially defensive. Those books were expensive references, and those paintings, even if he didn't like them, were his work. But ultimately he conceded to the Reverend's wisdom. In a somber bonfire behind the house, they burned the selected books and artwork, the flames consuming symbols and images that Homewood deemed unwholesome. As the smoke rose into the twilight sky, Liz silently prayed that whatever dark influence had seeped into their lives would rise with that smoke and be gone. That night, Homewood conducted a solemn exorcism ritual inside Hilfanog. In a central room, the living room by the fireplace, he set up a small altar with a cross and lit white candles. Bill and Liz sat nearby, holding hands, as the clergyman prayed and read from the Holy Scriptures. At one point, he opened the Bible to Ephesians 6:12, a verse about battling the forces of darkness, and read aloud, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places." The words resonated in the dimly lit house. It felt exactly like what they had been going through, a struggle not of this earth, but with something evil and unseen. Homeward moved room to room, asperging holy water and commanding any spirits to depart in the name of God. He paid special attention to the rooms that had been most afflicted: the nursery, Lawrence's room, the studio. He prayed over the threshold of the house, asking for a protective barrier to be placed, sealing out any malevolence that might try to return. During the exorcism, odd things did occur. A few knocks in the walls as if something were protesting, a candle flame guttering out suddenly as if blown by an invisible breath. At one point, as Homewood prayed in Latin, a loud thump sounded from the attic above, causing everyone to jump. But Homewood pressed on, voice rising in authority, declaring the home reclaimed for the Lord. After several intense hours, he concluded the rite. The house fell quiet. An abiding peace seemed to descend on Heel Fanog then, a lightness in the air that they hadn't felt in a very long time. Liz took a deep breath and realized it was the first time in months that the atmosphere didn't feel heavy. For the first night in ages, the Riches slept without incident. The silence was profound. No footsteps, no slamming doors, no nightmares. Only the winter wind softly brushing the eaves. And so it continued. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months with no paranormal activity. Between the summer of 1990 and mid-1991, Heel Fanog was largely quiet. The difference was night and day. Bill and Liz felt that life returned to a semblance of normalcy. They even found themselves laughing again, rebuilding their strained relationship, and doting on baby Ben, who was thriving and giggling, blissfully unaware of what had come before. During this calm period, the Riches decided to embrace the faith that had helped them. They became Baptists, attending church regularly and keeping their home spiritually fortified with prayer. Liz in particular leaned into religion as a source of strength and comfort after the trauma they'd endured. Lawrence, meanwhile, adjusted to boarding school, and away from the farm, his demeanor apparently improved over time. Freed from the oppressive influence of Heel Fanog, he no longer exhibited the extreme behavior that he had under that roof. His anger simmered down to normal teenage levels. He made friends. He came home for occasional weekends, though Liz noticed he was always uneasy in the house during those brief visits. So mostly he stayed with relatives on holidays. The family felt that the worst was behind them. The psychic wall that Reverend Holmwood had talked about seemed to be holding. They kept their guard up a little, continuing to pray in the house, avoiding anything that might invite trouble, but they truly hoped the darkness was gone for good. And for nearly 2 years, it was. Between July 1991 and the spring of 1993, the Rich family enjoyed a normal, happy life at Heel Fanog. The farmhouse again became what they'd first wanted, a dream home in the country. They'd even more reason to rejoice. Liz became pregnant again, expecting their second child. This time, the pregnancy unfolded in a peaceful home, and the couple savored it. In due course, Liz gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, whom they named Rebecca, or Becky for short. With little Ben, now a toddler, and newborn Rebecca in arms, their family felt complete. Liz would nurse the baby by the same window, where she once saw the old ghostly woman, but now she saw only the green yard and the sky, with no hint of gloom. They dared to believe that the horror was a closed chapter, but evil has a way of biding its time. Without warning, the haunting at Hellfire Farm returned, sharper, stronger, and more baffling than before. It was as if the quiet period had only been a reprieve granted by a cunning foe, lulling them into letting their guard down. The spring of 1993 brought more than just melting snow and budding flowers. It brought back the darkness to Heel Fanog. It began subtly again, a few faint knocking sounds in the walls, eerily reminiscent of the early days. Liz's heart sank when she heard those knocks one evening, after putting the children to bed. She hadn't heard that sound in so long. Bill tried to reassure her. Houses make noise, love. It doesn't mean anything. Perhaps he desperately wanted to believe that. But soon the other signs followed. A door that Liz knew she had latched would be found ajar. The unmistakable clatter of footsteps crossed the attic above their bedroom one night. They told themselves it might be a stray animal up there, but on checking, Bill found the attic empty as usual. Then, one day in the barn outside, where Bill kept some canvases and tools, Liz noticed something that made her blood run cold. The old barn interior seemed to flicker with little points of light, tiny bluish sparks that danced on the edges of her vision. It was midday, and sunlight speared through the slats, but these lights were something else. They looked like pinpricks of laser light skittering across the stone walls just for a few seconds. Liz had seen lights exactly like this once before, years ago in Egypt, inside the Great Pyramid of Cheops. Back in the early 1980s, before they were married, Bill, his son Lawrence, then a small boy, and Liz had taken a trip to Egypt. Tourists in the Great Pyramid's burial chamber, they had experienced a strange moment where Liz saw tiny shimmering lights dancing on the ancient stone walls like blue fireflies with no source. It gave her an eerie feeling at the time, but she'd left Egypt and mostly forgotten it. Now she was seeing the very same phenomenon in a barn in Wales. Her thoughts immediately jumped to a possibility almost too fantastical to consider. Had something followed them from Egypt? That night, Bill confessed he'd been having nightmares again. Nightmares that had plagued him some months earlier, but which he hadn't shared, not wanting to worry Liz. In these dreams, Bill was wandering in a dark, endless desert. A looming figure approached, a towering man with the head of a falcon, like the ancient Egyptian god Horus. The figure's eyes glowed and its wings spread to cover the sky. Each time, Bill would jolt awake in terror. He hadn't dreamt of Horus during the quiet years, but lately the dream had returned. He also recalled how during their pyramid visit, he'd felt an oppressive presence and had trouble breathing, as if something unseen was angry at them for being there. Liz and Bill now mulled over a chilling theory. Maybe the curse or spirit of an Egyptian tomb guardian had attached to them and lay dormant until now, exacting revenge for trespassing in the realm of the dead. Horus, in myth, protects the dead. Had they offended him by entering that chamber years ago, and was he now coming to collect? The rational part of them balked at this idea, but the pattern of blue lights and the bird-headed shadow in Bill's dreams seemed too specific to ignore. Later, both of them would mention this speculation to paranormal investigators. The possible curse of the pharaohs that had followed them to Hellfire Farm. Egyptian curses aside, one fact was clear. Something had returned to Heel Fanog. Something very much like the prior haunting, but evolving in form. Without Lawrence around, the focal point changed. Now it seemed to center on Bill and the very fabric of the house itself. The comfortable routine they'd enjoyed was shattered. The atmosphere darkened perceptibly. That old feeling of being watched crept back stronger than ever. At night, after tucking in little Ben and baby Rebecca, who slept in a crib in the master bedroom now, Bill and Liz would find themselves sitting up in bed, senses straining, knowing it was only a matter of time before it made itself known again. Sure enough, the nocturnal footsteps resumed, though these were heavier, more purposeful than before, as if whoever walked was now bolder and angrier. Doors didn't just slam, sometimes they seemed to explode open without warning, as if kicked by an invisible boot. One night, the bedroom door that they always kept slightly open for the children suddenly creaked all the way open by itself. In the dim light from the hall, Bill and Liz stared, hearts thudding as they saw something unspeakable. Around the edge of the door, at about waist height, a skeletal hand, blackened and thin, curled its bony fingers around the wood. The door then slammed shut with a force that shook the room. In a blind panic, Bill leapt up and flicked on the lamp. Liz stifled a scream, clutching the now awake baby to her chest. At the foot of their bed stood a hooded figure, tall and robed in shadow. It had no visible face within the hood, only a void of darkness. Yet they felt it staring right at them. For a split second, husband and wife were paralyzed by shock. Then, as Liz started praying aloud, the figure simply vanished, leaving only a chill behind. The couple spent the rest of that night huddled together with every light in the bedroom on, trembling and too afraid to sleep. Bill's mental state began to deteriorate under the renewed siege. He had been through so much already, and now to endure this again, it was almost more than he could bear. During the day, he tried to keep busy with painting, but his art now took a very dark turn. The canvases coming out of his studio were disturbing in the extreme. He painted gruesome visions, brides drenched in blood, their wedding dresses dripping red, corpses floating in midair, twisted, screaming faces fused into the landscape. Bill couldn't explain why he painted these things. It was as if some other hand guided his brush when he drifted into thought. The paintings scared Liz. They symbolized to her that the darkness was infecting Bill's mind. Indeed, Bill felt it too, a creeping despair that whispered to him in idle moments. He found himself standing in the kitchen one day, staring at the knives in the drawer and feeling unbearably hollow, as if walking away would be easier than staying. He later told journalist Mark Chadbourne that he had been tormented by black thoughts, visions of vanishing, of simply disappearing to stop the pain, simply to escape the torment altogether. Such thoughts horrified him. He loved his family and did not truly want to die, which only made the intrusive ideations more frightening, as if they were being planted in his head by something that did want him to die. The house seemed to eat away at his soul, Liz observed. It robbed him of joy, of confidence, of the will to fight. He drank more heavily now, using alcohol to numb his anxiety and get through the nights. A once kind and easygoing man, Bill became irritable and morose, quick to anger, slow to laugh. Liz watched the man she loved deteriorate and felt powerless to stop it. He became someone rotten from the inside out, she would later say about this period. The evil in the house was rotting him internally. Meanwhile, Liz herself soldiered on, channeling her fear into protecting her children. She rarely let little Ben or baby Rebecca out of her sight. At night, she insisted the kids sleep in the master bedroom with them. She would not allow them alone in the nursery anymore. She just knew that whatever was prowling the house had ill intent, and she would place herself in its path before letting it near her babies. Many nights she didn't sleep at all, simply sitting vigil by the children's beds, heart pounding at every creak. She later remarked that the feeling of being watched was constant now, even more terrifying than an actual manifestation, because she always anticipated something awful was about to happen. If something is watching you, you have to assume its next move is to do something, she recalled of that dread, describing how a wave of raw panic would come over her out of nowhere. She felt like a small prey animal being circled by a predator in the dark, never knowing when it would strike. Outside help was clearly needed again, but to the Riches' dismay, Reverend Homewood's efforts did not seem to stick this time. Nonetheless, they contacted him once more. In the midst of the renewed chaos, the family briefly fled the house. They packed a few essentials and drove to Liz's mother's home in Cowbridge, some miles away. There they experienced blessed relief for a short while. The atmosphere in her mother's modern house felt so clean and light, and they all slept soundly for a change. But they couldn't stay away from Heelfanog indefinitely. Their belongings, their livestock, what remained, their entire life was back there. With great trepidation they prepared to return, hoping perhaps that the break had broken the pattern. Knowing they might be walking back into a hornet's nest, Liz and Bill asked Reverend David Homewood to come help one more time when they got back to Hellfire Farm. Homewood agreed, though he too was concerned and perhaps a bit perplexed that things had reignited after such a long lull. As he set out driving toward Heelfanog on the appointed day, something bizarre occurred. Out of nowhere, an owl swooped down and smashed into his car's windshield, cracking the glass. The impact startled him badly and he had to pull over. An owl hitting a windscreen in broad daylight is rare. To Homewood, it felt like a bad omen, as if the forces at play were actively trying to impede his arrival or send a warning. He continued on, shaken but undeterred. Homewood's return to Heelfanog played out with an ominous undertone. Liz greeted him and immediately told him, "The house wants us here, and anyone coming to help is not welcome." Indeed, they both felt it the moment he stepped through the door. A wave of oppressive energy, like static in the air, building up as if to lash out. Homewood prepared to conduct another exorcism, but he also gave the Riches some frank advice. He reiterated that no exorcism would hold, unless the family truly wanted these spirits gone and asserted control. Liz and Bill practically shouted that they did want them gone. Of course they did. But Homewood subtly wondered if on some level the family's misery and focus on the phenomena were inadvertently feeding it by giving it attention, or by giving in to despair, essentially inviting more harassment. It was a tricky thing. How do you not fear something so palpably frightening? Telling them not to be scared was easier said than done. Once again, Homewood moved through the ritual motions, prayers, rebukes, holy water, but this time the house did not respond with the same meekness. It felt like trying to push out a squatter who had dug in deep. At one point, as they gathered in a circle, holding hands in prayer, a sudden crash sounded from the kitchen. A plate had flung itself off the counter and shattered. The children started crying. Homewood persisted, reading scripture louder. Perhaps the most important effect of his visit was not immediate exorcism, but rather giving Bill and Liz moral support. He reminded them that their faith was a weapon and that they were not alone in this fight. However, even Homewood's renewed efforts did not bring the peace that the first had. The entity, or entities in the house, were entrenched now. The rich family's resources, both emotional and financial, were all but exhausted. They had fought and fled, prayed and persevered, but the haunting was reaching a crescendo beyond anything yet seen. During this climactic phase, a swirl of legends and theories about Heel Fan Og emerged, as friends, investigators, and local lore tellers weighed in. Even as the riches were battling day-to-day survival, the question loomed, what exactly are we dealing with? Some locals took to calling Heel Fan Og the Witch Farm, hinting at a dark history of witchcraft on the property. Indeed, Brecon and its surrounding hills harbour many old tales. One rumour was that in centuries past, a coven of witches had met on or near that land, performing rituals and perhaps opening a door to dark forces. Another piece of folklore spoke of a gypsy woman murdered under a nearby bridge, who with her dying breath cursed the area. Some speculated that curse still lingered, tainting the ground and any house built upon it. More verifiably, there was a 19th century tragedy documented in local history. In the 1870s, a young man named James Griffiths was found beaten to death near Heel Fan Og, killed with an axe by one Thomas Edwards. Edwards was caught and ultimately hanged for the crime. Whispers over the years embellished the story. Some said that Griffiths had stumbled upon a satanic ritual or some clandestine meeting of occultists in the area, and that Edwards, perhaps at the behest of those practitioners, murdered him to ensure his silence. It was even rumoured that the dark promise was made to Edwards that he'd be supernaturally spared from the gallows if he did the deed, a promise that proved false when Edwards swung from the rope like any other criminal. Although these accounts blurred fact and fiction, they added to the sense that the land around Hellfire Farm was soaked in blood and darkness of old. Perhaps the spirits of violence and betrayal were anchored to the soil itself. And what of Bill Rich himself? In a startling confession to Mark Chadbourne, Bill revealed a personal secret. As a young man in London, he had once been drawn toward the occult. He even nearly joined a coven under the famed witchcraft figure, Alex Sanders, who was known as King of the Witches in the 1960s. According to Bill, he attended an introductory gathering out of curiosity, but when it came time to commit fully, he backed out, finding it too unnerving. He sometimes wondered, did that near initiation long ago put him on the radar of some dark forces? Had he inadvertently signaled interest to the unseen, only to later try to live normally, and those forces had waited to collect on his youthful dalliance? It was a stretch, but in the middle of the haunting, all possibilities seemed plausible. Liz did note that Bill always had an interest in the unexplainable and the darker side of life, which might have made him more susceptible or attractive to entities once they started manifesting. Paranormal investigators who visited the site during this period added their observations. Several mediums walked through Heel Fan Og and claimed to sense multiple distinct presences. They felt the residual spirit of an old woman, likely the benign grandmotherly ghost in the nursery, and two younger male spirits who might have been victims of violence. But above all, they felt a malevolent, non-human entity, something ancient, cunning, and filled with hate. One psychic suggested that this entity was tied to the land, perhaps some sort of nature spirit or elemental that had turned dark, possibly due to rituals or bloodshed historically enacted there. This theory dovetailed with what some neighbours told Chadbourne. There were rumours of an ancient Celtic tribe once inhabiting the area that had tried to summon a powerful natural deity, essentially a spirit of the earth, for help with something, but failed to control it. The thing remained, enraged, bound to the place, but hostile to humans ever since. Could the tall, faceless, hooded figure be that elemental or demon waiting centuries to lash out? It was a chilling notion. Investigators also noted physical anomalies. They recorded electromagnetic readings off the charts in parts of the house, particularly near the old stone hearth and the thresholds. Interestingly, the geological composition of that region includes many underground streams and mineral deposits, which can naturally create EM fields and cold spots. Skeptics in the group wondered if perhaps these environmental factors were responsible for some of the sensations. High EM fields are known to cause feelings of unease, headaches, and even hallucinations in some people. Additionally, some floated the idea of carbon monoxide or other toxins causing the family's symptoms, a nod to famous cases where hauntings were actually due to gas leaks that induced paranoia and visions. However, the Riches had undergone medical checkups, and their home had been evaluated for such issues. There was no sign of carbon monoxide or other explainable sources. Nor could environmental EM explain all the phenomena, certainly not objects flying about or visible apparitions seen by multiple people. Still, the investigator teams tried to capture hard evidence of the haunting. They set up tape recorders and video cameras. While video evidence was elusive, often the cameras malfunctioned or captured only fleeting shadows, they did obtain some EVP, electronic voice phenomena, on audio. In the silence of an empty room, the tape later played back the faint sound of a whisper, a voice muttering just at the edge of hearing. And in one chilling instance, a tape left running overnight in the nursery picked up what sounded like a deep growl and a single word: leave. None of the Riches had been in that room at that time. Such pieces of evidence, while not conclusive to outsiders, further cemented to those involved that this haunting was real and intelligent. All these theories, witch's coven, gypsy curse, Celtic demon, Egyptian curse, psychological stress, geological quirks, swirled around, but for Bill and Liz, the cause was less urgent than the immediate need for deliverance. They just wanted their life back. By late 1993, they were nearing utter exhaustion. Liz, though fearful, remained defiant internally. She later said, "I would always try to look for answers, but the problem is when something happens that you can't find a logical explanation for." She recounted challenging her own senses. How can a door slam itself when I'm watching it? How can an oil radiator heat up with no oil in the tank? Such incidents had left logic behind. She concluded, "When you've met evil, you know it. And we met evil in that house." The breaking point was fast approaching. The hauntings had become physically dangerous. That skeletal hand and hooded figure were as direct a threat as one could imagine. What if next time that hand did more than slam a door? What if it wrapped its claws around one of their necks? In fact, there were times both Bill and Liz felt an invisible pressure on their body. Liz once woke up unable to move or breathe, a weight on her chest, often called old hag syndrome in folklore, which skeptics call sleep paralysis. Whether a medical phenomenon or an entity pinning her down, it was terrifying. Faced with all this, the Riches decided to reach out beyond local circles. Word of their plight had quietly spread in paranormal communities. It reached an author and journalist, Mark Chadbourne, who took great interest in investigating Heel Fan Og. Chadbourne travelled to the farm and spent time interviewing the family, neighbours, priests, and anyone connected. He even spent time alone inside the house, notebook in hand, hoping perhaps to experience a taste of the haunting himself. He did. At one point, while standing in Bill's studio, looking at some of the disturbing canvases, Chadbourne felt a sudden sensation of an icy fingertip brushing the nape of his neck. He whipped around. Of course, nothing visible, but the feeling was so distinct, he admitted later, it made him doubt his own skepticism. He found the local acceptance of the haunting intriguing. The place had a reputation in the area as being haunted, he noted, and when I spoke to neighbours, they weren't at all surprised at what had happened there. Many locals fully believed the Riches, which gave Chadbourne added confidence that this wasn't an elaborate family hoax. Indeed, if it were a hoax to avoid bills or gain fame, one would expect neighbours to call them out. Instead, they corroborated that something was off with that property. Chadbourne's investigation was thorough. He spoke with the clergymen involved, Homewood, Roy Matthews, etc., the spiritualists and the Rich children when they were older. In 1996, he published a book called Testimony, which was a detailed account of the Hellfire Farm case, using the Rich's own words and his findings. The title suggests a legalistic offering of evidence. He was presenting their testimony to the world to let readers judge. I'm a journalist rooted in reality. I only wrote this non-fiction book because the evidence compelled me, Chadbourne later said. He found much to criticize in some approaches, like he felt Reverend Homewood's religious zeal maybe did psychological harm in labeling everything as the devil. But ultimately, Chadbourne could not deny that something inexplicable plagued the Rich family. He left convinced of their honesty. In writing Testimony, he effectively put the world on notice that Hellfire Farm was perhaps the most supernaturally afflicted house in the UK, and indeed, by the count of exorcisms performed, many dozens by various people, it likely was Britain's most exorcised home, as the press later labelled it. But back to the Riches' personal journey. It was 1994 and they were barely hanging on. Then came an extraordinary ray of hope, the prospect of a final definitive exorcism by someone renowned in the field of psychic phenomena. Through contacts, possibly via a paranormal society or Chadbourne's network, the Riches learned of Eddie Burks and sought his help. Edward Eddie Burks was somewhat of a celebrity in the realm of ghost hunting. A retired civil engineer turned psychic and medium, he had risen to fame in the early 1990s on a British TV program called Ghost Hunters, where he was credited with dealing with high-profile hauntings. For instance, he'd performed a well-publicized exorcism at Coots Bank in London, supposedly laying to rest the ghost of a long-dead soldier there. Burks had a flair about him. He claimed to regularly chat with spirits, including historically famous ones like Anne Boleyn's ghost, whom he jokingly said still hadn't forgiven Henry VIII. Eccentric or not, he had a record of fearlessly tackling cases that would send most running, and he was known for an approach blending spirituality with a kind of imaginative technique. When Eddie Burks heard about Hellfire Farm, he agreed to take on the case. In 1994, he travelled to the Brecon Beacons and arrived at Healfanog. By now, the Rich family had frankly lost hope that anyone could fix this, but Eddie's mere presence, confident, calm, perhaps a bit quirky, gave them a glimmer of something like faith. Here was a man who had faced supposed demons before and not faltered. Burks first sat down with Bill and Liz to get the history in their own words. As they recounted the years of terror, Burks listened carefully, occasionally closing his eyes as if already tuning in to the spectral frequencies around him. Then the investigation. Eddie walked through each room, quietly meditating or sensing. In the barn and the yard, he paused, muttering that the land had seen bad things. In the house, he pinpointed certain spots that felt charged. Finally, he pronounced his findings. There wasn't just one thing here. There were multiple layers of haunting. Human spirits were present, likely the ghostly old woman and perhaps others connected to past tragedies. But above and beyond that, there was indeed a pre-Christian entity of great power rooted to the land. He theorized this being might have been summoned by ancient people, a Celtic nature spirit or deity that had turned malignant over time. It resonated with the Celtic tribe legend the Riches had heard, and also matched what Eddie himself claimed to sense, an elemental force older than Christianity, brimming with hate for the living. A powerful evil force, he called it, one that did not necessarily answer to the typical Judeo-Christian exorcism rituals. However, Eddie Burks had something up his sleeve. He believed fervently in the power of imagination as a tool to disarm malevolent spirits. By imagination, he meant the psychic faculty to visualize and project force in the unseen realm. In simplest terms, he would will the entity into a state of containment or conversion by using mental imagery and spiritual intent, dragging it into the Christian era, as he put it. This unconventional method might sound odd, but Burks had used it effectively before, at least according to his accounts. They decided to do the exorcism at night, when activity was often highest. Bill and Liz sat together in a corner of the living room, holding hands and watching, while Eddie Burks prepared the space. He dimmed the lights and set up a tape recorder on a table to capture any EVP or phenomena. Then he stood in the center of the room, eyes half closed, and began to speak into the darkness. Unlike the priests, Eddie didn't use formal prayers at first. He spoke conversationally, addressing any human spirits. If there were lost souls present, they were welcome to pass on in peace. He assured them they would not be harmed, that any injustice they suffered would be avenged in the beyond, and so on. It was like a gentle negotiation with the ghosts. Perhaps the old woman's spirit and others were listening. There were no dramatic responses, but a hush fell as if a third party had entered. Then Eddie's tone changed. He addressed the malevolent presence directly, with both command and empathy. He acknowledged its antiquity, called it out as a creature conjured in pagan times, and firmly stated that its reign of terror was over. He claimed to have the authority to remove it, and that it would no longer torment the living. What happened next is drawn from Bill's recollections, as noted later in testimony. As Burks confronted the entity, Bill felt the air pressure in the room shift. A deep silence, then a crackle of static. Bill described a tingling in his fingers, a tightness in his chest, and a pressure at the base of his skull. Physical sensations as if some energy was indeed present and reacting. The tape recorder in the corner suddenly made a loud noise. A burst of feedback or static erupted from it, even though it was just on record mode, not playback. It was as if an electrical surge had hit it like a lightning bolt. Liz stifled a cry as the machine sizzled and then went dead. A moment later, one of the side lamps in the room flickered on by itself, though no one had touched the switch. The room perceptibly brightened. Bill later said it was as if another light source had been illuminated, an almost unearthly lightening of the air. Eddie Burks, now deep in his trance or imaginative battle, was speaking words that Bill and Liz didn't fully follow. Something about leading the dark creature into the light and binding it with the chains of righteousness, along with invocations of holy names. At one intense moment, Eddie commanded, "Be gone," in a voice that echoed. Then, quite suddenly, he went quiet. He took a deep breath and softly said, "I think I will let the thing rest now." It was done. The pressure in the room lifted. A sense of clarity and peace filled the space, something that Bill and Liz had almost forgotten was possible. The children asleep upstairs did not stir, whereas usually any supernatural disturbance would have them awake and wailing. The tape recorder was checked. It had stopped at the static burst, but the tape, when played later, did capture some of Eddie's words up until that point, as well as a strange low growl at the moment of the surge, something they hadn't heard audibly at the time. Burks explained to the Riches that he had performed 2 distinct exorcisms in one go, one to help the human spirits move on, which he felt went easily. He was certain the old woman's ghost and any others were now at peace, and another to confront and disarm the elemental or demonic entity. He believed it was now neutralized, banished from the house, and perhaps forced back to whatever dimension it came from. Given the phenomena they witnessed during the ritual, the Riches didn't doubt something significant had transpired. They thanked Eddie Burks profusely. He, in his modest way, cautioned them to maintain a positive, spiritually strong environment henceforth, and to call him if anything recurred. Then he departed into the night. From that point onward, Hil Fan Og was quiet. In the days, weeks, and months after Eddie's visit, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. For the first time in years, the Rich family could simply live without fear under their own roof. It felt almost unreal. Every morning Liz expected to wake up to some new horror, and instead she woke to birds chirping and normalcy. The oppressive gloom that had permeated the place was gone. Sunlight felt sunnier, the air felt lighter. Bill noted that even their electric bills plummeted back to normal levels. Whatever had been draining power was clearly no more. Their animals were calm and healthy. The family dog, who used to bark at unseen things in the hall, now trotted about happily. The old farmhouse, while still creaky and isolated, felt like just that, an old house, not a haunted lair. The nightmare had ended, yet its after effects would linger in the family's psyche long after the last ghost left. In 1995, after enduring 6 years of terror and having achieved a victory, the Riches decided nonetheless that it was time to move on from Hil Fan Og. Their lease was ending and they chose not to renew or purchase the farm. They quietly packed up their belongings and left Hellfire Farm for good in 1996. A chapter closed as they drove away from the place that had given them both the happiest and most dreadful moments of their lives. Life after Hellfire Farm was one of recovery and reflection. The family attempted to heal from the psychological scars. Bill and Liz, unfortunately, found that the ordeal had eroded their relationship beyond repair. They had been a strong couple at the start, but the sustained stress, fear, and perhaps even the subtle influence of evil had driven wedges between them. They had fought often, the entity seeming to sow discord as well, and Bill's descent into alcoholism during the haunting left long-term damage. By the early 2000s, Bill and Liz separated, and in 2005, they formally divorced. It was a sad coda. In a sense, the dark forces did win one final victory by breaking apart the union. Bill's personal decline continued after the separation. He never quite recaptured his earlier artistic success. Many who knew him said he was a changed man, more withdrawn, a heavy drinker, grappling with depression. The events at Hellfire Farm had destroyed him, in Liz's words. He never fully let go of the idea that something had tainted him spiritually. Tragically, Bill Rich died in 2016 at the age of 68 from complications related to his alcoholism. One could say he drank to forget, but never could. Liz was deeply saddened at his end, believing that if not for those dark years, he might have lived longer and more happily. Liz herself found a measure of peace in the years after leaving Hellfire Farm. She raised her children, who grew up healthy and well-adjusted by all accounts, and kept a low profile for a long time. She didn't like to talk about the haunting much in the immediate years after. Who would, after being so disbelieved and ridiculed early on? But she never recanted her story. If anything, she became more resolute in telling anyone who asked that everything that happened was absolutely true and not exaggerated. As she said decades later, if you've never experienced anything like this, it must sound like we're making it up. But none of it was made up. None of it. Both she and her daughter Rebecca have publicly stated that no matter how unbelievable the tale, it was their lived experience, and they have maintained, "When you've met evil, you know," a phrase Liz repeats with the weight of someone who genuinely confronted something most people thankfully never do. The property of Heilfanog itself stands to this day, a private residence once again. After the Rich family moved out, another family eventually moved in. According to local rumor, subsequent occupants haven't reported anything like the Riches' ordeal. Perhaps Eddie Burks truly cleansed the place, or maybe the new folks simply don't believe in ghosts and thus give any minor oddities no power. As of the last reports, the house is quiet. It remains an old stone farmhouse in beautiful country. No outward sign of the turbulence once within. Maybe only the walls, some possibly carved from gravestones, could speak to what they witnessed. The Hellfire Farm haunting did not fade into obscurity. Thanks largely to Mark Chadbourne's testimony and a resurging public fascination with true ghost stories, the case slowly entered paranormal lore as one of the modern classics. In 2018, nearly 3 decades after the events began, UK's Channel 4 produced an episode of a docudrama series called True Horror, reenacting the Hellfire Farm story. Actors Adam Leese and Amy Morgan portrayed Bill and Liz Rich. The episode dramatized many of the incidents, though, as Radio Times noted, it left out some of the most extreme aspects, like the mummy's curse angle, the full involvement of Eddie Burks, and Lawrence's possession, for the sake of a streamlined narrative. Still, it brought the tale to a wider audience, shocking a new generation of viewers with the notion that this really happened. The press around that time published pieces delving into the true story behind True Horror, reintroducing the public to Heilfanog's legacy. Even more immersive, in 2022, the BBC released a podcast series titled The Witch Farm, an 8-part investigative drama helmed by Danny Robbins, known for other paranormal podcasts like The Battersea Poltergeist. This series combined dramatization, with noted actors like Joseph Fiennes as Bill and Alexandra Roach as Liz. With actual interviews and investigative discussion, it re-examined the case with modern skepticism and belief in balance, giving Liz Rich a platform to share her memories firsthand. This revival not only solidified Hellfire Farm's reputation as Britain's most haunted house, or at least Wales's, but also served as a kind of catharsis for Liz. After years of relative silence, she openly recounted on the podcast how horrifying and isolating it was to endure that haunting and how it profoundly changed their lives. In one episode's interview, she said, "I know people will just think we're weird and we made it all up, but you'd have to have one hell of an imagination to make all this up." She also revealed something poignant. Throughout those dark years, she often felt violated, not just frightened, but deeply violated by the entity's audacity to invade her home, her body, her family. She said being possessed even briefly was like a horrific assault. The loss of control, the sense of something else's evil intent coursing through her. It left psychological scars akin to surviving a violent attack. Yet she survived, and she refuses to let skeptics rewrite her story. Ghosts and demons aside, Liz frames it as a battle with evil itself, and she takes solace in having come out the other side. "Ghosts don't scare me now," she said, "because I've come up against such evil in my life." That's the truth. In quiet moments, one might wonder, why did Hellfire Farm become a hell at all? Was it cursed ground from time immemorial? Did the riches inadvertently activate dormant forces by their presence, or through some action, Egypt trip, occult interest, renovations? Or was it, as some parapsychologists might posit, a case of the family's own stresses unconsciously manifesting poltergeist phenomena, the so-called haunted people syndrome, where living individuals generate the disturbances under duress? The rich's financial and marital strains could have played a role if one subscribes to that theory. However, that wouldn't account for the clear intelligence and focused malice of much that happened. In the end, all theories remain just that, theories. The only people who truly know what happened in that farmhouse are those who lived through it, and their combined testimony is chillingly consistent. An evil presence took hold of their home and lives. The Hellfire Farm case stands as a sobering reminder that sometimes the scariest stories aren't found in novels or movies, but in ordinary people's homes. A beautiful farmhouse by the Brecon Beacons, which should have been a haven, became a crucible of fear. The rich family's long nightmare has become part of UK paranormal history, a cautionary tale told in hushed tones. Tonight, as you lay down to rest, safe in your modern home, imagine for a moment the silence of a remote Welsh night. No cars, no streetlights, just the creak of an old beam and the sigh of wind past the eaves. Imagine that in that silence you hear a footstep that isn't yours. A door closes by itself. A cold breath touches your face. How would you cope? The riches endured it for 6 long years. They fought back. They survived, but at great cost. Hellfire Farm or Heel Fan Og seems peaceful now, but its legend continues to send ripples through time. Paranormal enthusiasts still drive by, some daring each other to walk up the lane at night. They usually chicken out, and who could blame them? The truth of what happened there is perhaps known only to the darkness that lurks beyond our sight. If there is one comfort, it's that whatever evil resided there was ultimately vanquished by courage, faith, and determination, and perhaps that elusive power of imagination. So ends the saga of Hellfire Farm. It is a story of a family's dream home that turned into a living hell, and of the resilience it took to reclaim their lives. It invites us to ponder the boundaries between the seen and unseen, to consider that ancient forces might still roam forgotten corners of our world, and to respect those who stand up to the unknown. One hopes that the old farm sleeps quietly now under the stars, the only sounds the babbling of a nearby stream and the rustle of trees, its demons laid to rest. But if ever you find yourself in the Brecon Beacons on a dark, lonesome evening, and you see an old stone house at the end of a rough track, you might feel a prickling on your neck. You might recall the story you've just heard, and perhaps you'll whisper a thanks that it wasn't you who had to face the hellfire of Heel Fan Og. That was the story of Hellfire Farm, a haunting that left its mark on everyone who stepped inside, and one that still hangs heavy over the Welsh hills. It's the kind of case that reminds us the line between home and hell can be thinner than we'd like to believe. If you made it this far, thanks for listening. Don't forget, our goal is 20,000 subscribers, so if you haven't yet, hit that button, join the community, and help us keep bringing these stories to life every week. Until next time, sleep well and keep an eye on the dark. In the summer of 1928, a woman was brought by train to a convent in the small town of Erling, Iowa. She had been tormented since she was 14 years old, and when the priest demanded the names of the spirits inside her, voices answered, Beelzebub, Judas Iscariot. This case contains some of the most obscene and deeply upsetting descriptions of exorcism ever recorded, too upsetting for YouTube. This is The Exorcism at St. Joseph's Convent. The full episode is now streaming exclusively on the Fall Asleep Podcast Patreon. Click the link in the description now to access the Patreon and listen to the episode. This case is the latest addition to our growing library of Patreon-exclusive episodes, joining the demon in the French kingdom, Rumpelstiltskin and the devils of Loudun. Head over to Patreon today to unlock the complete archive of 90-plus episodes, ad-free listening, and early access to every new release. The Fall Asleep Podcast on Patreon is your Netflix for scary podcasts. Evening, lads. Mason here. Welcome back to the Fall Asleep Podcast, your quiet space for the haunted and the true. Tonight, we enter the story of the Pereira family. In the quiet town of Belmez, something impossible was said to begin. Human faces pushing through the very stone of their kitchen floor. Not painted, not carved, but emerging as if the house itself had been marked by the dead. From that moment on, the Pereira home was no longer a home. It was a place of whispers in the dark, knocks that came with no source, and a constant suffocating sense that the walls were alive. And at the heart of it all, one name carried the weight of every terror: Pereira. Before we begin, thank you for being here. If you're new, subscribing helps keep these stories alive and brings more of them your way. Now settle in bed, on the road, working late, or wherever you listen. This is the story of the Pereira family and the faces of Belmez. Let's begin. This is Char TV and you're listening to the Fall Asleep Podcast.
Oh my god, what is that?
Sleep. A gentle descent into the unknown. But beware, for tonight, as you close your eyes, something may be watching from the dark behind them.
The Fall Asleep Podcast.
Late in the summer of 1971, in the quiet Andalusian village of Belmez de la Moraleda, an ordinary farmhouse kitchen became the scene of an extraordinary mystery. Belmez was a small, remote mountain village, the kind of place where news travels on the whisper of neighbors and life had changed little in decades. It was in this unassuming setting that one of the 20th century's most widely documented and baffling paranormal events began to unfold. The Pereira family home at Calle Real 5 was a humble whitewashed house with a red-tiled roof and a cool grey cement floor. In this house lived Maria Gomez Camara, a 52-year-old homemaker, along with her husband Juan Pereira and their children. They were a simple, devout family, known to attend Mass every Sunday and to keep a crucifix hung in their kitchen. Nothing in their lives foreshadowed the bizarre ordeal that was about to begin. It started with a stain. One August day, Maria noticed a dark, damp-looking patch marring the concrete floor of her kitchen. The weather had been dry and hot. No water had been spilled. Yet here it was, a spreading grey blotch on the otherwise clean floor, near the spot where she knelt each evening to stoke the wood-burning stove. Puzzled, Maria fetched brush and soap and scrubbed at the stain, but no matter how hard she scoured, the odd discoloration would not fade. It almost seemed to have soaked deep into the cement itself. Each day, despite her efforts, the patch grew and shifted in shape. At first it was amorphous, like a shadow of a cloud, but as the days passed, a pattern emerged in the pale grey concrete. Shadows and lines appeared where none had been, forming an outline that grew steadily more distinct. Within a week, the vague stain metamorphosed into the clear likeness of a human face. Eyes, a nose, a mouth, unmistakable in outline, gradually materialized on the kitchen floor where no face should be. There was an uncanny artistry to it. The features were not sharply drawn, but blurred and lifelike, as if a delicate portrait had been washed with water. Maria could hardly believe what she was seeing. She knelt on the floor, trembling, and tried scrubbing it again. With bleach this time, her strongest cleaning agent. The face would not disappear. If anything, the scrubbing seemed to enhance it, clearing away lighter grime around it and making the dark image even bolder. By now, the features in the stone were haunting and somber. Two dark stains like eyes stared up blankly. A broad smudge suggested the outline of a nose, and below it a shadow formed a mouth, open and contorted as if in a silent wail. In the flicker of the kerosene lamp at night, The face seemed almost to move. Shadows playing across it gave the illusion of expressions flickering across its mute countenance. A wave of dread washed over Maria. The kitchen, once the warm heart of her home, felt charged with an unnatural presence. She told herself it was just an oddly shaped stain, nothing more, but the feeling in her gut said otherwise. When her husband Juan came home that evening, she timidly showed him the floor. Juan was a pragmatic man, not scared easily, but as he stood over that grimacing visage and traced its outline with a calloused finger, even he felt a chill. He murmured a prayer, urging God to protect their home from whatever this was. They agreed to keep it secret for now. Who would believe them? And what if the neighbors thought them cursed or, worse, makers of mischief? Over the next days, the face on the floor did not fade. If anything, it deepened. Every time Maria walked into her kitchen, her skin prickled. She took to avoiding stepping on it, instead shuffling around the edges of the room as she cooked or cleaned. She scarcely dared to take her eyes off it. At times she could swear its expression changed, depending on the angle of the light, sorrowful at dawn, furious by dusk. Perhaps it was her imagination. She began to have trouble sleeping, jolting awake in the middle of the night, certain she had heard someone crying or whispering, only to remember that the only someone was that paintless face in the cement. After enduring the silent, unyielding stare of the floor face for several more days, the Pereira family reached a breaking point. Maria, Juan, and their eldest son Miguel resolved to remove the apparition by force. Late one night, when the children were asleep and prying eyes were less likely, the three gathered in the kitchen. The flicker of a single lantern threw their elongated shadows on the walls. They hesitated. It felt almost sacrilegious to harm a human-like image, even one they feared. But it had to be done. With a muttered, "Forgive us," and a determined swing, Juan brought a pickaxe crashing down onto the face in the floor. Crack! The concrete splintered across the bridge of the nose-like stain. He struck again and again, each blow sparking echoes through the sleeping house. Miguel joined in with a heavy hammer, and soon the eerie face was nothing but rubble. The floor smashed open in a shallow pit. They shoveled the broken pieces of concrete out into the yard under the moonlight. By the time the rooster crowed, the cursed image had been literally torn from the home. In the days that followed, the family filled the hole with fresh cement and smoothed it over. They let it dry, praying all the while that they had banished whatever evil or trick of fate had plagued them. For about a week, peace returned to the household. The floor was once again an innocuous expanse of grey. Relieved, Maria scrubbed it until it gleamed and allowed herself to breathe easy. Whatever strange nightmare had visited them, they believed, was gone for good. But on a sunny morning about 8 days later, as a new week began, Maria froze in her tracks on the kitchen threshold. There, right at the center of the relaid patch of cement, was a familiar darkening. At first just a puddle-like shape. Within hours it stretched and took outline. By evening another face had appeared, clearer and even more expressive than the last. If the first had looked tormented, this one looked outraged. Its eyes seemed to glare, its mouth etched in a rictus of anger or pain. It was as if the phenomenon, thwarted briefly by their intervention, had returned with greater force. A feeling of utter dread descended on the family. What they had destroyed was back, or perhaps a new entity had manifested. Word quietly began to spread in the village that strange things were afoot in the Pereira household. A neighbor, noticing Maria's drawn face and anxious demeanor, pressed her gently until the astonishing secret spilled out. Soon a handful of trusted villagers came to see for themselves. They stood in the kitchen, clustered and whispering, as the late afternoon sun slanted through the small window onto the floor. There it was, a human face embedded in the cement, staring right back at them. An old woman crossed herself fervently and declared it was the work of Maligno, the evil one. Another suggested it might be a miracle or sign from God, though what sign none could say. Fear and wonder swirled in equal measure among those who gazed upon the inexplicable visage. This time, Juan and Maria did not dare attempt to destroy the face on their own. The first attempt had only brought a resurgence. Moreover, the secret was leaking out. Late one evening, the mayor of Belmez, Don José Tejero, arrived at the Pereira door along with a couple of civil guards. The mayor had caught wind of the growing local commotion, whispers of a face that would not die. To the deeply Catholic and traditional authorities, such an event was delicate. It could spur superstition or even pilgrimages. The mayor stepped into the kitchen, removed his hat and stared long at the floor. The lamplight danced in the faces' dark eyes. He knew some villagers were revering the phenomenon as an apparition, and some were already framing it in religious or supernatural terms. After a tense pause, the mayor spoke. Under no circumstances should the family attempt to destroy this new face as they had the previous one. Instead, he proposed they should allow a sample of the concrete to be taken for study. At his direction, and with the Pereira family's weary consent, workers arrived the next morning with drills and chisels. Before a small crowd of villagers who had gathered outside, the workers carefully cut out a section of the kitchen floor containing the eerie face. The chunk of cement, heavy and stone grey with the faint image upon it, was pried free like a tombstone from earth. It was then swiftly transported to a laboratory in the nearby city of Hyen for analysis, secured in the back of a municipal truck. As the truck rumbled away, onlookers crossed themselves or simply stood silent in disbelief. The face that had so unsettled the village was literally leaving it, bound for scientific scrutiny. With a gaping hole left in her kitchen and no answers yet, Maria felt only exhaustion and anxiety. The council sent a mason to refill the hole with new cement once again. As the fresh concrete was smoothed over for a second time, everyone hoped the strange affair might finally end. Surely, they thought, once the image was physically removed and examined, no more would appear. For a few days it seemed that hope was realized. The new floor patch settled into an innocuous blank grey. Life ticked back toward normal, but the peace was deceptive. Within a week, faces began appearing again, not one, but many. It was as though the phenomenon, frustrated by human interference, had decided to multiply its presence. This time, the manifestations were not confined to a single spot. Across the kitchen floor, faint outlines emerged one after another. Some were large, almost a meter across, others small as a child's face. Male and female visages, old and young in aspect, seemed to take form in the cement's mottled texture. One face near the pantry had a long, somber countenance. Another by the stove was rounder, with what looked like hollow, mournful eyes. Yet another that appeared in the center of the room was smaller, what some interpreted as the face of an infant or young child. Each had its own expression: despair, anger, serenity, horror, a whole chorus of human-like visages frozen in stone. By December of 1971, the entire kitchen floor was dotted with these spectral faces, a vast array staring back at the bewildered family. Some images faded and disappeared after days or weeks, only to be replaced by new ones in different locations on the floor. The phenomena had taken on a life of its own, beyond anyone's control. The Pereira home was no longer a private space. It felt invaded by a gallery of phantoms. Local interest exploded into a frenzy. The trickle of curious neighbors turned into a flood. Word spread to nearby villages and towns that in Little Belmez de la Moraleda, faces were appearing in the floor. By Easter of 1972, barely 8 months after the first stain, hundreds of people were flocking to the Pereira's house to witness the phenomenon with their own eyes. With the secret out, the village transformed almost overnight. The narrow street outside the Pereira home was choked with visitors. They came by foot, by donkey, and eventually by car from neighboring towns. By early 1972, news of the faces had spread across the Andalusian region. In the village of fewer than 2,000 souls, mystery didn't stay hidden for long. Those who arrived at the House of the Faces encountered a scene of both fear and fascination. People approached the Pereira threshold as if it were a holy shrine or a haunted den. Many crossed themselves before even entering. Once inside the modest kitchen, they fell silent in awe or muttered prayers under their breath. There on the cool cement floor, they saw them, multiple human-like faces hazily staring up from the ground, in various shapes and sizes. It was a sight at once beguiling and deeply unsettling. The visitors came from all walks of life. There were the devout Catholics who interpreted the faces in religious terms, perhaps souls from purgatory, pleading for prayers, or a divine warning manifested in stone. These pious folk would often kneel on the kitchen floor and recite the rosary, tears in their eyes, convinced that restless spirits were present. Then there were the skeptics and curious academics, journalists with notepads, photographers, even a professor or two from Granada and Madrid. They paced around the faces, peering with magnifying glasses, taking light measurements, knocking on the floor to see if it was hollow, muttering about pigments and hoaxes. And of course, there were the simple curiosity seekers, farmers from villages over the hill, entire families who packed lunches to come make a day of seeing the faces in the floor, trading wonder and gossip in equal measure. For the Pereira family, the onslaught was overwhelming. Their once private kitchen was now a public spectacle, their home practically an exhibit. Dozens of strangers trod through daily, wide-eyed and flush with excitement. The family did their best to be gracious hosts. They did not charge an entry fee. How could they, when they themselves didn't understand what was happening? Instead, they placed a donation jar discreetly in a corner for those who insisted on contributing a few pesetas for the trouble. Some visitors left coins, moved by pity or piety. Others did not. It hardly mattered to Juan and Maria. They were not in this for money. In fact, Maria often looked on the verge of tears as she apologized to guests that she could offer them only a miraculous sight and no explanation. She kept repeating, "We know nothing. It is a mystery." Despite the chaos it brought, many villagers felt a certain pride that their little Belmez had become famoso, famous for something so inexplicable. Local bar owners and shopkeepers certainly did not mind the boom in business. The influx of tourists meant more meals served, more postcards sold. But beneath the fascination lurked fear. At night, when the crowds thinned and only the Pereiras remained amid the faces on their floor, the atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. Even police officers stationed outside to manage the daytime crowds refused to linger after sundown. One civil guard admitted, with a nervous chuckle, that he wouldn't spend a night alone in that kitchen for all the gold in Granada. As the House of the Faces became the talk of southern Spain, official attention intensified. The national press picked up the story, dubbing it the miracle of the faces in some papers and treating it more skeptically in others. The local Catholic Church hierarchy sent a young priest to investigate and report back to the Bishop of Jaén. After visiting the home and performing some blessings, this priest recommended caution. He saw no clear sign of divine origin, and he urged the family to remain prayerful and calm. The Spanish government, still under the Franco regime at that time, quietly took note as well. Such phenomena, if unchecked, could stir superstition and public disorder, something the authoritarian regime was keen to avoid. By early 1972, a wave of investigators, believers and skeptics alike, descended upon Belmez to study the mystery. For the believers, no further proof was needed. Many townspeople truly thought these were apparitions of the dead. Some residents recalled local folklore about an old cemetery or a tragic murder. Indeed, such theories would soon come to the fore. They began lighting candles and leaving flowers in the Pereira kitchen, as if it were a chapel for lost souls. One elderly neighbor even organized evening prayer circles, where a dozen villagers gathered around the faces to pray for the departed, hoping perhaps to appease whatever spirits were trying to communicate. For skeptics, however, the burgeoning fervor was exactly what worried them. Paranormal debunkers saw in that village a case of mass hysteria, or perhaps a clever fraud feeding off human suggestibility. These skeptics approached the faces not with reverence but with tools, cameras fitted with special filters, jars to collect cement dust samples, and notebooks to log every suspicious detail. They peered at the faces under high-powered lenses and noted how some lines could be mistaken for brushstrokes, or how certain faces lay conveniently in patches of new cement. They wondered aloud, could someone in the household, or a perpetrator outside of it, be painting or staining these images in the dead of night? Rumors buzzed around the village. Some accused the Pereiras themselves of creating the faces to attract attention or money, a charge the family met with pained disbelief. Others thought perhaps a jealous neighbor or a mischievous visitor was sneaking in to perpetrate a hoax and make fools of them all. But many more believed sincerely that something supernatural was at work, be it the work of God, the devil, or tormented souls of the departed. In taverns and on street corners, folks argued and speculated long into the evenings. The small village of Belmez had become a microcosm of the eternal struggle between belief and skepticism. One thing was certain, the faces showed no sign of stopping. They came and went as they pleased, sometimes appearing or changing even under the watch of dozens. By the spring of 1972, the House of the Faces had firmly established itself as a site of mystery. What had begun as one frightened housewife's private horror had grown into a phenomenon drawing national intrigue. Through it all, Maria moved like a woman in a dream, polite to visitors, cooperative with investigators, yet deep down profoundly frightened. In quiet moments, she would stand at her kitchen doorway, gazing at the multitude of faint faces on her floor illuminated by late afternoon sun, and wonder what sin she had committed to deserve such a curse in her home. Among the curious throngs arriving in Belmez was a man who would become a pivotal figure in unraveling the mystery's possible roots. Professor Germán de Argumosa, a Spanish parapsychologist from Madrid, came to the village in April 1972 after reading about the case in newspapers. Argumosa was both open-minded and systematic, an academic who believed in the paranormal but sought to investigate it with scientific rigor. When Argumosa entered the Pereira kitchen for the first time, he was struck by how ordinary it looked, a simple country kitchen now crowded with people and scarred by strange art. Yet, on that plain grey floor, something extraordinary was happening. He spent long hours interviewing the Pereiras and any witness he could find, neighbors, local police, visitors. He listened intently as Maria haltingly recounted the progression of events, the first stain, the first face, their attempt to destroy it, the reappearance and proliferation. He also absorbed local folklore and rumor. Villagers whispered to him their theories. Some claimed the house stood on an old cemetery. Others mentioned a murky tale of a murder in the distant past. Argumosa took these whispers seriously. He was a man who knew that legends often hold grains of truth, especially in matters of hauntings. Delving into archival records in the town hall and church, he searched for any historic incident that might tie into the faces. What he found would later bolster one of the most popular explanations for the phenomenon: documentation of a 17th century tragedy. In old parish records and civil documents, Argumosa uncovered references to a 17th century local landowner, in some accounts a former mayor or governor, who had been implicated in the murder of several people. One archived manuscript Argumosa obtained through the provincial archive in Jaén told of a wealthy noble born in the village, who in the 1600s murdered 5 members of a family over a land dispute. The exact details were scant, a line here, a note there, but 5 victims and a murderer from Belmez stood out dramatically to Argumosa. Could these 5 faces that first manifested, indeed, villagers often claimed there were 5 prominent initial faces, correspond to those 5 souls who met violent ends? Argumosa shared this theory with the villagers in hushed, excited conversations. If true, he suggested, the faces might not be demonic or divine at all, but the restless spirits of murder victims, their agony imprinted into the very stones of the house. This idea resonated with many. When he pointed out that 5 major faces had been repeatedly observed and then told of the 5 murders centuries ago, even skeptics paused. True or not, the notion planted a seed. The past was haunting the village. Another clue Argumosa pursued was the geography of the house. It did not escape him that the Pereira home was close to the village church. In many old Spanish towns, the lands around a church often doubled as burial grounds or graveyards in bygone centuries. It was entirely plausible that skeletons lay beneath the floor of the house, especially if the area had once been part of church property. Moreover, if a horrific murder had occurred nearby, as his documents hinted, maybe the victims were hastily buried without proper rites. The confluence of these suspicions led Argumosa to propose a bold step: excavate beneath the kitchen floor. Perhaps physical evidence lay underfoot, bones or other traces that could explain the supernatural unrest. This was not a decision to be taken lightly. Essentially, he was suggesting turning the family's kitchen into an archaeological dig site, but the family by now were willing to try anything for answers or relief. With the mayor's cautious approval, Argumosa assembled a team of volunteer diggers, a few young men from the village and some laborers from the council, and prepared to literally get to the bottom of the mystery. In the first week of June 1972, the excavation began. Pickaxes and shovels replaced cooking utensils in the Pereira kitchen. The team removed a section of the floor, not that removing floors was new in this house by now, and began to dig into the earth below. The villagers gathered as spectators once more, some peering in through windows or crowding the doorway, while others passed around coffee with milk and nervous jokes. The digging was slow and deliberate. Argumosa insisted on careful, methodical excavation, as if it were an official archaeological site. A few feet down, the soil turned to loose dirt and sand, easier to move. Then, after going about 2 meters deep, one of the laborers exclaimed, "Bones!" All digging halted. With trembling hands and a spade, the workers gently scraped away soil. Sure enough, the unmistakable chalky white of a human bone emerged. Gasps and murmurs rippled through those watching. Encouraged, Argumosa and the diggers carefully expanded the trench. More bones were found, arranged in disarray. It became evident they had uncovered parts of several human skeletons about 7 feet below the kitchen. Many of the bones were disjointed, as if the bodies had not been laid to rest intact. Most chilling of all, as they cleared further, they noted that skulls were missing. They found vertebrae, femurs, ribs, but no intact skulls among the remains. Some fragments of jawbone and teeth were present, but not a single complete cranium. This gruesome discovery made even the skeptical laborers recoil. Superstition flooded back in full force. In folk belief, a body buried without its head is a soul doomed to wander. The diggers looked uneasily at each other. Even Argumosa felt a chill despite the warm June day. They recovered as many bones as they could, gently placing them in sacks lined with cloth. By the time they finished, they had exhumed portions of what might be 3 or 4 individuals, perhaps more given the jumble of fragments. Some villagers speculated that in times of old, skulls might have been removed for reburial elsewhere, a practice not unheard of, or that perhaps these people had been executed or murdered, and their heads taken as grim trophies or to impede identification. Now the focus shifted to giving these disturbed remains a proper resting place. The local priest was called to oversee their reburial. In a somber procession one afternoon, the villagers carried the sack of bones down the street to the churchyard cemetery. A small crowd gathered as the priest, in his vestments, read rites for the dead in Latin and then in Spanish. The bones were placed into freshly dug, consecrated ground. Candles flickered in the breeze as prayers were whispered for these unknown departed. Holy water was sprinkled liberally, in the cemetery to bless the interred and back at the house to sanctify the now exposed earth under the kitchen. Argumosa himself helped drench the excavated pit with holy water, the droplets darkening the dirt in sporadic patches. If these were indeed the restless spirits of people improperly buried or violently killed, he hoped this act would appease them. After the bones were removed and laid to rest, and the floor patched for a 3rd time with new cement, a hush fell over Belmez. The faces which had continued appearing throughout the dig, indeed, on one exposed wall of the pit, a face seemed to form in the raw earth, sending the diggers muttering in fear, now seemed to pause. For a few weeks in late June and early July 1972, no new faces emerged. The timing felt significant, as if whatever or whoever had been disturbed was now, at last, mollified by the respectful reburial. Life in the Pereira house almost returned to normal. Neighbors still stopped in for coffee and a peek at the floor, but there were no changes to excite them. The concrete remained blank and silent. During this period of calm, the Pereira family finally exhaled. They dared to hope that the nightmare was over. "We gave them proper graves," Maria was heard to whisper one afternoon while clutching her rosary, "so maybe they can rest and leave us in peace." Indeed, the local priest reassured everyone that he felt a light of peace in the home after the blessings. For a short time, Belmez returned to its sleepy self. The tide of tourists receded, the journalists moved on to cover other curiosities, and the villagers, though still abuzz with talk, resumed their daily routines. But the respite was cruelly short-lived. By the end of July, just a month or so after the excavation, villagers heard that new faces had begun appearing in the Pereira house once again. One warm evening, Maria's son Miguel rushed to fetch Argumosa from the pension where he was staying. Out of breath, Miguel reported that a strange new face was surfacing in the recently poured section of kitchen floor, a section that had been pristine since the dig. Argumosa arrived to find, indeed, a fresh, damp outline forcing itself into visibility on the floor's smooth surface. Within days, it matured into a distinct countenance, unlike any prior. The phenomenon was not going to be laid to rest so easily. If anything, it now carried a grimmer gravitas, for the excavated bones had confirmed some dark history under the house, yet even after addressing that, the faces remained. Some in the village began to murmur that forces far stronger than a simple haunting were at work, perhaps even the devil, as no prayer yet had managed to expel the manifestations entirely. Fear returned, tinged now with resignation. The family, though devout, were exhausted by hope and disappointment. After each intervention, the floor removal, the exorcisms and blessings, the excavation, they had clung to hope that normalcy would return, only to have the faces invade their home anew. Professor Argamosa, however, treated the renewed appearances not as a defeat, but as a challenge. If bones and souls of the past had not fully explained the phenomena, then perhaps there were other layers to this mystery. Unbowed, he turned his efforts to new avenues of investigation, not beneath the floor this time, but in the very air of the house, and in the unseen forces that might be swirling around the Pereira family. Professor Argumosa did not stop at unearthing the possible physical causes of the Belmez phenomena. Concluding that something intangible might be at play, he set out to detect what the human senses could not. He decided to hold overnight vigils in the Pereira house, hoping that in the still silence of the witching hours, the mystery might speak, literally. The idea was to capture evidence of any spirits or energies through sound, rather than sight. On a moonless summer night in 1972, after the day's visitors had gone and the Pereiras had retired, they slept at a neighbor's that night, leaving the house empty. Argumosa and two colleagues settled in the dark kitchen. They brought with them an array of the era's best equipment for such an endeavor, a pair of reel-to-reel tape recorders with sensitive microphones, and a couple of old cameras rigged to snap photos at intervals. The kitchen was cast in darkness save for a single candle flame guttering on the windowsill. The men arranged themselves around the tape recorders, whispering a final check, tape rolling, microphone on, fresh reels ready to capture hours of audio. As the town's clock struck midnight, the vigil began in earnest. Outside, a hot wind rustled the dry olive trees. Inside, the only sounds were the steady whir of the tape reels, turning, and the men's own slow breathing. Hours passed in quiet tension. The investigators sat alert in the gloom, ears straining for any hint of a sound. The faces on the floor, faintly illuminated by the candle, stared back at them, unchanging. It was in the deep of the night, around 3 a.m., that one of the men, a local schoolteacher assisting Argumosa, thought he heard a faint, high-pitched moan. It was so soft that he wasn't sure if it was real or the product of an overtaxed imagination. He caught Argumosa's eye in the dark and made a hand sign, but Argumosa shook his head. He hadn't heard it, and the other colleague, a civil guard officer, curious about the paranormal, shrugged uncertainly. They kept waiting, straining their ears. Nothing, just the creak of the house's old wooden beams contracting in the cool night. Not long before dawn, the men finally ended the vigil. They had recorded for hours and to their ears captured only silence. It was time to review the tapes. Argumosa, with heavy-lidded eyes but trembling hands, rewound the reels and started them playing back on an old portable speaker. For a while there was the expected hiss and ambient noise, but then eyes widened as the tape revealed what their ears had missed during the night: sound. The tape's magnetic ribbon had preserved something uncanny. Disembodied voices, faint but distinct, began to murmur through the speaker. The men leaned in, gooseflesh prickling on their arms. On the recording, beneath a layer of static, one could make out what sounded like a woman sobbing, and a child's voice crying, "Mama, Mama," in distress. It was distant, as if picked up from another room or another dimension entirely. Following that was a strange cacophony of whispers and guttural noises, like a chorus of anguished and angry muttering overlapping. Argumosa and his companions exchanged astonished looks. This was the first truly inexplicable data point. They had captured voices where none should be. Encouraged and chilled in equal measure, they refined their methods and held several more nocturnal recording sessions. Each time they ensured Maria and her family were absent to prevent any accidental human noises. And each time, upon reviewing the tapes, they found inexplicable EVPs, electronic voice phenomena. In one recording, a childlike voice was heard faintly pleading, and a low, raspy voice, almost a growl, whispered what some later interpreted as, "I don't want to die." In another session, the tape captured a sequence of sounds that Argumosa described as a mixture of hell and a brothel, an unholy blend of what sounded like wailing, cackling laughter, and perhaps a distant scream. Importantly, during none of these sessions did the men hear these disturbances with their own ears. The house remained eerily silent in real time, but the tapes told a different story. The EVP evidence deeply impressed Argumosa. It suggested that even if the faces could be doubted by some as a hoax of art, there were bona fide paranormal events happening at Belmez that defied conventional explanation. Invisible voices imprinting themselves on tape in an empty room certainly couldn't be hand-waved away as painted cement. And there was consistency too. The voices, distorted and brief as they were, almost always conveyed sorrow or fear. It was as if these were the cries of tormented souls, aligning uncannily well with Argumosa's earlier theory of murdered individuals or disturbed graves. Interestingly, during a vigil on June 6, 1972, one newly formed face was observed to gradually change its expression over several hours, a slight shift in the set of its eyes and mouth that Argumosa documented with sketches. This uncanny liveliness, though subtle, convinced him even more that the phenomenon was not static or artificial, but an active process unfolding in real time. By mid-1972, the faces themselves were still appearing and evolving under Argumosa's watch, and now he had the added dimension of ghostly voices on tape. To further eliminate any chance that human fraud was involved in producing the faces, he conceived a new experiment, sealing off the active areas of the floor. Reports had circulated of a face that formed in early June 1972, and then altered its expression slightly while people observed it. To test whether anyone could be secretly manipulating such changes, Argumosa decided to cover a couple of the faces with protective barriers and see if they would still change or new ones form beneath. Using large squares of transparent plastic and metal foil, he and his team covered 2 areas of the kitchen floor. One square of clear plexiglass was laid over a face that was mid-formation, and another area was completely sealed under a layer of foil and taped at the edges. A local notary public was brought in to officially stamp seals in wax on the coverings and the floor around them, ensuring that no one could lift or tamper with them without breaking the seal and leaving evidence. For several weeks, the covered sections of floor remained off limits, observed daily but not touched. Under these almost laboratory-like conditions, something remarkable happened. New faces continued to form even under the sealed areas. When the plastic sheet was finally removed under the notary's supervision, the face beneath, which had been just a vague shape when sealed, was found to have developed into a much clearer image. Even more, those present swore that the face's expression had shifted during the sealed period. The notary attested that the seals were intact the entire time, so no human hand had meddled, yet the phenomenon had progressed on its own. Under the foil section, where previously there had been nothing but blank concrete, a new face appeared as well. For Argumosa and the believers, this was a triumphant moment, proof that the faces were no hoax, since they formed and changed beyond the reach of human interference. Professor Hans Bender, a renowned German parapsychologist who was monitoring the case from afar, later cited this experiment in lectures, noting that slight changes of the face's configuration during the period when the phenomenon was under seal, attested by a notary, have contributed to ensure its paranormal origin. In simpler terms, even science had to admit something very strange was at work in Belmez. The house in Belmez had by now become a crucible of unexplained activity. It wasn't just locals and Spanish investigators interested. Word had spread internationally. In November 1973, a German television crew from the Südwestfunk network arrived with cameras and microphones. They filmed the faces, interviewed the Pereira family, with an interpreter bridging the Spanish-German gap, and even recorded audio overnight, much as Argumosa had. The Germans, while remaining cautious, left impressed and unnerved. In their documentary, aired in Germany, the narrator described the Belmez kitchen as a place where the boundary between life and death seems to blur. Through all these tests and vigils, Maria Gomez Camara remained the heart of the house. Interestingly, many investigators, including Argumosa and Bender, began to suspect that she herself might be a critical component of the mystery. The way the phenomena seemed to quiet when she was absent. During the recording nights, for example, fewer new faces formed, and often intensified when she was present, suggested that Maria could be an unwitting catalyst, perhaps through latent psychic abilities or emotional energies. This idea aligned with theories of recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis, or RSPK, where a living person, often a woman under stress, as many poltergeist case studies suggested, subconsciously causes paranormal effects. If this was true, then the Belmez faces might not be purely external spirits, but manifestations of Maria's own inner turmoil or psychic imprint. For now, that remained speculation. What was concrete, no pun intended, was that multiple lines of evidence, visual, auditory, and experimental, pointed to something genuinely unexplainable unfolding in the Pereira home. By the mid-1970s, the Belmez faces had attracted serious investigators and serious scrutiny, and neither debunking efforts nor spiritual interventions had dispelled the mystery. The little farmhouse had become one of the most famous haunted sites in the world. Yet, for all that, the fundamental questions remained exasperatingly unanswered. Who or what was making these faces, and why? While Professor Argamosa and the believers pressed on with their supernatural explanations, a parallel effort was underway to find a rational, perhaps mundane cause for the Belmez faces. Skeptical investigators, scientists, journalists, and officials descended upon the village with a determination to pierce what they suspected might be a veil of trickery. They acknowledged the local fervor but remained unconvinced that anything truly paranormal was afoot. To them, the faces might be a case of artful deception or mass hallucination fueled by suggestion, and so they sharpened their pencils, loaded their cameras, and set about to debunk the miracle of Belmez. In late 1972, the Spanish Ministry of the Interior quietly commissioned a formal inquiry. General Franco's regime was still in power, and it did not appreciate events that smacked of superstition, potentially embarrassing the rational, orderly image of Spain. The ministry appointed José Luis Jordan, a well-known investigator of purported paranormal events, and a notable skeptic, to head a small commission. Jordan had a foot in both camps. He was vice president of the Spanish Society of Parapsychology, yet he had a reputation as a dogged skeptic, often leaning towards debunking claims from within. Jordan arrived in Belmez with a team of technical experts, a chemist specializing in concrete, a photographer, and a sociologist. Their approach was methodical and unsentimental. They began by conducting a thorough survey of the house. They measured the dimensions of rooms and the thickness of the floors and walls, looking for any concealed hollow spaces or channels through which someone could project an image or pump chemicals. They meticulously photographed each face under natural and artificial light, and even under infrared and ultraviolet spectra, trying to see if the images might reveal something, like hidden paint strokes or different reflective properties, beyond normal sight. One of Jordan's first focuses was to determine if the faces were forged with pigment or dye. If someone had painted them, there might be residues of paint or brush fibers. Samples of the stained concrete were carefully scraped and collected in vials. These were sent to the Institute of Ceramica and Vidrio in Madrid for chemical analysis. The idea being that a laboratory could detect any compounds foreign to cement that might indicate paint or chemicals. Meanwhile, back in Belmez, Jordan performed a kind of forensic artistry analysis. He examined whether the faces looked artistically competent or amateurish. If they were a hoax, the hoaxer's skill level might be evident. To his eyes, some faces, particularly the larger ones, looked rudimentary, almost as if someone with limited drawing skill had sketched a face using soot or charcoal. The proportions were off, the features somewhat cartoonish. This observation made him suspicious. It was the sort of result one might get if an amateur tried to draw faces freehand on a rough surface. He made notes of these oddities. Face by the door, eyes asymmetrical, not typical of a natural image. Child's face near hearth, too simplistic, like a doodle. The locals bristled at such characterizations, feeling he was insulting their faces, but Jordan was simply cataloguing what he saw. The chemist on Jordan's team, meanwhile, received the lab results from the institute in Madrid. The analysis found no obvious paint binder, like acrylic or oil medium, in the samples, which was surprising. If someone had used regular paint, even a wash, traces of the binding agents or pigments should have been detected. However, the lab did detect elevated levels of certain elements in the dark portions of the concrete compared to normal concrete. Notably, it found lead and chromium present in higher quantities. These elements are commonly used in pigments and dyes, lead, for example, in many traditional paints, and chromium in some green and orange pigments. The chemist, Luis Ruiz Nogues, wrote up a report pointing out that the presence of these elements suggested pigmentation of some kind. Perhaps someone had applied a lead-based substance to create the images. He theorized that a lead salt could darken the concrete, and that silver nitrate, which was not directly detected but could be inferred, might have been used as well. Silver nitrate is invisible when applied but darkens upon exposure to sunlight, a trick known to photographers and chemists. If one painted a design in silver nitrate solution on a cement floor and let the sun hit it, an image would slowly appear and eventually turn nearly black. It fit perfectly with how the faces manifested gradually, and since silver nitrate is not a paint, it would leave behind no polymer binder, exactly what the lab found, or rather, didn't find. Another member of Jordan's team, Ramos Pereira, the president of the Parapsychology Society, who was even more skeptical than Jordan, focused on photographic analysis. Using infrared photography, he took images of the famous face nicknamed La Pava, which had always been one of the clearest and most prominent faces. When Pereira developed the infrared photos, he found what he was looking for. The images showed variations in the reflectivity of parts of the face that were not visible in normal light. In short, the infrared picture of La Pava revealed what Pereira believed were brush strokes and overlapping lines. In some places, he claimed one could even discern the faint imprint of bristle marks, as if made by a coarse paintbrush. These markings would be invisible to the naked eye if someone had later washed or partially rubbed the painted surface. But infrared can sometimes pick up on differences in how surfaces radiate heat or reflect light. To Pereira, this was damning evidence of forgery. He triumphantly presented these infrared photographs to the rest of the team, and even to some local officials. He declared, "Here you can see brush strokes." After that, he later remarked, "Of course, after that we had no doubt it had been painted." Armed with these findings, traces of lead and chromium in the samples, plausible chemical hoax methods, and apparent evidence of brushwork, Jordan's commission drafted a report that essentially accused the Pereira family, or someone close to them, of perpetrating a fraud. They theorized the faces could have been made by applying a solution of soot or ash mixed with vinegar, a traditional home concoction that stains cement, or with chemicals like hydrochloric acid or silver nitrate to etch or develop images. These materials were accessible from drugstores or photography supply shops. One anecdote later emerged that José Luis Jordan himself went into a pharmacy in a nearby city and, posing as a curious customer, asked for something to remove cement stains. He was offered a German-made cleaning product that contained a strong acid. He later demonstrated that this product, if applied and left to interact with cement, would create dark patches that could look like the Belmez images. Naturally, the people of Belmez, and the Pereira family above all, rejected the skeptic's conclusions vehemently. Maria, when confronted with these findings, reportedly wept with frustration. She asked, "How can they think we would do something like that?" She insisted that they would never invite such fear and chaos upon their own household. Moreover, she added, "I'm a simple woman. I don't know anything about those chemicals." To her credit, it was true that no evidence was found of the family purchasing silver nitrate or acids, nor did anyone ever catch a family member in the act of producing a face. The skeptic's case was circumstantial, strong but circumstantial. They had motive, fame, perhaps modest financial gain, means, readily available chemicals, and some forensic hints, but they had no confession or eyewitness to seal the argument. In the village, the skeptical report caused a divide. A few folks did admit that, looking closely, some faces did resemble simple drawings, and perhaps they could have been made by human hand. But many others refused to believe their neighbors would be so deceitful. To this latter group, the scientific findings were either mistaken or even fabricated to save face for the authorities who didn't want to acknowledge a miracle or haunting. The believers pointed out that not everything lined up neatly for the hoax theory. For instance, how would a hoaxer create the faces under the notary-sealed plastic? How to explain the tape-recorded voices or the fact that faces reportedly changed in real time in front of witnesses. Skeptics had answers to some of these. They dismissed the voices as probably distant sounds carried on the wind or outright lies, and they thought people seeing faces change might be misperception in poor lamplight. Yet, the arguments could go back and forth endlessly. One young sociologist, Manuel Martín Serrano, took a different approach in his investigation. He studied not the cause of the faces, but the culture of belief surrounding them. In 1972, he spent weeks in Belmez, interviewing residents and observing the influx of tourists. He later published Sociology of the Miracle, The Faces of Belmez, in which he posited that the entire affair could be understood as a social phenomenon, a kind of community-driven miracle. Whether or not the faces were initially faked, Serrano argued, the people of Belmez needed something to believe in, and thus the miracle was born and sustained collectively. He noted how the family had indeed received some donations and modest financial benefit, though nothing near a fortune, how the town's economy had perked up, and how mass enthusiasm can sometimes create a self-fulfilling prophecy of sorts. Serrano's implication was that even if the faces began as a hoax or a mistake, the belief in them took on a life of its own, which was perhaps the real miracle, that an entire village and beyond came to share in this belief, finding meaning and excitement in it. By the late 1970s, the skeptics and the believers were at an impasse. The official line, influenced by reports like Jourdain's, leaned towards the forgery hypothesis. The local authorities, initially fascinated, grew more aloof, perhaps embarrassed by the whole ordeal. The Bishop of Jaén, after reviewing the case, refrained from declaring anything supernatural at work. The church, burned by false miracles in the past, was reluctant to validate this. And yet, no one had been caught red-handed faking anything, and the faces, confoundingly, still continued to appear intermittently, even with all eyes on the house. This left a sliver of doubt that the skeptics could not close. The Pereira family, for their part, endured the suspicions with a mix of hurt and stoicism. They kept their door open to investigators, even those who called them liars to their faces. They submitted to chemical tests on their floor, allowed chunks of it to be carted off, let strangers roam their home at will, all in hopes of clearing their name and, more importantly, of finding a resolution to their plight. If it was a hoax, it was a hoax that had brought them far more trouble than benefit. In one of the last interviews she gave to a journalist in the late 1970s, Maria Gomez reportedly said, "After so many years, I don't know what to think anymore. I only know I have suffered greatly, and I hope it ends soon." There was a deep sorrow in her eyes as she spoke, surrounded by the faint outlines of faces that had been her unwilling companions for so long. Whether the faces were angry spirits or clever frauds, in either case they had stolen the simple happiness of her home. In that sense, skeptic or believer, one could agree on a simple fact. The Belmez faces were a tragedy for the family at the center of it. As the 1980s arrived, the frenzy around the Belmez faces began to settle into an uneasy normalcy. The phenomenon did not abruptly stop, new faces still occasionally formed, but the pace slowed and the public spotlight shifted elsewhere. What had been a boiling cauldron of activity cooled to a simmer. For Maria Gomez Camara and her family, it was a welcome respite, though their lives could never quite return to the pre-1971 simplicity. Over time, some of the older faces gradually faded. The concrete, worn by years of foot traffic and countless scrubbing attempts, began to lose the sharpness of some images. A face that once startled onlookers with its clarity might, by 1985, appear as a mere ghostly smudge unless pointed out. In some cases, faded patches overlapped with newer images, creating a confusing palimpsest on the floor. The kitchen tiles, those portions that had been relaid with fresh cement, sometimes developed pale shapes that never fully became faces and then vanished. It was as if whatever force produced them was losing strength or testing and abandoning incomplete efforts. For the family, this gradual diminishing of the faces was a relief. They learned to live with the remaining images as one lives with a scar, acknowledging it, but no longer overwhelmed by it daily. Miguel Pereira, now a grown man raising his own children, who toddled and played in that same kitchen under the watch of faded visages, recalled that by the late 80s the faces had become like part of the furniture. Strange, yes, but familiar. When visitors came, and they still did occasionally, Miguel or Maria would dutifully show them the most distinct faces. But as months could go by without a new face appearing, the sense of urgency and fear waned. Yet the mystery remained unsolved, and that ensured a baseline of interest among paranormal researchers. Every so often, an investigator or a team, Spanish, sometimes foreign, would visit to follow up. They arrived with newfangled equipment that had emerged with advancing technology: electromagnetic field detectors, Geiger counters, ultrasonic microphones. They would spend a day or two in the house, finding little that hadn't already been found, and depart with puzzled expressions. One such visitor was José Martínez Romero, who had first come to Belmez in 1981 as a young paranormal enthusiast, and then returned periodically throughout the 80s to record any changes. Romero became something of a chronicler of the case. He observed that as Maria aged and her health fluctuated, the faces seemed to wax and wane in tandem. In a journal article, Romero noted that during periods when Maria was ill or depressed, the images on the floor looked pallid and faint, almost as if drained of vitality. But when she recovered or was in brighter spirits, some faces would darken or reassert themselves in outline. This correlation was not scientific proof of anything, but it reinforced the theory that had been quietly growing, that Maria herself was the linchpin of the phenomenon. In September 1981, Romero had witnessed something remarkable. He claimed to see a face form and then slowly vanish before his eyes. He had been alone with Maria in the kitchen one afternoon, when both noticed that a previously blank patch of cement near the doorway was shading into a human-like shape. Over the next hour, as they watched in a mix of awe and fear, the shape became a rudimentary face, not detailed, but clearly an oval with eyes and a line for a mouth. Romero hurried to fetch his camera and took several photographs. Strangely, when he developed them, the photos showed only bare floor where the face had been. For some reason, the image did not register on film, or perhaps by the time he snapped it had faded. This incident left him doubting his own senses. He later wrote that either the phenomenon had a trickster element, appearing to humans but eluding devices, or that he might have experienced a brief hallucination triggered by the power of suggestion. Yet he wasn't alone. Maria saw it too. It was hard to dismiss such a shared experience. By the mid-1980s, Andrew Carr Mackenzie, a British investigator from the Society for Psychical Research who had briefly visited in the early years, returned to Belmez for a follow-up, accompanied by a translator. He reported that the house felt calmer than before, as if whatever energies had raged were now settled to a low ebb. Mackenzie carefully inspected the now decades-old faces. He noted an interesting detail. The faces had changed in appearance over time. The once crisp lines were fuzzier, and some expressions looked different, perhaps an effect of fading, or perhaps, he mused, the entities themselves evolving. Mackenzie couldn't shake the idea that Maria's presence was crucial to it all. After all, nothing significant had occurred in her absence or after her occasional travels. He hypothesized that when Maria eventually passed away, the faces might cease entirely, in line with Romero's observations and Argamos's suspicions long before. Throughout these years, scientific tests continued sporadically, although at a lesser frequency than in the 70s. In 1990, one notable effort was made by Father José María Pilón, a priest with an intellectual bent and an interest in parapsychology. Father Pilón arranged to take small core samples of the floor, essentially drilling out cylindrical plugs of concrete from spots containing face imagery. These samples were sent to independent labs for blind analysis. The results, consistent with prior tests, reported no pigments or paints in the material. The dark areas were chemically similar to surrounding cement, with only slight differences in mineral composition. One lab technician in Madrid reportedly told Father Pilón, "It's simply cement, but with something we don't understand." The technician noted trace elements like phosphorus and lead present. Phosphorus could indicate organic matter, lead could indicate old pigments or environmental contamination, but nothing conclusive. The labs could describe what the faces were made of, cement with some darkened compounds, but not how those compounds formed the images. This enduring ambiguity frustrated many. Even Joe Nickell, a prominent American skeptic who visited around this time, conceded that while he was convinced the faces were man-made, he could not pinpoint the exact method, only that to his eyes they looked artless and amateurish, the way a child's drawing might look. In a 1993 issue of Skeptical Inquirer, Nicol bluntly described the Belmez images as clearly nothing more than crude renderings produced by a human hand, dismissing the notion that anything paranormal had ever occurred. He felt the real lesson of Belmez was how easily people can fool themselves or be fooled, seeing profundity in what were, in his opinion, obvious fakes. Yet even as one skeptical chapter closed, another opened. In February 2004, the aged Maria Gomez Camara passed away. She had lived long enough to see her kitchen become world famous, and then slip partly back into obscurity. With her death at 85, a poignant question hung in the air. What will happen to the faces now? Would they at last vanish without their alleged psychic conduit, proving the theory of her involvement? Or would they stubbornly remain, perhaps even intensify, showing that it was never about her at all? In the months immediately after Maria's funeral, the house, inherited by her children, was mostly quiet. For a brief period, nothing new happened. Some thought that indeed the faces were fading now that she was gone. But by summer 2004, those hopes were dashed in spectacular fashion. A new generation of ghost hunters, led by a man named Pedro Amoros, descended on Belmez and claimed that not only were the original faces still active, new ones were forming even after Maria's death. This development led to arguably the strangest turn in the entire saga, involving alleged fraud and public scandal, but that chapter lies ahead. By the early 2000s, as far as the longtime villagers were concerned, the Belmez faces had become a legend firmly entrenched in their community. Whether one believed in them as ghosts or not, they were a part of Belmez's identity. Grandmothers would tell wide-eyed grandchildren about the woman in the floor who wept, referring to one of the more famous female-looking faces. The town even cautiously began to think of ways to preserve the story, perhaps turning the house into a small museum in the future, recognizing that to outsiders it was a place of pilgrimage akin to a holy site, or a notorious hoax site depending on perspective. The faces had faded, yes, but their mystique endured. Little did anyone know the story was not quite done, and final revelations were yet to come. Revelations that would, in some eyes, solve the mystery at last, and in others' view, deepen it further into enigma. Come summer, startling news spread among the Spanish paranormal community. The Belmez faces were back. Pedro Amoros, a paranormal researcher and president of a Spanish parapsychology society, announced that a new wave of faces had appeared in the Belmez house, even after Maria's death. Amoros had received permission from the Pereira family to conduct investigations in the now mostly unoccupied home. Maria's children lived elsewhere by then. He claimed that not only did the original faces still sometimes alter or refresh, but brand new faces were materializing on parts of the floor that had previously been blank. This revelation was electrifying. In July 2004, Spanish media outlets flocked to the story as if it were 1971 all over again. They dubbed the phenomenon the new faces of Belmez. Photographs were published in newspapers showing what appeared to be clearer, more detailed human faces on the cement. Indeed, these new images looked different. Some were sharper and more well-defined than the hazy old classics. One in particular resembled a bearded man's face in profile, almost cartoon-like in its outline. Another seemed to show a woman's face with staring hollow eyes, her mouth open as if screaming. For believers, it was a vindication. The phenomenon lived on past Maria, suggesting it had never been merely the product of her psyche. Tours of the house resumed under Amoros's guidance, and the small village was thrust back under a national spotlight it hadn't seen in decades. However, this resurgence quickly spiraled into what many have called the Caras Nuevas scandal. Skeptics, who had been content to let the mystery recede after the 1990s, pounced on the new claims with fervor. Journalists from the major newspaper El Mundo launched an investigation. In November 2004, El Mundo published a bombshell article titled "The New Belmez Faces Were Faked by Some Ghostbusters in Complicity with the Town Council." Their reporting accused Pedro Amoros and his team, pejoratively labeled Ghostbusters, of forging the new faces with paint or chemicals, allegedly with the knowledge or even assistance of certain local officials. The implication was that the municipal government of Belmez hoped to use a revival of the faces to stimulate tourism and economic benefit for the town, and that they were in cahoots with showman investigators eager for fame. The scandal exploded across Spanish media. Skeptics felt triumphant. Here was concrete evidence, so to speak, of deceit. According to the El Mundo investigation, samples of the new faces were analyzed and found to contain paint pigments, something notably never found in the originals. An employee of the Belmez Council anonymously admitted that he had provided Amoros's team access and had seen suspicious pots of liquid among their equipment. Additionally, a local hardware store owner remembered selling special pigments and acids to a member of Amoros's group weeks before the new faces were revealed. Amoros vehemently denied these accusations. He threatened legal action against El Mundo and insisted that the new faces were as inexplicable as the old. However, his credibility suffered a mortal blow. Within the paranormal community in Spain, a schism formed. Those who had long defended the authenticity of the Belmez case felt betrayed that someone might stage new phenomena, for it cast doubt retrospectively on everything, while the ardent skeptics seized the moment to assert that the entire saga had been a hoax from start to finish. Adding to the intrigue, Javier Cavaniles, one of the El Mundo journalists, dug deeper into the history of the 1970s events. In 2007, Cavaniles, along with researcher Francisco Mañez, published a book with a biting title, The Faces of Belmez. The title carried a double meaning, hinting that those behind the phenomenon were not just faces, but scoundrels of Belmez. The book laid out a detailed case that the entire history of the faces was rooted in trickery, and that the Pereira family, in particular Maria's son Diego, had been the original author of the hoax dating back to 1971. They argued that a young Diego, perhaps aided by a friend knowledgeable in chemistry, could have applied substances like nitrate or ash to create the first face, sparking the mystery. The subsequent flood of attention might have then carried the hoax along, and the family possibly felt unable to admit the truth once it had gone so far. Cavaniles and Mañez scrutinized inconsistencies in the Pereira family's early testimonies and pointed out that during the first days of the phenomenon, the family had indeed collected small coins from visitors and later even sold postcards of the faces, indicating they were not above benefiting from the situation, though those profits were meager. The publication of this book marked a turning point. For many outside observers, it decisively tipped the scales. Belmez was a fraud. Case closed. The reputation of the Belmez faces as one of the best documented hauntings was tarnished, at least in critical circles. In the village itself, reactions were mixed. Some locals, including relatives of Maria, were outraged. They felt the family's honor was unjustly smeared by these allegations, especially now that Maria was no longer alive to defend herself. They maintained that Maria went to her grave insisting everything that happened was genuine and that she too sought the truth till her last breath. Other villagers quietly admitted that, in hindsight, elements of the story did seem fishy. For example, why the faces never appeared on walls or other houses, only that floor, or how conveniently, after a lull, new faces arrived right when interest had waned. Amidst this atmosphere of debunking and disillusionment, the house on Calle Real No. 5 fell silent. For the first time in 35 years, it was empty of Pereiras. With Maria gone, the family moved out. The doors were shuttered except to official investigators or the occasional journalist. The town council, burnt by the scandal, distanced itself entirely. No more talk of museums or tourist promotion. It seemed Belmez wanted to put the whole messy affair behind it. Yet, the mystery wasn't quite dead. In 2014, a full 10 years after the New Face scandal, and more than 40 since the phenomenon began, a popular Spanish TV show called Fourth Millennium, hosted by Iker Jimenez, revisited Belmez with fresh eyes. Jimenez, who had a reputation for blending open-mindedness with investigative journalism, wanted to see if modern science could conclusively crack the riddle. With some persuasion, he got permission to enter the long-closed house, now owned by Miguel Pereira, Maria's son, who, in spite of everything, still maintained that his mother's experiences were real. The Cuarto Milenio team brought along forensic experts, a chemical engineer, Dr. Jose Javier Gracinea, and a forensic imaging specialist, Professor Luis Alamancos. They carefully extracted tiny core samples from several spots on the floor, some from known face areas, some from untouched cement as controls. These samples were then analyzed using advanced techniques like scanning electron microscopy and X-ray fluorescence. Jimenez televised the process in a special episode, treating it with dramatic flair as a sort of final trial for the Belmes faces. The results were intriguing. Dr. Grace Nair reported that the samples showed no evidence of any paint or dye having been applied, at least not in a way detectable by their sensitive instruments. Chemically, the dark areas of the cement were cement, just discolored. There was no organic binder, no resin, no oils. If someone had painted them with typical paints, traces should have shown up. This echoed what previous analyses found. Next, Professor Alamancos attempted to replicate the faces using every method skeptics had proposed over the years. He tried soot and vinegar, he tried acids of various kinds. He attempted the silver nitrate trick, painting a shape in nitrate and exposing it to UV light. He even tried newer methods like thermal imaging projection, just to cover all bases, though that technology wasn't available in 1971. Some of his artificial stains came close in appearance, but none aged quite like the Belmes faces, and some were too uniform or too easily distinguishable as deliberate art. After multiple experiments, Alamancos confessed on camera, "The word that sums up my opinion is absolute bewilderment. If it was a hoax, he couldn't replicate it satisfactorily with the known techniques under the constraints of a lived-in home. And if it wasn't a hoax, then what?" The Quarto Millennio special, coming a decade after most had written off Belmes as solved, caused a minor renaissance of interest. Perhaps people thought there was something to the mystery after all, even if only a kernel. Modern science, which so often demystifies old ghost stories, had here essentially thrown up its hands and said, "We can't be sure." It was a reminder that the Belmes faces had never been conclusively explained, even if fraud was strongly suspected. Today, the House of the Faces stands quiet. The once lively kitchen is empty, the floor covered in a mosaic of pale concrete and history's shadows. The faces that remain are few and faint. You might walk in and at first see nothing unusual. But with a knowledgeable guide, yes, on rare occasion, curious tourists still arrange to visit, you might be shown a vague outline here, a lingering eye-like motif there. Most visitors leave slightly underwhelmed, seeing only what look like old stains and relying on imagination or photographs to picture how vivid things must have been in the 1970s. Yet, as they depart and the house sinks back into silence, there is undeniably an atmosphere in that kitchen, something that raises goosebumps, a feeling of presence as if the past has not entirely let go. The village of Belmes itself, now marked on the paranormal map forever, oscillates between pride in its enduring legend and a longing for normalcy. Many villagers, especially the younger generation, are frankly tired of the faces defining their hometown. It was a story of their grandparents' time. They would rather Belmes be known for its olive oil or its scenic mountain backdrop. But they also recognize that what happened put their otherwise obscure village on the map. It is their story, for better or worse, a story that has by now taken on the quality of folklore. Even if one day the last stain fades from Maria's floor, the legend of the faces beneath the floorboards will persist, told around campfires, featured in books of unsolved mysteries, and passed down as a cautionary tale about either the power of human belief or the reality of restless souls. In the end, what is one to make of the Belmes faces? Perhaps the most fitting conclusion is an acknowledgement of ambiguity. In an age of quick answers and debunking, the faces of Belmes stubbornly resist full resolution. Were they a hoax? Quite possibly. There is strong evidence to suggest human involvement. Were they an instance of something truly paranormal? There are earnest eyewitness accounts and baffling scientific findings that leave room for doubt of another kind. In life, as in the concrete of Belmes, different shades coexist. The house still stands, and the story still captivates. Decades have passed since that August day when a terrified woman first found a face gazing up at her from her kitchen floor. Think of all that has transpired, crowds chanting prayers, scientists chiseling floors, a family aging under a spotlight of superstition and skepticism. Think of Maria, who lived out her days in a most unusual conversation with the unknown, vilified by some, beatified by others, but steadfast in her own humility and truth as she saw it. Some say that on quiet nights in Belmez, when the wind is low and the streets empty, if you walk past the little house on Calle Real, you might hear something if you press your ear to the door, a faint murmur or whisper that you can't quite make out. Imagination, no doubt. But it's hard not to wonder, if the faces could speak, what would they say? Are they the echoes of old crimes, begging for acknowledgement? Are they a collective delusion that grew out of a community's hopes and fears? Are they, as one writer put it, like watching someone try to speak through thick glass? A message from realms we cannot fully reach. The Belmez faces remain unsolved, or solved, depending on whom you ask, and therein lies their true legacy. They force us to confront how we deal with the unknown. For some, they will always be a reminder of human folly, how easily we can be deceived by our own eyes. For others, they will forever be a glimpse of the supernatural, proof that life's mysteries cannot all be neatly boxed and labeled. In either case, the faces beneath the floor have ensured that the name of this village will be spoken of wherever tales of the unexplained are told. And perhaps that is fitting, because maybe the lesson of Belmez is that in this world there are things, whether born of fraud or faith or something in between, that capture our imagination so completely that they attain a sort of truth of their own. The faces might well have been painted by mortal hands, yet they became something more through belief. Or maybe they truly were spirits made manifest, and all the skepticism in the world cannot paint over that possibility. In either case, they remind us that we humans live on a thin layer above deep mysteries. Mysteries as deep as grave soil under a kitchen, as common as concrete, yet as confounding as any ghost story. So the next time you find yourself alone on a quiet night, and you glance down at the patterned floor tiles of your home and think you see, just for an instant, a face in the randomness of the design, ask yourself what you would do if it looked back at you. Would you tell anyone? Would anyone believe you? In Belmez, a woman faced that very question, and the answer became one of the strangest chronicles of the 20th century. The faces have long since faded from that kitchen floor, but they will forever live on in the annals of the unexplained, staring back at us from the uncertain boundary between fact and folklore, between the comforting simplicity of skepticism and the alluring depths of belief. They remain, in a word, an enigma. That's the story, a family whose name became chained to whispers of the dead, whose home turned from shelter to spectacle, and whose lives were bound to a haunting that has never been explained. Decades have passed, but the faces still endure. And whether they were born of trickery, torment, or something unholy pressing in from the other side, the Pereira house remains a reminder that some walls do not keep us safe. If you've made it this far, thank you for listening. Subscribe if you'd like more stories like this, and stay with us as we walk deeper into the shadows. Until then, rest easy if you can. They claimed demons had entered the convent. Thousands came to witness the exorcisms. The Catholic Church investigated the case and concluded the nuns were genuinely possessed. A priest was blamed, but after everything that followed, the nightmare didn't end. This is The Devils of Laudun, one of the most disturbing, controversial, and heavily documented paranormal cases in history. A case too controversial for YouTube. The full episode is now streaming exclusively on Patreon. Click the link in the description now to listen. This case is the latest addition to our growing library of Patreon-exclusive episodes, joining The Demon in the French Kingdom and Rumpelstiltskin. Head over to Patreon today to unlock the complete archive of 90-plus episodes, ad-free listening, and early access to every new release. Next week's episode, The Skull Experiment, is already waiting for you. The Fall Asleep podcast on Patreon is your Netflix for scary podcasts. Evening, lads. Mason here. Welcome back to the Fall Asleep podcast, your quiet corner for the haunted and the true. Tonight's story pulls us far from the familiar hauntings of the West into a silent government colony in Bhubaneswar, India. Inside one flat, a grieving grandmother watched over her two grandchildren, unaware that in the corner of their room, an innocent-looking pink teddy bear had become something else entirely. When investigators stepped inside, what they found was not comfort, but violence. Energy surging through a child's toy, bruises appearing on flesh, and unseen hands tightening around throats in the dark. It would come to be known as the Annabelle of India, a case that still stands as one of the most violent and most unsettling ever documented by professional investigators. Before we begin, a quick thank you to everyone who's subscribed. Our goal is 20,000 subscribers, so if you haven't yet, hit that button and join us. Now settle in wherever you are, in the dark, on the road, or winding down for the night. This is the story of India's haunted toy. Let's begin. This is Char TV, and you're listening to the Fall Asleep podcast.
Oh my god, what is that?
Sleep. A gentle descent into the unknown. But beware, for tonight, as you close your eyes, something may be watching from the dark behind them.
The Fall Asleep podcast.
Ghost stories have a way of seeping into our collective consciousness, transcending cultures and geographies. Tales of restless spirits, haunted houses, and cursed objects captivate and terrify us in equal measure. Among these, few motifs are as unnerving as that of the haunted doll, an innocent child's toy turned malevolent vessel. In Western horror lore, the name Annabelle evokes a particularly chilling example, a seemingly benign Raggedy Ann doll that paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren claimed was demonically possessed, so much so that they deemed it safer locked away in their occult museum. Ghostly legends about possessed dolls are not exclusive to any one culture. The notion that a simple toy could harbor a spirit, benevolent or malign, taps into a deep vein of primal fear. Psychologists note how dolls, with their lifelike eyes and frozen expressions, can evoke unease. When a doll or toy is said to move on its own, that unease turns to terror. The original Annabelle story became a worldwide sensation, spawning horror films and turning a cheerful rag doll into an icon of fear. Academics and skeptics, of course, dismiss many such claims as superstition or hoaxes, chalking them up to the power of suggestion and folklore. But the allure of the haunted doll endures, a reminder that even the most innocent objects can become vessels of our darkest imaginings. In India, ghost beliefs run deep. Ghosts, or bhoots as they are commonly called, are woven into folklore in every region, from tales of spirits haunting lonely banyan trees on village roads, to urban legends of phantom women waiting by deserted intersections. Yet these stories are usually at a comfortable remove, the stuff of myth, horror films, or cautionary tales told by elders to keep children from straying after dark. It's one thing to hear about a ghost in a far-off ancestral mansion. It's quite another to suspect one might be lurking in the flat just upstairs. Against this backdrop, the events that unfolded in the city of Bhubaneswar were especially jarring. A ghost story had breached the boundary between folklore and everyday life. What begins as a local mystery, odd noises in a modern apartment, soon spirals into a sequence of events so outlandish and intense that it challenges one's understanding of reality. Unlike the well-known tales, safely confined to books and movies, this haunting played out in real time, in a quiet, middle-class home, drawing everyone around into its chilling embrace. It began, as many hauntings do, with subtle signs that something was very wrong in an ordinary place. In a nondescript government housing colony in Bhubaneswar, the capital city of Odisha, in eastern India, an elderly grandmother and her two young grandchildren found themselves at the center of a mystery. What started as odd sounds and fleeting visions would escalate into a confrontation with the unexplained. Before long, the family's desperation would draw in a group of young paranormal investigators armed with both skepticism and faith, science and intuition, determined to uncover the truth behind the disturbances. Our story finds its origin in a modest apartment within a government colony of Bhubaneswar. Government colonies are typically unadorned clusters of flats provided for civil servants, solid utilitarian buildings usually buzzing with the routines of daily life. Here, amid concrete corridors and scuffed stairwells, lived an elderly woman with her two grandchildren. For her, this housing block had become a refuge after a series of devastating events. Not long before the haunting began, she had lost her son and daughter-in-law, the parents of the children now under her care. Their deaths were sudden and without clear explanation, casting a long shadow of grief over the household. What unsettled the grandmother even more was the gnawing sense that these losses were not mere misfortunes, but part of a darker pattern. In her heart, she suspected some supernatural cause was responsible for snatching away her son and his wife. Bhubaneswar by day is a bustling metropolis of honking auto rickshaws and street vendors calling out by temple gates. But by night, especially in the quiet residential colonies, the city can feel tomb-like and still. The government colony where the grandmother lived was a cluster of simple flat-roofed buildings arranged in blocks, with narrow lanes threading between them. During daylight, the complex echoed with the shouts of children at play and the calls of vegetable sellers pushing their carts. After sundown, those same corridors fell silent, the yellow glow of the occasional street lamp the only respite from the darkness. It was in this stillness, after the household had dimmed its lights, that the grandmother often felt an uneasy silence creep through her home. She would sit by the window of her second-floor flat, murmuring a prayer under her breath, and replay the tragedies that had befallen her family, searching for some reason or pattern. Her son and daughter-in-law had died not far apart from each other, just a year earlier. Both deaths were sudden and baffling. One cool evening, neighbors recalled hearing a blood-chilling scream from the family's flat. When they rushed inside, they found the grandmother's son collapsed on the floor, unresponsive, with his horrified wife shaking him and calling his name. He was already gone. Only weeks later, that young wife herself passed away in her sleep, as if claimed by the same unseen hand. Medical examinations offered no concrete answers, neither had a prior condition that could explain such fates. Gossip in the colony wondered if it was some congenital defect, or perhaps a case of poisoning, but no evidence of those emerged. To the grandmother, the pattern was clear in a way science could not quantify. A malevolent force had targeted her family, first her son and then her daughter-in-law, like a curse come to life. She remembered the way her son's face had been contorted in his final moments, not merely in pain, but in terror, as though he had seen something unspeakable that no one else could see. These memories fueled her conviction that an evil spirit was at work in their home. In the aftermath of those crushing losses, the grandmother did what any devout person might do. She undertook rituals to honor the dead and cleanse the space. The apartment's walls were repainted to cover the scuffs of the past. Incense was burned in every room to purify the air. Priests from the local temple were invited to perform prayers for the family's peace. For a short while, these acts provided a veneer of comfort. But the solace was fragile. In the months that followed, small signs of disturbance began to manifest. Doors that the grandmother was certain she had latched at night would be found inexplicably ajar in the morning. At times, the overhead light in the corridor would flicker and dim for no reason, even after the wiring was checked. The grandchildren, in the restless throes of their grief, started complaining of bad dreams, nightmares that jolted them awake, crying that a shadow stood over their bed, before dissolving into the dark. Initially, the grandmother tried to dismiss these happenings as the natural results of sorrow and stress. After all, they were a household in mourning. Perhaps their minds were playing tricks on them. But, as the incidents grew more frequent and more bizarre, denial became impossible. It was a fragile existence, teetering between the mundane chores of daily life and the unspeakable fear that something invisible prowled among them. For a time, these experiences remained subtle enough to doubt. Grief can play cruel tricks on the mind, and one might have dismissed the old woman's feelings as an understandable result of trauma and loneliness. Indeed, Bhubaneswar is a city where the spiritual and the rational often coexist uneasily. Known as the Temple City for its hundreds of ancient shrines, yet also a modern hub of education and IT. Neighbors in the colony were sympathetic to the woman's loss, but most had little inkling of the unseen battles she was fighting after sundown. They knew her as a kind, if sorrowful figure who had endured more than her share of misfortune. If occasionally her gaze seemed distant or her eyes flickered nervously toward an empty corner, well, few thought much of it at first. However, as weeks passed, the undercurrent of dread in that second-floor flat grew harder to ignore. The grandmother became convinced that the same entity which had taken her son and daughter-in-law was still present, perhaps now eyeing her grandchildren as well. The very thought chilled her blood. She could not bear the idea of more harm coming to her family, so she kept a protective watch over the little ones each night, lighting incense sticks and oil lamps at dusk, as is customary in many Indian households, to invite divine blessings and ward off negativity. On some evenings, she would murmur a Hindu chant for protection, or sprinkle holy water in every room and corner. These small acts gave her brief moments of comfort, yet the oppressive atmosphere always seemed to return, settling into the flat's corners as soon as the lamp's flame died out. Thus, even before any overt apparition made itself known, the stage was set: a bereaved family matriarch, two vulnerable children, and a house that felt permeated by unseen sorrow and anger. In such conditions, fear feeds on itself. The grandmother's apprehension seeped into the children, and they in turn grew more skittish and fearful. Ordinary nocturnal sounds, a rustle of palm fronds outside, the distant bark of a stray dog, now struck like threats. Inside their home, the air felt thick with anticipation, as though something just beyond perception were gathering strength. The elderly woman slept lightly, if at all. The layout of the tiny flat meant she could hear every noise in the stillness. With just two small bedrooms, a narrow hall, and a kitchenette, even a faint shuffle carried to her ears. She often lay in bed with her senses on high alert for any scratch at the door or creak in an empty room. The faint hum of the refrigerator or the ticking of the wall clock seemed unnaturally loud in the dead of night. She had heard enough whispered folk wisdom in her life to recognize the signs. If a spirit was indeed lurking among them, sooner or later it would show itself. The first overt manifestation of the haunting came in a form that could have been lifted straight from Indian folklore. It was the apparition of a woman, unfamiliar and uninvited, who began to appear in and around the grandmother's building. This figure was always described the same way, draped in a bright red sari, with long dark hair cascading wildly, her face often obscured in shadow. The sightings were fleeting, but profoundly disturbing. It was nearing midnight on a still, sticky night when the grandmother stepped onto her small balcony to offer a final prayer. Not a leaf stirred in the warm air. The colony lay quiet under the faint glow of streetlights and stars. At that moment, she noticed a silhouette on the flat terrace rooftop of the building across from hers. At first, she squinted, unsure if her eyes were playing tricks. It looked like a person standing utterly still at the edge of that roof. Her immediate thought was that some poor soul had wandered up there intending to harm herself. Before the grandmother could call out or fully comprehend what she was seeing, the mysterious woman on the roof stepped off the edge and plunged into the darkness. The old woman gasped, bracing for the sickening thud of a body hitting the ground or the scream of a doomed soul, but no sound came, and when the grandmother's panicked eyes darted to the street below, no broken body lay there. It was as if the woman in red had evaporated before reaching the ground, one moment descending, the next simply gone. Rushing downstairs in alarm, the grandmother and a few awakened neighbors scoured the alley in the dim light. There was nothing to be found. The silent street offered no clues. It was as though the woman had never existed at all. In the days that followed, whispers spread quietly through the colony about the lady in the red sari. Others began to admit that they, too, had noticed unusual things around the building. A security guard on night duty confided to his supervisor that he thought he saw a female figure roaming the rooftop around 2 a.m. during his rounds, but when he mustered the courage to investigate, the roof lay empty under the moonlight. A neighbor on an adjacent balcony glimpsed what she took to be a woman pacing along the parapet of the building, only for the figure to fade into the night when the neighbor called out in concern. These accounts echoed the grandmother's experience, giving credence to the notion that an apparition truly was frequenting the place. To the more skeptical residents, the first instinct was to seek a rational explanation. Perhaps it was a flesh and blood woman, someone troubled or suicidal, trespassing on the roof at odd hours. When the grandmother described the figure's repeated silent plunges from the terrace, a few wondered if it was some elaborate prank or an optical illusion of shadows cast by the streetlights. But as more people either witnessed or heard about the mystery woman, disbelief yielded to uneasy acceptance. One family across the lane admitted that they had spotted what looked like a young lady standing on their own building's ledge one night. They had shouted in alarm, thinking a distraught neighbor was about to jump, The father of that family even ran outside, prepared to try to catch or coax the person down, but found nothing there and no one above. The teenage daughter, who had also seen the figure, swore that as it fell, it simply disappeared like smoke before reaching the ground. Such accounts were hard to shrug off as imagination. Adding to the eeriness was the detail of the red sari. In Indian lore, ghostly women are often said to appear in white, the color of mourning and loss. A lady in bright red is usually a symbol of life and celebration, worn by brides and married women in their prime. For a spirit to don that auspicious hue felt like a cruel paradox, as if flaunting the life it once had. The vision of a woman in a crimson sari fluttering in the darkness became the talk of the colony. Some speculated quietly that the apparition might be the restless soul of a bride who had died tragically. There were even whispers of an old incident decades ago of a newlywed bride who had reportedly leapt from a rooftop on her wedding night. Others suggested perhaps she was a tormented young wife from decades past, still clad in the red wedding attire of the day she died. These were desperate leaps of imagination by frightened minds, attempts to fit the terrifying unknown into the templates of familiar folklore. In truth, no one knew who the red sari woman was, or why she had latched onto this particular building, but the very uniqueness of her attire made the haunting feel all the more personal and real to those who saw her. It was no longer just a ghost story, it was unfolding in their own courtyard. For the grandmother's household, the red sari woman's appearances were a horrifying confirmation of the malign presence she had already sensed. Not only was a spirit real, it was making itself visible in the most dramatic and unsettling fashion. The grandchildren were strictly forbidden from venturing onto the terrace or even peering out the windows after dusk. Fear gripped their daily life, a constant undercurrent of dread wove into every evening. The old woman could hardly concentrate on her routine chores, her ears ever alert for a whisper of movement overhead that might signal the phantom's return. Still, as terrifying as the ghost's nightly plunge was, it remained a distant threat, a spectre observed from afar. That distance was about to collapse. One humid summer night, a family living on the first floor encountered something far more direct and hostile. It was just past 8 p.m., and the household, a middle-aged couple and their teenage son, had sat down for dinner around a modest wooden table. The ceiling fan whirred lazily above them, stirring the warm air as they chatted about the day's mundane events. The son was joking about a horror movie he had recently watched, while his mother tutted and urged him to focus on his meal. They had no inkling of any danger, aside from the lingering gossip about the rooftop apparition, which they half dismissed as exaggerated stories. It was an ordinary evening in their home. Suddenly the lights flickered, and a chill breeze swept through the dining room. Utterly out of place on such a sweltering night, the family's laughter died mid-sentence. Forks hovered, paused in mid-air. A sense of dread coiled in the pit of the mother's stomach. Something was very wrong. Before they could exchange a word, the dinner plates on the table rattled loudly, then skidded as if yanked by invisible hands. In the blink of an eye, metal dishes and ceramic bowls were lifted and flung across the room by an unseen force. Steel plates clattered to the floor with a clamorous crash, rice and curry splattering across the tiles. Glass tumblers toppled and shattered, water spattering in an arc across the dining area. The father barely managed a startled cry as he jerked back, narrowly avoiding a flying plate. For a heartbeat, the family sat frozen in shock, minds struggling to catch up with what their eyes were seeing and ears hearing. Then pandemonium broke loose. The teenage boy let out a strangled shout, and that snapped them back to reality. Chairs scraped wildly as the family scrambled to their feet. The father grabbed his wife's arm and they bolted out of the apartment, nearly slipping on spilled water in their haste. Terror propelled them into the corridor, not daring to look back at the wreckage of their meal. Their neighbors, alarmed by the crashes and screams, burst out of their own flats to find the couple and their son pale and babbling about an unseen hand that had attacked them during dinner. The family was trembling, the mother on the verge of sobbing as she kept repeating that something invisible had overturned their table. The metal clang of the thrown plates had been loud enough for others to hear, and it lent instant credibility to their tale. Neighbors quickly gathered around, some calming the shaken family, while others warily peered into the open door of the first floor flat. Inside, the dining room was a shambles of spilled food, broken glass, and overturned chairs, a scene of violent chaos with no logical cause. That night, fear spread through the building like a contagion. It was no longer just the grandmother's problem up on the second floor. The poltergeist, for so the entity now seemed to be, had made itself known to all, and no one on the first floor slept easily after witnessing such a display. By now, the entire building was steeped in fear. The once skeptical neighbors traded whispers about the unseen force that seemed to roam among them. Within the grandmother's own flat, the atmosphere was taut as a wire. Every night brought the possibility of another terror. The grandmother's oldest grandchild, a boy in his late teens, had watched the mounting hysteria in both his family and their neighbors. He had seen the fear in his grandmother's eyes and the chaos among the once quiet colony, and he was at an age where curiosity and courage, or perhaps bravado, can sometimes eclipse caution. He was a bright boy, fascinated by science and technology, and until now he had privately harbored doubts about his grandmother's ghost theories. He had spent evenings scrolling through ghost hunter videos on the internet with a skeptical eye, convinced that the supernatural was exaggerated or make-believe. But seeing the distress in his grandmother's face and the genuine, unexplained havoc in their home, he could no longer simply dismiss it all. Part of him refused to be afraid of something that might not even be real. Another part worried that if it was real, it was his duty as the eldest child to protect his little sister and grandmother. That evening, determination won out over fear and doubt. The young man decided he would try to investigate the mystery himself. One evening, armed with his tablet computer, an iPad, as a video camera, the grandson mustered his nerve and ascended the stairs to the top of the building. The sun had just dipped below the horizon. A deep blue twilight cast long shadows across the terraces and water tanks above. The flat concrete roof was strewn with a few metal drums and a clothesline, places where shadows could lurk. His heart pounded in his chest, but he steadied himself by focusing on the task. He would document everything he could. In hushed silence, he panned the iPad's camera slowly across the expanse of the terrace, its screen recording the dim outlines of the parapet, the water tanks, and the starry sky beyond. The city's usual bustle had quieted. Only a chorus of crickets and distant traffic noises rose from below. For a long while, nothing happened. The young man's camera captured only darkness and the ordinary hum of a summer night. As minutes ticked by, he began to wonder if the ghost would even show up at all. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Sweat beaded on his forehead in the humid heat, and his own breathing sounded thunderous in his ears. In the silence, every rustle, the wind skittering a dried leaf across the roof, or the creak of the rooftop gate, set his nerves on edge. He could feel the adrenaline slowly ebbing, doubt creeping in. Perhaps, he thought, there was nothing up here tonight. Perhaps his grandmother's stories truly were just the imaginings of grief, and the poltergeist had been some freak electrical event or prank. He almost felt a swell of relief at that thought. Then, just as he was steeling himself to give up and head back downstairs, something happened that would forever erase his skepticism. A soft voice floated through the warm night air, so soft that for an instant he thought he might have imagined it. It was a woman's voice, and it was calling his name. The two syllables were unmistakable, spoken in a faint, lilting tone that was at once inviting and utterly terrifying. He whirled around toward the direction of the sound, raising the iPad to see if the camera caught anyone there. His heart lurched. He could see no figure in the gloom. Struggling to keep his voice steady, he managed to croak out a faint greeting. "Hello? Who is it?" Only silence answered, a thick, charged silence, as though the darkness itself were holding its breath. Watching him. He could hardly believe it. Whatever had spoken knew his name. Not a generic call or a distant wail. It had clearly uttered his personal name, in the accent and gentle cadence of his native language. The realization sent an icicle of fear sliding down his spine. This was no random nighttime noise or stray animal. Some intelligence was targeting him, beckoning him in the dark. In that moment, his bold resolve faltered, and a surge of panic rose in his chest. Then, without warning, an overpowering force struck him squarely in the chest. It felt as if a heavy, invisible body had slammed into him at full sprint, or as if a blast of wind had exploded outward from nowhere. He had a fleeting impression of a shadowy black mass, a darker patch of darkness, barreling toward him. The impact lifted the teenager clear off his feet. His iPad flew from his grasp and skittered across the concrete as he was hurled backward. He hit the rooftop hard, the breath knocked out of his lungs, pain jolting through his back and shoulders. For an instant he saw stars, whether those in the sky above or sparked by the blow, he couldn't tell, and he lay dazed on the rough surface of the terrace. Gasping, the boy scrambled onto all fours, desperate to regain his breath and grab his device, or at least orient himself to whatever had hit him. But before he could even rise, something unseen seized his ankle and yanked. He let out a cry as he was suddenly dragged a few feet across the terrace, his shirt riding up on the concrete and skin scraping painfully. It was as though a pair of powerful hands had clamped around his leg. Yet no hands were there, nothing but empty darkness. Survival instinct kicked in. He twisted and kicked frantically at the empty air behind him. With a grunt of sheer effort, he managed to wrench his leg free from the invisible grip. Heart hammering, he staggered to his feet, snatched up the dropped iPad with trembling hands, and bolted for the stairwell door. In all his life, he had never run so fast or felt such pure animal terror. Only when he reached the relative safety of the lighted corridor below did he dare glance back. The rooftop above was silent and empty, as if nothing had happened, but the throbbing pain in his lower back and the raw scrapes on his elbows told a different story. Something had attacked him, something he couldn't see. The commotion soon drew the grandmother and several neighbors to the boy's side on the building's second-floor landing. They found him leaning against the wall, panting and wide-eyed, clutching his tablet. His clothes were dusty, and a red bruise was already blooming on his shoulder where he'd first hit the roof. Between heaving breaths, he managed to blurt out what had happened, how he had heard his name whispered from the dark, how an unseen force had slammed and choked him, how he'd been dragged by something no one could even see. As he haltingly described the ordeal, tears of shock and rage welled in his eyes. Rage at being attacked, and shock at confronting a reality he once doubted. The grandmother's face drained of color as she listened, yet as frightened as she was, a part of her felt grimly vindicated. The malignant presence she had long suspected was indeed real, and now had revealed itself in full. In that realization, her sorrow and fear ignited into a fierce determination. This latest incident marked a clear escalation that could not be ignored or explained away. The ghost, or whatever it was, had physically harmed her grandchild. If she did nothing, who knew what might happen next? That night, as the grandson's wounds were tended, cleaning the grit from his scrapes and pressing an ice pack to the bruise on his shoulder, and the household tried to calm down from the shock, a decision crystallized among them. The haunting was beyond anything they knew how to handle themselves. Traditional prayers and the comfort of kindly neighbors had not kept the entity at bay. The old woman realized they needed help of a different order, people who would treat these strange events not as hallucinations or divine wrath, but as real phenomena to be investigated and resolved. They needed experienced outsiders who did not fear the dark. By the time the first light of dawn crept under the door, the grandmother had resolved on a course of action that she hoped might save her family. She would reach out to a team of paranormal investigators. True to her word, at first light the next day, the grandmother sought out professional help. In a city like Bhubaneswar, where ancient superstitions meet modern skepticism, finding paranormal investigators was not as far-fetched as it might once have been. Through a local contact, or perhaps an internet search, she learned of a group called the Parapsychology and Investigations Research Society, PAIRS. This team of young investigators had been making a name for themselves by tackling alleged hauntings with a blend of scientific rigor and open-mindedness. Unlike hobbyist ghost hunters who might simply wander spooky places for thrills, PAIRS prided itself on careful methodology. They used instruments and analysis to rule out natural causes first, and only when those were exhausted would they consider something truly otherworldly at play. Founded in 2016 by like-minded enthusiasts of the paranormal, the society was even registered with the government, unique in India for its professional approach to investigating claims of the supernatural. On the phone, the grandmother was connected to Sarbajit Mohanty. one of Pears's co-founders and himself a Bhubaneswar native. Despite being only in his 20s, Mohanty was already a seasoned paranormal investigator, one of the country's few certified demonologists, having even trained formally in aspects of paranormal research abroad. He and his colleagues approached cases with open minds and disciplined protocols, aiming to shine light on the unknown rather than simply stoke fear. As the grandmother haltingly described the events plaguing her home, the ghostly woman on the terrace, the invisible dinner table assailant, and now the attack on her grandson, Mohanty listened intently. He had heard countless stories of hauntings before. Most turned out to have mundane explanations, but something about this case made him sit up straight in his chair. Perhaps it was the multiple credible witnesses or the physical injuries involved. Perhaps it was the raw terror evident in the grandmother's trembling voice. Mohanty assured her that his team would investigate as soon as possible. They arranged for the pair's team to visit the flat the following evening, prepared to spend a night gathering evidence and, if possible, to help bring an end to the disturbances. For the grandmother, making that phone call was an act of courage in itself. She'd never dealt with paranormal investigators before. Indeed, few people in her community even knew such professionals existed. She worried at first that they might laugh at her, as some skeptical relatives had, or worse, that she might invite a fraudster into her home. In India, when unexplainable events occur, many families turn to spiritual healers or witch doctors. The grandmother was well aware of unscrupulous tantrics who prey on the fearful, performing showy rituals and charging hefty fees without delivering results. She was determined not to fall victim to that. Speaking to Mohanty, however, filled her with immense relief. He did not dismiss her claims or call her crazy. Instead, he validated her concerns by asking calm, detailed questions. When did the footsteps usually occur? Did anyone else see the woman in red? Where were the grandchildren during each incident? Treating her reports as something to be understood, not ridiculed. His rational yet empathetic approach reassured her that she was finally talking to someone who took her seriously and who might actually be able to help. The decision to bring outsiders into her family's plight was not easy for the grandmother, but by the end of that conversation she knew it was the right one. After hanging up, she explained gently to her wide-eyed grandchildren that some knowledgeable people were coming to help with the strange happenings. She spent the rest of that day tidying up the flat, in nervous energy, part hospitality, part anxiety. This was no ordinary visit. These guests would not be judging her home's cleanliness or decor, but investigating the very haunting she feared. Still, it gave her a sense of purpose to brew fresh tea and lay out a plate of biscuits as if preparing for normal company, even though her hands shook at the thought of what the coming night might bring. Per the investigator's instructions, she also began jotting down notes of any odd occurrences, none happened during the day, and made sure her grandchildren would stay next door with a neighbor once the team arrived. As evening approached, anticipation and hope fluttered in her chest, hope that this nightmare might soon end. Before night fell, the pair's investigators also gathered what contextual information they could. Mohanty gently inquired if the grandmother or neighbors knew of any history that could explain the haunting. Had there been any untimely deaths or violent incidents in the building's past? The old woman had little to offer beyond her own family's tragedy. The apartment complex was only a few decades old, and, to her knowledge, no one else had experienced anything like this there. This did not surprise the team. In their experience, many hauntings are tied intimately to the people involved, rather than the location itself. If a spirit was indeed present, it likely had a personal reason. That meant the investigators would have to rely on evidence gathered during their visit, rather than on historical research to understand the entity. Armed with that understanding, they finalized their plan for the night's vigil. By late afternoon, as the oppressive heat of the day gave way to a hazy evening, the pair's team arrived at the government colony. They came in a plain white van loaded with equipment cases, a sight that drew curious stares from a few neighbors lingering outside. Most residents had been politely asked by the grandmother to give the team space and not interfere during the night. At the door of the haunted flat, Mohanty and two colleagues introduced themselves to the anxious grandmother. They were young, in their 20s, yet carried themselves with a professional calm. Each wore a black t-shirt with pears emblazoned on it and carried an assortment of gear. Inside, they could not help but notice the modest decor. Simple wooden furniture, a few devotional calendars on the walls, and a worn sofa in the living room. A framed portrait of a young couple, the deceased son and daughter-in-law smiling on their wedding day, hung above the television. That picture quietly steeled the team's resolve. Here was a family that had suffered deeply, and the phenomena tormenting them were woven into that suffering. The investigators silently vowed to do everything they could to bring peace to this home. The team got to work systematically. Their approach would be two-pronged: scientific measurement and empathetic communication. First, they set about establishing baseline readings of the environment. They unpacked an array of devices, digital video cameras with infrared night vision to capture any visual anomalies, audio recorders to catch any disembodied voices or sounds, an electromagnetic field EMF meter to detect energy fluctuations, and various sensors for temperature and motion. They started by walking through each room with these instruments, scanning for any environmental factors that might debunk the haunting. They noted the EMF levels near appliances to rule out any high EMF from old wiring that can induce feelings of unease in people. They checked for drafts or stray airflow that might cause doors to move or candles to flicker. They tested the kitchen for carbon monoxide, a gas which in high quantities can cause hallucinations. All these preliminary readings came back normal. There were no obvious natural causes for the phenomena, nothing that would explain away footsteps on the roof or flying dinner plates. This result, while not proof of the paranormal, left the team both cautious and quietly excited. If something was to happen tonight, it would be hard to blame it on bad wiring or poisonous gas. They also ran through a checklist of the family's environment. The flat was not near a busy road, ruling out vibrations from heavy traffic, and the colony had no recent construction work at night that might account for noises. All seemed ordinary, which, in a haunting case, is oddly encouraging, because it means any anomalies can't be easily dismissed. As dusk approached, the investigators prepared to immerse themselves in the flat for the night, a full lockdown in ghost hunting parlance. They would keep the lights off, since so much activity seemed to occur in darkness, and they would spend hours observing, measuring, and gently attempting to communicate with whatever might lurk there. They coordinated with one member of their team who stayed outside, a lookout stationed in the courtyard with a walkie-talkie. His job was to monitor the terrace and exterior. If the red sari apparition decided to repeat her terrifying jump, or if unexplained footsteps sounded on the roof, he would notify the team inside immediately. Meanwhile, inside, the others spread out to cover the different rooms and hallways. Though armed with gadgets, the investigators also valued any contextual clues the environment could give. As daylight waned, Mohanty gently asked the grandmother and a couple of longtime neighbors about any past events that might be relevant. Had anyone ever died by suicide in the colony? Was there any local legend of the land being cursed? Once again, the old woman could only shake her head. The building was a standard government construct from the 1980s, and beyond her own family's misfortune, she knew of no dark history associated with it. The paranormal team wasn't surprised, as they suspected this haunting seemed personal, not tied to some infamous murder or ancient burial ground. That meant they would have to draw up the spirit through direct evidence and interaction, rather than rely on historical research. Inside the flat, twilight soon gave way to an uneasy darkness as the team made their final preparations. They shut off the lights, plunging the home into a palette of black and grey shapes, only occasionally cut by the glow of their equipment indicators. They placed stationary video cameras in key areas, one in the living room looking down the hallway, where the grandmother often sensed a presence, another in the children's bedroom, where toys were kept, potential trigger objects, and a third covering the kitchen and front door. They ensured the walkie-talkie link with their outside lookout was functional. A brief crackle and a whispered, "All clear out here for now," came through, affirming the line. The grandmother, at the team's request, had taken the younger child to a neighbor's for the night. Only the investigators and the eldest grandson, who stubbornly insisted on staying to help, remained in the flat. The boy was given a spare EMF meter to hold, both to make him feel involved, and so the team could monitor multiple areas at once. Before starting the vigil in earnest, Mohanty and his colleagues gathered in a circle in the dark living room for a final whispered briefing. Everyone's nerves were on edge, but they reminded each other of the plan and protocols. They would proceed slowly, methodically, and above all, safely. If at any point a team member felt uncomfortable or in danger, they would speak up and they'd regroup. No bravado, no unnecessary risks. A few of them murmured a quiet, personal prayer or affirmation according to their own faiths. One investigator touched the St. Michael's medallion under his shirt. Another silently repeated a Buddhist mantra for protection. Mahanti took a last look at the baseline meter readings, all normal, and nodded. It was time to begin the investigation. The investigators began their vigil in silence, moving methodically from room to room in the pitch dark. For some time, nothing happened. They posed a few gentle questions to the emptiness, inviting any spirit present to make itself known, and only the faint buzz of electricity in the walls and the distant nightlife outside answered back. Long minutes ticked by as they swept the home in this manner. Room by room, corner by corner, they ventured and waited. The flat was oppressively silent, the kind of silence in which every small sound pricks the ear and every breath feels too loud. The team found themselves hanging on the faintest hint of noise. Was that a shuffle of feet in the next room, or just the rustle of their own clothing? At one point the floorboards gave a creak in the living room, causing everyone to halt and strain their ears, but nothing followed. A few times Mohanty quietly called out into the dark, asking questions like, "Is anyone here with us? Can you give a sign of your presence?" But the only response was the thick stillness, as though the very house were holding its breath. Half an hour passed, then an hour. The investigators regrouped briefly in the hallway, trading whispers. So far, nothing. No eerie whispers, no moving objects. The atmosphere was heavy with anticipation, but the entity itself remained reticent. Each of them was beginning to feel the gnaw of doubt. What if nothing happened at all? They didn't say it, but the thought flickered in their minds. It was in this state, a taut blend of vigilance, anxiety, and mounting tension, that they entered one of the small bedrooms where the grandchildren slept. This was a cozy little room by day, painted in pastel pink with a few stuffed animals arranged in the corner. By night, under the investigators' dim red flashlight filters, it was a tableau of lurking shadows and oddly hunched shapes, the silhouettes of toys, piled on a chair, transfigured into monsters by the imagination. As the team stepped cautiously inside, Mahanti held up his EMF meter, its green LED lights barely visible in the dark, and began to sweep it slowly over the child's bed and along a shelf of playthings. Initially, the meter's light stayed flat. He proceeded along the wall, passing a small pink cotton teddy bear propped in the corner near a cupboard. Then, without warning, the device's needle spiked into the red, and a series of beeps cut the silence. Mohanty's eyes widened. The meter was registering a strong electromagnetic field right by the corner of the room. Startled, he brought the sensor close to that teddy bear, and the lights flashed again, dancing into the red zone. A cold spot seemed to envelop that corner. One investigator felt the hair on his arm stand on end, a prickling static sensation washing over his skin. Mahanty halted in his tracks, pulse quickening. He repositioned the EMF sensor near the toy, and again it registered a strong reading, as though some energy source were emanating from that very spot. He aimed his flashlight and discovered the culprit, a small pink teddy bear, well worn and missing one button eye, slumped innocently against the wall. The toy was clearly an ordinary plush doll. There were no batteries or electronic components in it that could cause any reading. A stuffed animal should not be emitting any electromagnetic field at all, let alone enough to peg the detector. And yet, the EMF meter's lights were flickering vigorously, reacting as if some hidden power coursed through the cotton and cloth of the teddy bear. The team exchanged astonished, apprehensive glances. It was as if the teddy bear itself was suddenly alive with invisible energy. A ripple of unease passed over them, the uncanny wrongness of a child's toy registering as active on their equipment. The sheer absurdity and terror of the moment was not lost on them. Since childhood, they had all known that a teddy bear is just cloth and stuffing, a harmless comfort object, incapable of movement or malice. Yet here it seemed to pulse with some invisible force. In paranormal circles, investigators often speak of trigger objects, items like toys or personal belongings that spirits are drawn to, either because they were meaningful in life or because they elicit responses. A child's doll, for instance, might attract the spirit of a child. In this case, the team hadn't intentionally set a trigger object, but it appeared the spirit itself had chosen the doll as a conduit to manifest its energy. This realization sent shivers through the group. Even the most hardened skeptic would feel a pang of uncanny fear at seeing an inanimate toy behave as though charged with life. It reminded them why dolls in dark rooms have always unnerved people, that irrational sense that maybe, just maybe, the doll isn't entirely lifeless. Now, in front of their eyes, that nightmare scenario seemed to be coming true. The innocent pink bear was acting as a beacon for something profoundly not of this world. They immediately began to test and double-check, trying to find any normal explanation. Mahanti walked the EMF meter in a wide arc around the pink bear. Each time he drew near, the device's light spiked. When he pulled away, the reading fell off to baseline. They tapped the wall to check for hidden wiring or electrical panels. Nothing of the sort was there. There were no electronics inside the toy. The grandmother confirmed it was a simple, batteryless plush from years ago. The phenomenon defied conventional explanation. It was as though an unseen field of energy cloaked the teddy bear, a signature of the spirit's presence centered on that object. The investigators' breaths caught in their throats. In whispering tones, they documented what they were witnessing. EMF spike, only around the doll, like it's an active device, Mahanti murmured into the voice recorder, marveling at the readout. One team member gingerly reached out and picked up the toy. It felt ordinary, limp stuffing inside frayed cotton. Yet the moment it was lifted, the EMF meter in Mahanti's hand flashed wildly again, confirming that something was essentially attached to this bear. A cold, uneasy feeling crept through the room. The atmosphere, which had been stagnant all night, was now charged with a palpable presence. Even as they marveled at this discovery, another development unfolded. The walkie-talkie on Mahanti's belt suddenly crackled to life with the urgent voice of their lookout outside. In a hushed but excited tone, he reported footsteps echoing on the terrace roof. Deliberate, heavy steps pacing back and forth across the floor above. The team inside fell silent, ears straining. Faintly through the ceiling, they could catch it. Thump, scrape, thump. The unmistakable sound of someone walking on the roof. Yet their colleague's voice insisted what they already knew. He had a clear view of the terrace and there was no one up there. The investigators exchanged wide-eyed looks. The invisible visitor was not only interacting with the doll in their hands, it was simultaneously patrolling the roof, reenacting its eerie habits even as the team stood witness below. At this juncture, the atmosphere in the flat shifted from tense anticipation to outright confrontation. What had begun as a quiet vigil was now crackling with energy and alarm. The combination of the doll reacting and the phantom footsteps overhead left no doubt. The entity was here with them, making itself known on multiple fronts. Mahanti's mind raced. He speculated in a whisper that perhaps the spirit had a particular attachment to that pink teddy bear, almost as if the toy were a cherished object or a focus for its energy. It crossed his mind that maybe the ghost was that of a child, though the later violence suggested otherwise, or that the entity had chosen the toy as a means of communication. Regardless, one thing was certain. They had found a trigger for activity. The innocent plush bear had become the epicenter of the hauntings' energy. With adrenaline coursing through their veins, the investigators steeled themselves to push the encounter further, to see just how much the entity would respond. They knew, of course, that they were entering dangerous waters. The night so far had been the stuff of a ghost hunter's wildest dreams and worst fears combined. Clear electronic readings, multiple witnesses, and now an intelligent interaction. The team braced internally for what might come next, aware that the situation could escalate rapidly. Gathering their courage, the investigators decided it was time to directly engage the presence. They wanted to encourage the entity to interact beyond moving objects, perhaps even to communicate. They prepared to do what is known in the field as provocation, albeit gently, speaking to it, questioning it, and seeing if it would respond through their equipment or by other means. Mahanti, still holding the now infamous pink teddy bear, took a breath and addressed the darkness of the children's bedroom. In a clear but calm voice, he said something along the lines of, "We know you're here. We don't mean any harm. Can you tell us what you want?" His colleague beside him trained the audio recorder in the air, hoping to capture any ghostly reply too faint for human ears. Another investigator kept an eye on the EMF meter, which was still fluttering sporadically, indicating the presence lingered. At first, nothing much happened, only the soft hiss of night and their own breathing filled the air. But then one of the team members began to cough. It was the young man handling the audio recorder, who stood near the bedroom door. He cleared his throat quietly, trying not to disrupt the session. Yet the coughs grew deeper, more insistent. Within a minute, he was doubled over, hacking harshly as if his throat were closing up. Concern rippled through the group. Mahanti paused his line of questioning and shone his flashlight toward his colleague. The man's face was contorted, his eyes watering. He clutched at his throat and collar, wheezing between ragged coughs that he couldn't breathe. For a split second, the rest of the team stood in stunned disbelief. How on earth could they help someone apparently being strangled by thin air? Then their training and instincts jolted them into action. Another investigator immediately moved to support the coughing man, clapping him on the back as one might for choking. But of course, there was no physical object lodged in his throat to dislodge. "Step out, get some air," Mahanti instructed the gasping investigator, motioning him toward the door. The man staggered backward into the hallway, still coughing violently. The team's priority was to ensure his safety, but confusion and alarm crashed over them. This wasn't a simple coughing fit. It looked for all the world like invisible hands were tightening around his windpipe. The young man's coughing did not subside. It worsened. He sank to his knees in the hallway, both hands now clawing at his throat, as though trying to pry away a pair of crushing fingers. His face was darkening to a purplish red, veins standing out on his neck and temples as he struggled for breath. Through rasping gasps, he managed to choke out that his throat felt like it was on fire and closing up. Within moments, his face turned from flushed red to an alarming shade of dusky plum. His eyes bulged with panic. It was as if an invisible noose were tightening inexorably around his neck. Mahanti's mind raced. Was this a direct attack? It had every hallmark of one. Or could it be the spirit trying to communicate its own death? Perhaps reenacting a strangulation. Either way, his teammate was in peril. The rest of the team hovered around in a frightened semicircle, momentarily paralyzed by the shock of seeing something so bizarre. What do you do when a colleague is being choked by an entity you cannot even see? Then logic snapped into Mahanti's mind. If the spirit was indeed strangling his colleague, it meant the entity was right there with them, likely focused on the teddy bear still in Mahanti's own hand. He realized they had to act fast to break the hold. Acting on equal parts, training and desperation, Mahanti did something bold. He lunged back into the bedroom and grabbed the pink teddy bear tightly with one hand. It was still lying on the floor where he dropped it when rushing to his friend's aid. In a firm, commanding voice that cut through the chaos, he addressed the entity. "Stop this. Leave him alone. I have your doll now. Come to me. Come through me, but let him go." His goal was to draw the spirit's fury toward himself, the one holding what might be its precious object, and away from his vulnerable teammate. Almost immediately, a result, the choking investigator fell to the ground, coughing and gulping air, as if an invisible grip had just released him. He rolled onto his side, sputtering and drawing in deep, ragged breaths. Another crew member dropped down beside him, helping him sit up and checking his neck. There were astonishingly red marks forming on the skin, vague finger-like impressions around his throat. It was as if a pair of hands had been gripping him, leaving bruise-like marks in their wake. Even in the flashlight's weak glow, the rest of the team could see those darkening patches on his neck. They exchanged looks of horror and amazement. They were collecting evidence by the minute, but at such a potential cost. For a moment, an eerie quiet fell over the hall. The entity seemed to pause, as if startled that its attack had been interrupted. Mahanti, heart pounding, now held the teddy bear out in front of him. Every instinct told him the spirit was still here, perhaps even attached to this very doll he held. In the tense silence, he spoke again, his tone firm and authoritative. "I am the one holding your toy. If you want to lash out, face me instead." His colleague, still coughing and teary-eyed, was being guided toward the kitchen by another investigator for some water and air. Mahanti knew they had to regain control of the situation, both for their safety and to let the spirit know its message had been received. The response from the entity was almost instantaneous and ferocious. An unseen force lunged at Mahanti. He felt a sudden jolt as if an icy wave of pressure crashed over him. It wasn't a shove like the one on the roof, but a powerful presence pressing all around. The EMF meter in his hand spiked wildly again, its lights flashing like a strobe. In that same instant, another crew member, the one manning the camera, yelped in alarm from the bedroom doorway. The others spun toward him with their lights just in time to see him stumble backward, desperately kicking at his own leg. "Something's got me! Help!" he shouted, voice high with panic. They saw with their own eyes the lower half of his body being dragged across the floorboards, as if an invisible giant had gripped his leg and was pulling him into the dark bedroom. The cameraman's face contorted in fear. He gripped the doorframe, fighting to halt his slide. Two investigators leapt forward, grabbing his arms. For a heartbeat, it was a tug of war between them and some unseen adversary. The man's leg levitated at a slight angle, tugged by nothing at all, while his teammates pulled against that force. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the dragging stopped. The cameraman sprawled free onto the hallway floor and frantically scrambled away, kicking his legs as though expecting something still clung to them. Mohanty rushed to aim his flashlight at the man's calf. There, on the skin, were 5 dark bruises forming, perfect impressions of a handprint encircling the leg. Every investigator present saw them, thumb on one side, 4 finger marks on the other, pressing deep into the flesh as though left by an actual hand. They watched, astonished, as these marks darkened visibly. One team member quickly snapped a photograph with his phone's camera flash. The bright burst of light captured the surreal evidence, distinct oval bruises where no physical hand had been. It was physical proof of an attack by something literally not of this world. Incredibly, as they helped the cameraman up, those bruises began to fade. Within minutes, the blackish outlines of fingers softened to reddish blotches, and then to nothing at all. It was as if the phantom grip's traces could not hold in our reality once the force itself was gone. They managed to take another photo before the marks vanished entirely. Later, when examining that image, they would count 5 finger-shaped imprints, each roughly the size of slender human fingers, wrapped around the man's calf, only to see them disappear like a bad dream. But in the moment there was little time to marvel. Their fellow investigator was shaken and in pain. The spots where he'd been grabbed tingled and ached, and everyone's nerves were frayed to breaking. No sooner had they confirmed that the cameraman's leg was intact and he could walk, albeit with a limp and some soreness, than Mohanty realized the entire team was now on the verge of panic. They had just been attacked twice in swift succession by an invisible assailant. For a brief time, the investigators sat on the floor of the hallway, gathering their wits as best as they could. The reality of what had just transpired sank in slowly. They had known this case could be dangerous, but to experience such direct physical violence was beyond even what they had imagined. Adrenaline coursed through each of them. In the dim, one could see their faces shining with sweat, some eyes wet with tears of adrenaline and shock. They had come seeking evidence of the paranormal, and now they had it in spades, at the cost of being personally assaulted by the unknown. In the back of their minds, each knew they were unbelievably fortunate no one was gravely injured. The poltergeist had made its point. It could harm them if it wished. It was time to regroup and reconsider their approach. They could not afford to continue on the same tack. Someone could get seriously hurt or worse. The investigators retreated to the apartment's small kitchen, which they designated a safe zone for breaks. One investigator flicked on a single bulb above the sink, casting the cramped space in a weak yellow light. They all leaned on the counters and table, catching their breath and letting the tension release, if only a little. The once fearless grandson was now trembling in a corner, the full realization of what had happened to him and the team hitting him like a wave. Mohanty rubbed his temples, thinking hard. It was around 3 a.m. by their reckoning, the hour of the night many consider most spiritually active, and it certainly had proved true tonight. They had just experienced direct physical violence from an unseen force, an encounter at the very outer edge of what even seasoned paranormal researchers dare face. One investigator forced a nervous half-chuckle and muttered something to the effect of, "Well, we definitely got its attention." His attempt at gallows humor earned a weak smile from a colleague. A bit of dry humor was a welcome release amid the shock, but beneath the smiles was genuine fear. For the first time that night, The question of whether to continue at all hung heavily between them. Should they press on, or was it time to pack up and ensure no further harm came to anyone? They spoke quietly, mindful that the very walls might have ears. One investigator, voice still shaking, even ventured whether they ought to call for outside spiritual help, a priest or exorcist, now that things had gotten so out of hand. Mohanty shook his head. Not yet, he replied firmly. This didn't feel like a demonic presence to him, but rather a human spirit in turmoil. He believed they could still reason with it, guide it out peacefully without bringing in a religious authority. Calling a priest might be a step to consider if all else failed, but his gut told him this entity was not some ancient demon requiring exorcism. It was a confused soul that might be made to listen and stand down. Another team member, voice raw, admitted he was terrified that they had angered the entity by taking the doll. Perhaps, he suggested, they had pushed it too far with their provocation. Others nodded gravely. It was true they had effectively challenged the spirit, and it responded with fury. Mohanty listened to each concern, weighing their options. He was acutely aware that abandoning the investigation now might leave the family in even greater fear and possibly danger than before. Moreover, his instincts told him that the entity had begun to reveal its story through these aggressive acts. The choking, the apparitions, the attachment to the doll, these were clues to how the ghost might have suffered in life. If they stopped now, they might never help it find resolution, and the family would remain under threat. After a few intense minutes, the group reached a consensus. They would attempt one final approach to confront and hopefully pacify the spirit, but they would do so on its terms, with respect rather than provocation. The plan was no longer to challenge the entity, but to communicate and counsel it as one would a distressed person. This was a technique Pears had used in other cases. Often a ghost lingers because it is trapped in a loop of pain or is simply unaware that it's dead. By speaking kindly yet firmly, acknowledging the spirit's suffering and asserting that it doesn't belong here, they might persuade it to move on. By now, the oppressive heaviness that had earlier filled the flat had dissipated somewhat. Perhaps the spirit itself had retreated after those violent outbursts, or was watching quietly to see what they'd do next. Seizing this relative calm, the investigators gathered themselves and prepared for the final act of the night. Flashlights were clicked off again. They would meet the darkness on its own terms. Mohanty instructed the recovering team member with the bruised neck to remain in the kitchen for his own safety. He would monitor the DVR system and be ready to call for help if needed. The rest, 3 investigators and the determined teenage grandson, readied to re-enter the hallway and face the entity with words rather than equipment. It was a risky step, but they felt it was the only way left to try to end this haunting. With a mixture of apprehension and resolve, they stepped out of the bright refuge of the kitchen back into the shrouded corridor. Hearts pounding but minds set on confronting the unseen presence that had shaken their world. The investigators returned to the children's bedroom where the confrontation had peaked, moving slowly and deliberately. The air inside was stale and cool. Their flashlights now remained off. They relied on the faint red glow of the standby camera and the streetlight filtering weakly through the curtained window to see. It was in this murky half-light that they chose to make their stand. They spread out slightly, not so far as to be isolated, but enough to give each other space. Mohanty took a few steps into the center of the room, the limp pink teddy bear still in his hand. The others formed a loose arc behind him near the doorway. First, they sought to acknowledge the presence and set a calm tone. In a clear, steady voice, Mohanty spoke into the emptiness. "We know you are here with us. We have seen you, and we felt your pain." His colleague beside him gently set a diya, a small oil lamp the grandmother had given them earlier, on the floor and lit it. A tiny flame wavered to life, casting flickering shadows. In that fluttering amber light, Mohanty continued. He told the entity that they understood it must have suffered greatly. The violence of the events spoke to that. "You've shown us how angry and hurt you are," he said softly, "but you do not belong here anymore." On the EMF meter on the floor, the lights gave a soft pulse, a mild reading, far from the crazed spikes of earlier. It was as if the entity was lingering, listening. The others chimed in gently, one after another. One investigator, in her own words, expressed empathy. If someone had wronged the spirit, they were sorry for it. They emphasized that the living family here were not those who harmed her and did not deserve punishment. They spoke in turns, calmly and earnestly, like counselors soothing a distraught invisible patient. The grandson, voice quavering but earnest, added his plea. "We're sorry for what happened to you, but please, we're scared. We need you to leave us alone now." The boy's raw honesty, the tremble of a child addressing the dark, brought tears to the eyes of one of the investigators. It was impossible not to be moved, imagining perhaps a mother's spirit hearing the voice of a youth. At first, there was no response beyond a gentle breeze that seemed to circle the room. The flame of the diya guttered, then regained its strength. The team held their ground and their composure. Mohanty took a step toward the little cupboard, the place where the apparition had been caught on camera emerging, and placed the teddy bear down on its top, almost like an offering. "We're giving this back to you," he said quietly. "We understand it was special. You can rest now." He then backed away, his hands open and non-threatening. In that moment, something subtle happened. The oppressive sense of another in the room began to lift. The team could feel it, a gradual easing of the pressure that had weighed on their shoulders all night. The EMF meter, which had been flickering steadily, went entirely dark and silent. A coolness, which they hadn't even realized had enveloped them, began to ebb. The air no longer felt so charged. Suddenly, one of the static cameras set up in the corner caught a flicker, and a white, translucent shape glided briefly into view before vanishing by the cupboard. None of them saw this with the naked eye at the time, but later, upon reviewing the footage, they would see that in this very moment of appeasement, the figure of a woman, pale and indistinct, seemed to step into frame near the cupboard and then dissolve into the shadows. It was as though the spirit was finally departing, and the camera recorded her farewell. In the room itself, the investigators noticed that the little incense burner they had left smoldering earlier by the door suddenly puffed out a last tendril of smoke and went cold. The faint trail of incense smoke quivered as if stirred by a passing presence, and then there was nothing. Mohanty gently intoned a final message into the stillness. "Go to where you belong. This home is not yours. May you find peace." His words hung in the air. The flame of the oil lamp on the floor stretched upward steadily, unperturbed by any draft. The team waited, almost expecting some dramatic retort, a slam, a shriek, but none came. What they did hear was a soft sigh, as of a woman exhaling in relief, then a faint whisper of something that sounded like a gentle way of saying, "Enough now." The grandson's eyes widened. He heard it too, and that was his mother tongue. The investigators exchanged looks of cautious wonder. Had the spirit just acknowledged them? It was not captured clearly on audio, and they would debate later whether it was just an auditory illusion. But in their hearts they felt they'd received an answer, however brief. They remained in the bedroom for another 15 or 20 minutes, but no further phenomena occurred. The oppressive tension had evaporated, leaving the space feeling unexpectedly normal, almost peaceful, as if a storm had blown through, and now only calm remained. The team members, drained and emotionally spent, carefully collected their equipment. Mohanty reverently picked up the teddy bear one last time and wrapped it in a clean white cloth before placing it on the bed. They had considered removing it entirely from the premises as a precaution, but decided against it. If the spirit was attached to the toy, perhaps it was kinder to leave it with the family, now that harmony was restored, rather than carted away to an unknown fate. One of the investigators, her voice barely audible, suggested they all head to the kitchen for a final check-in with each other and the grandmother. They left the diya burning low in the bedroom as they filed out, a tiny beacon of light to mark the end of a long night's battle. In the silence that followed their departure, one might imagine, if one were fanciful, the faint outline of a woman stepping lightly through the bedroom door, pausing by the teddy bear in the first rays of dawn and then fading away, finally aware that she no longer belonged in this world. The early morning hours found the investigators physically exhausted but running high on adrenaline and exhilaration. They had faced something extraordinary and lived to tell of it, and perhaps even helped quell it. The grandmother and grandchildren, who had spent the latter part of the night at a neighbor's flat downstairs, were informed that the situation was under control. With palpable relief, the grandmother performed a simple Hindu ritual of gratitude at her shrine, lighting incense and thanking God that her family had survived the night. There were tears of exhaustion, relief, and lingering fear all mingled on her face as she embraced each investigator, murmuring, Dhanyabad, thank you, over and over. Dawn's light never felt more welcome as it filtered through the open windows of the flat, which at long last was quiet and still. Over the next several days, the pair's team convened to analyze the trove of evidence they collected. Despite their fatigue, curiosity spurred them on. They began reviewing the audio and video recordings almost immediately after returning to their base. They uploaded the digital audio files and combed through hours of sound. Save for the cacophony of the intense moments, with the team's own shouts and the physical crashes, the audio revealed no disembodied voices, no whisper responding to Mohanty's questions, no eerie moan on the frequencies beyond human hearing. The spirit, it seemed, had chosen to communicate through actions, not words. The video footage, however, proved immensely rewarding. They had set up 3 cameras, and each yielded something remarkable. One camera captured the EMF meter incident with the doll in full. One could see the team reacting as the device lit up inexplicably near the teddy bear. Another camera, aimed down the hall, recorded the terrifying sequence of the investigator coughing and the subsequent chaos. While not much was visible of the entity, the video clearly showed dishes flying out of the first-floor apartment earlier, and even a faint shadow around the cameraman's legs as he was pulled, a shadow with no source. But the crown jewel came from the camera in the children's bedroom. As the team reviewed that night vision footage frame by frame, they discovered that at the exact time they had retreated to the kitchen, right after the furious attacks, a faint white apparition manifested on the recording. On the grainy green screen, one can see the outline of what appears to be a wispy female form drift out from the closed cupboard and hover near the bed before fading away. It lasted only a second or two, barely perceptible at normal speed, but slowed down it was unmistakable. The investigators let out whoops of astonishment when they found it, each taking turns to replay the segment over and over. That was visual proof. Not a crystal-clear figure, but enough of a shape to corroborate everything they'd experienced. They extracted still frames of that apparition and added them to their case file, alongside the photographs of the bruises on the cameraman's leg and the audio timestamps of the phenomena. With all the evidence compiled, EMF readings, video clips, photos, logs of the events, the team then turned to piecing together a narrative of what, or who, they thought the spirit was. The clues pointed strongly to a particular kind of haunting. The psychic impressions of choking and ropes, the spirit's own penchant for clutching at throats and limbs, and its violent intensity suggested that the ghost was likely the soul of a woman who had herself died by strangulation. Everything they had witnessed, the reenactment of jumping off a roof, the rope burns, the focus on the doll, seemed to paint a picture of someone who had suffered great trauma and was acting it out after death. They reasoned that perhaps she had been murdered, throttled by someone close to her, hence the sense of betrayal and anger, or perhaps she had even taken her own life by hanging, the rope imagery. In either scenario, her restless fury in death made a kind of sense. If murdered, she might be seeking vengeance on any living substitute for her killer. If a suicide by hanging born of despair, she might be trapped in a confused and vengeful state, lashing out at the living indiscriminately. The investigators could not know her name or exact story. No documents or interviews turned up clear answers, but they strongly believed that this female spirit had unwittingly turned the apartment into a hunting ground, reliving her own trauma and inflicting it on others. Though the team could not be certain of the spirit's identity, Mohanty did make a few discreet inquiries in the aftermath. He combed through local news archives and spoke with some elders in the community, searching for any past incident that might explain the phenomena. A woman who died tragically, perhaps by violence or by her own hand, in or around that building. Nothing concrete surfaced. They found no official records of a murder or unexplained death tied to that flat. Neighbors outside the immediate group involved knew of no older legend about the site. The spirit story, it seemed, would remain a matter of informed conjecture. The team pieced together what they could from the clues, the choking, the apparition of the woman, the attachment to the doll, and had to leave the rest of the story to the unknown. Sometimes, Mohanty reflected, the dead do not reveal their full tale. One must simply make peace with not knowing every answer. What the investigators did know for certain is that their intervention had brought an end to the haunting's aggressive phase. In the weeks and months that followed, the grandmother reported no further paranormal disturbances in the home. The nights fell back into their normal rhythm. There were no more phantom footsteps echoing at 2 a.m., no more dishes flying off tables, or bruises appearing on sleeping children. The family tentatively began to believe they were free of the terror. They mourned their lost son and daughter-in-law in peace, certain that whatever dark force had aggravated their grief was now gone, or at least dormant. In a gesture of compassion and precaution, the investigators suggested the grandmother keep a small lamp burning at dusk near the household shrine and to occasionally sprinkle holy water or draw sacred symbols on the doors. Simple spiritual practices to reinforce a sense of safety. She took their advice to heart. With the case concluded, the pair's team compiled their extensive case report and evidence dossier. When Sarbajit Mohanty later recounted the tale at a gathering of fellow paranormal enthusiasts, he dubbed it the case of the Annabelle of India, drawing a parallel to the famous American haunted doll and highlighting how a humble teddy bear became the centerpiece of this frightening ordeal. His audience at that paranormal convention listened in rapt silence as he described the moment the toy lit up the EMF meter and the ensuing attacks that left his crew with bruises and memories for a lifetime. Gasps and nervous laughter rippled through the crowd as he showed the photos of the 5 finger marks on his colleague's leg and the eerie video still of the apparition by the cupboard. The story, once confined to the residents of that Bhubaneswar colony, began to spread. It was retold on ghost hunter internet forums and in discreet conversations at paranormal meetups. Some took to calling the entity India's Annabelle, or the Annabelle doll of India, marveling that such a case had happened in a modern Indian city. Paranormal researchers who learned of the case drew parallels to some of the most notorious hauntings on record. They likened the violent poltergeist activity to the Enfield poltergeist case of 1977 in England, another instance where an unseen force threw objects and reportedly even spoke in a gruff disembodied voice. Yet even that famous case had only sporadic accounts of people being shoved or levitated, nothing quite as direct and ferocious as the choking and dragging attacks that occurred in Bhubaneswar. In the broader context of hauntings, the Annabelle of India incident represents a rare convergence of an object-focused haunting, centering on that teddy bear, and classic poltergeist phenomena, physical assaults and chaotic disturbances. It is this combination that makes the case so singular. Not only did an inanimate object become a vessel for a spirit's energy, it did so in tandem with violent, intelligent aggression. For the paranormal community, the case has become a point of both fascination and caution. Fascination for the abundance of evidence and first-hand testimony it provided, and caution for the stark reminder that such phenomena, however infrequent, can cross a very dangerous line. The Annabelle of India case stands today as one of the most compelling and harrowing in the pair's archives. The team approached the investigation scientifically and compassionately, and the outcome, the cessation of the haunting, was as much a success in bringing peace to a fearful family as it was a trove of valuable paranormal data. In fact, one junior member of the team, a self-professed skeptic when he first joined, admitted that this case had turned him into a believer. After witnessing what he did that night, he said, there was simply no room left for doubt in his mind. The legend of this case continues to quietly grow. Over time, bits of the story found their way to social media. Brief video clips and dramatized accounts circulated, with those in the know tagging it as the real Annabelle story of India. It has joined the pantheon of modern ghost lore, a story to tell at gatherings when the talk turns to the scariest things people have experienced. And for those directly involved, it is a chapter of their lives they will never forget. The grandmother still lives in that government colony flat with her grandchildren. These days they speak of the haunting in low tones, grateful that it has been years since any unnatural occurrence disturbed their home. A small framed photograph of a pink teddy bear rests on the family's prayer altar, next to the images of gods, the grandmother's subtle way of respecting the spirit that once resided with them and praying for its continued peace wherever it may be. A day after the ordeal, as the sun melted into a warm orange on the horizon, the grandmother performed a simple ritual of thanks and farewell. She made her way up to the terrace that had been the stage for so much fear, carrying a small woven garland of jasmine flowers and a clay diya, oil lamp. The air was calm and golden in the late afternoon. With deliberate, reverent movements, she set the diya on the ledge where the red sari apparition had so often been seen and lit its wick. The flame sprang up steady and bright in the dusk. The grandmother gently laid the fragrant jasmine garland beside it. Folding her hands, she closed her eyes and spoke into the quiet evening air. She prayed for the spirit, that it might find light, forgiveness, and release from whatever agony had held it bound to this world. She prayed for her son and daughter-in-law too, that their souls were at peace, and for the continued safety of her dear grandchildren. As she prayed, a soft breeze, the first cool breath of night, rustled the edges of her sari. The flame of the diya flickered and then swelled, burning even stronger. To the grandmother, it felt like an acknowledgement, a silent assurance that her prayers had been heard. When her whispered mantras ended, she opened her eyes. The terrace around her was empty and peaceful. No shadowy figure lurked at the edge, no phantom silhouette hovered ready to jump. Only the little lamp's glow and the silhouette of distant trees swaying gently. She watched the flame until the oil was nearly spent, then left the diya and flowers there as an offering. Descending the stairwell back into her home, she noticed that the air inside felt lighter than it had in a very long time. In the days that followed, the household would slowly resume the rhythms of ordinary life. Cooking, the children's studies, the simple joys of day-to-day living, without the cloud of dread hanging over them. Yet each evening at sundown, the grandmother still lights a small lamp in her doorway and offers a quick prayer. It is a gesture of gratitude for the peace that now blesses her home, and a gentle benediction for any unseen spirits that might wander nearby. A wish that they find their way to the light and leave the living in peace. That was the story of the Annabelle of India, a pink teddy bear that turned a quiet home into a battleground of fear. For the grandmother and her grandchildren, peace eventually returned, but the memory of that night, of bruises that appeared and vanished, of choking hands no one could see, lingers as one of the most violent hauntings ever recorded in India. If you've stayed with me this far, thank you. Our goal is 20,000 subscribers, so if you haven't yet, hit that button and be part of it. Wherever you are tonight, driving through the dark, lying awake, or drifting towards sleep, remember, even the smallest, most ordinary things can hold the heaviest shadows. Until next time, lads. In 15th century France, there is a case so disturbing, so horrific, that it borders on the unbelievable. And yet, every part of it comes from true French history. This is the story of a celebrated nobleman, a marshal of France, a companion of Joan of Arc. Then came the accusations that behind the walls of his castles, Gilles de Rais had abandoned the honor that had once made him one of France's greatest noblemen. According to sworn testimony, he had turned to forbidden rituals, the summoning of a demon called Baron, and horrific, indescribable child offerings in the desperate pursuit of wealth and power. It sits at the intersection of history, crime, religion, folklore, and demonology. For nearly 6 centuries, historians, theologians, and storytellers have struggled to understand what happened inside those locked castle chambers. Now, the Fall Asleep podcast tells the complete story of the rise and fall of a powerful French nobleman and his descent into the world of demonic ritual, forbidden pacts, and occult belief. This isn't a conspiracy. This isn't internet folklore. This is one of the darkest and most controversial cases in French history. Too controversial for YouTube. The Demon in the French Kingdom, the case of Gilles de Rais. The full 2-hour historical and demonological investigation is available now, only on Patreon. The link is in the description below. Head over to Patreon today to unlock the complete archive of episodes, ad-free listening, and early access to every new release. Next week's episode, The Complete History of Hell, is already waiting for you. The Fall Asleep podcast on Patreon is your Netflix for scary podcasts. Evening, lads. Mason here. Welcome back to the Fall Asleep podcast, a quiet corner for the haunted, the strange, and in tonight's case, the subtly insidious. This is one of the most peculiar cases I've ever researched. A unique haunting from Japan, drawn from one woman's personal account. No slamming doors, no shadowy figures in the mirror. Just a woman named Heather, alone in an old house in Nara, Japan that starts to feel alive in the worst way. This is a true account, as true as one person's testimony can be, and it's terrifyingly believable. Picture this: forgetting to eat until you're wasting away, nights where sleep won't come no matter how exhausted you are, and a room that watches you back. It's the horror of a place that doesn't attack. It erodes you, piece by piece, until you're not quite yourself anymore. And if you've ever walked into a space that just felt wrong, this will crawl right into your head. Even skeptics might pause and think, maybe there's something else out there waiting in the walls. We'll trace Heather's story from her hopeful arrival in that serene, ancient town, through the slow unraveling as the house begins to take from her. Her appetite, her sleep, her sense of safety. It's quiet, intimate, and leaves you with that lingering chill long after it's over. Before we begin, I just wanted to say I appreciate everyone who's been listening, sharing, and liking. Thank you. Our new goal is 20,000 subscribers, so if you haven't yet, now's a good time to click that subscribe button. We've got a lot more coming soon, and we post every week, so whether you're falling asleep, walking through quiet streets, or just needing something to keep you company through the night, settle in. This one's atmospheric, unsettling, and true. Let's begin. This is Char TV, and you're listening to the Fall Asleep podcast.
Oh my god, what is that?
Sleep. A gentle descent into the unknown. But beware, for tonight, as you close your eyes, something may be watching from the dark behind them.
The Fall Asleep Podcast.
In the spring of 2010, a woman named Heather arrived in the quiet countryside of Nara Prefecture, Japan. Heather was no stranger to Japan. She had taught English in big cities like Tokyo and Shizuoka during previous stints, but this time would be different. Nara, the ancient capital famed for its temples and tame deer, held a peaceful allure by day. Yet, as Heather would soon discover, beneath its serene surface lurked a gathering darkness. She had come to Nara for a new teaching job at a small English conversation school. The position was arranged by a Canadian couple who had recently taken over the school, and unlike larger corporate schools, it didn't offer housing or many of the usual expat amenities. Heather found herself on her own to secure a place to live in this unfamiliar, rural corner of Japan. Little did she know that the home she hastily chose would become the setting of a real-life ghost story, a tale so eerie and transformative that it would haunt her long after she left. This is the story of the Taking Room, an account pieced together from Heather's own recollections and the unsettling clues she uncovered. It unfolds like a slow, waking nightmare in which an ordinary house seems to reach out and take hold of those inside it. The narrative that follows is a detailed chronicle of Heather's experience, presented in roughly chronological order, from her hopeful arrival to the mysterious aftermath. Everything described is drawn from Heather's testimony and related sources. Nothing is exaggerated or invented beyond what has been reported. As we proceed, the atmosphere will grow heavy and strange, but remain patient. The truth of the Taking Room reveals itself gradually, through small horrors and subtle thefts of the spirit. Heather's story begins with optimism. Having taught in Japan before, she was excited to return, this time to Nara. Nara is a place steeped in history, an ancient capital filled with Shinto shrines, Buddhist temples, and centuries-old gardens. But outside the tourist centers, Nara's rural areas are quiet and traditional. Heather's new job was in one such quiet town, far from the neon buzz of Tokyo. She needed a place to live and needed it quickly. With no company housing provided, she combed through listings and word-of-mouth leads for foreigner-friendly rentals. By chance, she came across a promising opportunity: a large Western-style house owned by a Canadian expatriate, a man who specifically rented the property out to other foreigners. To Heather, this felt like a stroke of luck. A big house in Japan is a luxury, and finding an English-speaking landlord in a rural area was another big plus. Enthusiastically, she seized the offer. "I just had to take it," she later said. The rent was reasonable, presumably low for a house of that size, which she attributed to its remote location. In hindsight, that detail would seem more sinister. Low rent can be a warning sign in Japan, a possible hint of a jikobuken, a property stigmatized by misfortune, but at the time Heather was simply relieved and grateful. She moved into the house shortly thereafter. From the outside, it looked ordinary, even inviting. It was a freestanding two-story home, part of a row of similar houses that shared walls on either side. The exterior was a little weathered, with beige walls and a dark tiled roof, typical of the region. A narrow garden strip ran along the front and back, slightly overgrown from neglect. The street was unpaved and lined with bushes, and beyond the houses lay stretches of rice paddies and woods. In the golden light of late afternoon, as Heather carried her suitcases in, nothing seemed amiss. The air was filled with the chirp of cicadas and the distant laughter of children walking home from school. She felt a moment of contentment. Here she was, in pastoral Japan, with a whole house to herself. It felt like an adventure about to begin. Inside, the house was spacious, but had clearly been lived in by many before her. There was a genkan, an entryway, where she removed her shoes, stepping up onto the wooden floors of the hall. The layout had a kitchen and living area on the ground floor, along with a couple of multi-purpose rooms and at least one or two more rooms upstairs. The term large house was relative. By Western standards, it was modest, but compared to the typical cramped Japanese apartment, it was generous. Heather noticed the quirks immediately: a faint musty odor of disuse, windows that rattled in their frames, and a patchwork of furnishings that seemed to have accumulated over years. The landlord had left some basic furniture, a low table here, an old couch there, nothing quite matched in style or era. It was as if each previous tenant had contributed something and taken something else away. Still, nothing was overtly alarming. It felt like a house with character, a place that had seen many people come and go. Heather set about unpacking and making it as comfortable as she could, unaware that she was not entirely alone within those walls. In the first few days of settling in, Heather made an uncanny discovery. The house was full of left-behind belongings from former residents. Tucked in corners, closets, and cabinets were items spanning decades of past lives. As she explored each room, she gathered an odd collection of artifacts. In one dusty cupboard, she found a stack of old magazines, their pages yellowed and curling with age, issues from the 1980s, featuring bubble-era pop stars on the covers. In the back of a closet hung a forgotten dress, the style at least 30 years out of date, beside a plastic bag of children's toys from a more recent era. An out-of-order VHS player sat on a shelf, alongside a couple of videotapes with handwritten labels in Japanese. On the living room bookshelf were travel brochures and English paperbacks left by some earlier foreign tenant. The patchwork of eras was striking. Heather described it later as giving the house a sense of confused time, where relics of the 80s coexisted with belongings from just a year or two ago. It was as if time did not flow normally here, as if each tenant had left a piece of themselves behind, trapped in the house's memory. At first, Heather found these quirks amusing and even charming. There was a story implied in each object. A frayed cassette tape might have been someone's language lesson, or favorite music. A child's doodle on the back of an old calendar suggested a family had lived here at some point. But as the days went on, the sheer volume of forgotten belongings began to feel eerie. Why had so many things been abandoned? Most renters in Japan take their possessions with them or dispose of them properly. Here, it felt like people had left in a hurry or left things intentionally as if they couldn't bear to keep them. The house was like a museum of transient lives, each item a ghost of a former occupant. Alone in the evenings, Heather sometimes felt almost as if these remnants were watching her, an audience of inanimate observers, reminding her that many before had passed through these rooms. When she cooked dinner in the small kitchen, she noticed an old knife in the drawer etched with someone's initials, and wondered about that person. When she sat on the living room sofa, she imagined who last sat there and why they hadn't taken this piece of furniture with them. With a shiver, she realized she was surrounded by the personal effects of strangers, their energies perhaps imprinted on every corner of the house. The atmosphere of confused time was not just quaint, it was disorienting, subtly unsettling her sense of the present. Past and present were blending in a way that made her uneasy, like echoes of other lives overlapping her own. Despite these odd findings, Heather tried to stay positive. She was a practical woman and chalked it up to the nature of a foreigner rental. Perhaps tenants came from abroad with the intention of a short stay and left things behind to travel light when they returned home. It could all have perfectly mundane explanations. She collected the stray items and boxed some of them up to put in storage space, trying to clear the living areas for her own use. But even tucked away, they lingered in her mind. The house felt crowded with memories, and at night, in the silence, it was all too easy to imagine unseen presences sifting through those boxes of old clothes and magazines, searching for something they'd lost. Not long after moving in, Heather became acquainted with another quirk of the house. It was unsettlingly noisy in unexpected ways. On her very first night, as she lay on the worn sofa trying to relax, she heard a sudden thumping clatter that made her jolt upright. It sounded like footsteps pounding down a staircase, heavy and fast, as if someone in work boots was charging straight toward her in the dark. Her heart leapt into her throat. For a split second, she was convinced an intruder, or something worse, was in the house, rushing at her. She even braced herself, frozen in fear, waiting for a door to slam open, or a figure to burst into the room. But nothing of the sort happened. The thundering steps died away as abruptly as they had begun. The house fell back into silence, leaving Heather trembling and perplexed. Gathering her courage, she crept towards the source of the noise, the staircase that led to the second floor, and flicked on a light. No one was there. The stairs stood empty, innocuous. She was alone as far as she could tell. It wasn't until the next day that Heather discovered the likely cause of the phantom footsteps. The house was attached on both sides to neighboring homes, sharing walls, a fact easy to forget because they were individual houses rather than apartments. One of her neighbors, it turned out, had a habit of wearing heavy work boots inside his home, and he stomped around at odd hours. The sound traveled through the shared wall and into Heather's stairwell, creating the terrifying illusion that someone was barreling down her steps. When she realized this, Heather let out a shaky laugh, partly relief that it wasn't a ghost or intruder, and partly frustration. The houses in this row were old and not well soundproofed. She would have to get used to the auditory jump scares of neighborly activity, yet, even after explaining it logically, the incident left a mark on her nerves. That moment of pure fear, the image of an unseen thing storming down toward her, was hard to shake off. It had felt so real at the time, and it opened her mind to a new worry. What if next time it wasn't the neighbor? In a house that already felt crowded with remnants of the past, her imagination began to wander, and the neighbors were not done contributing to the eerie soundtrack of Heather's new life. On the other side of her house lived another neighbor with a pet, a cat. Heather never saw it, but she certainly heard it. At first, the cat's meowing seemed normal, a little plaintive cry now and then through the wall. But one evening, as twilight deepened the shadows in her home, the crying grew louder and more desperate. The cat yowled and yowled, a pitiful, drawn-out wail that continued relentlessly. Heather found herself tensing up as the cries went on for minutes, then an hour, then longer. It sounded almost like a baby or a tormented soul, an uncanny resonance that set her teeth on edge. She wondered if the animal was in distress or left alone. The meowing persisted until it grew hoarse, the once sharp cries becoming raspy and strained, and then finally it faded into an eerie silence. The poor creature had seemingly yowled itself mute. When at last the cat's cries stopped, the sudden quiet was as disconcerting as the noise had been. Heather realized she had been holding her breath, heart pounding as she listened. The cessation of that sound, as if a voice had literally been lost in the walls, left a void filled by her rising anxiety. She never learned why the cat cried so long that night. Perhaps its owner was away and it was lonely. Perhaps it sensed something unusual. Animals, after all, are often said to perceive presences that humans cannot. Heather could only speculate, but the effect on her psyche was clear. The house, even when nothing supernatural was evident, was wearing her down. Each day brought new auditory disturbances that kept her on edge. A home is supposed to be a place of comfort and safety, but Heather's new home felt unpredictable and nerve-wracking. The walls themselves seemed alive, conveying the troubles of those around her as if they were happening inside her own dwelling. In this atmosphere of jangling nerves and sleeplessness, a subtle feeling began to germinate in Heather's mind, a feeling that something was fundamentally wrong with the house. It was an intuition she couldn't yet articulate. Certainly the logical causes, noisy neighbors, left behind clutter, explained each incident on the surface. But why, she wondered, did these things unnerve her so deeply? Why couldn't she just brush them off? She started to feel a vague but persistent sense of unease about the house itself. It was as if an intangible pull hung in the air, revealing itself in moments of quiet. When she stood alone in the hallway at night, she sometimes had the unnerving sensation that someone was watching from a dark corner, or that if she turned too quickly, she might catch a silhouette vanishing behind a door. These impressions were fleeting, likely tricks of a tired mind, she told herself, but they accumulated one after another, the way a series of almost inaudible whispers eventually form a deafening chorus. Heather tried to rationalize her feelings. I'm just stressed and lonely, she thought. Anyone would feel jumpy in a new place by themselves. But part of her suspected there was more to it, that perhaps the house wanted her to feel this way. Among all the rooms in the house, one in particular disturbed Heather the most from the moment she moved in. It was a bedroom on the ground floor adjacent to the living room, with a sliding glass door that led out to the back garden. She couldn't pinpoint exactly why, but this room gave her the strongest feeling of being watched, of a heaviness in the air, especially once dusk fell. The irony was that this very room was the one she had to use as her bedroom. Like it or not, it was the only room where she could get a stable internet connection. In rural Japan, internet lines can be oddly placed, and for whatever reason, the previous tenants had installed the modem in that room. Heather needed internet not just for leisure, but also for work preparation and to stay connected with friends abroad. So despite her misgivings, she set up her sleeping quarters in what she already thought of as the creepy room. On her first night attempting to sleep there, Heather did a few things to try to ease her mind. She left the door slightly ajar and a lamp on in the living room, so a sliver of light fell into the bedroom, hoping to ward off that oppressive darkness. She double-checked that the glass door was locked, then drew the thin curtains over it. Outside, the garden was just a black expanse. She couldn't see anything, but she kept imagining some face pressed against the glass, peering in. It was irrational, she knew, but the thought refused to leave her. She tried to distract herself by thinking of the practical advantage of this room. At least I have internet access in here. If anything weird happens, I can send a message or call someone. It was a small comfort. In a way, the internet connection was her lifeline to the outside world, a tether to normalcy in an environment that felt increasingly abnormal. With her phone and laptop, she could reach someone, anyone, if fear overwhelmed her. This logical planning gave her a modicum of control in a situation that felt otherwise intangible. Yet, that first night, as Heather lay on her futon trying to drift off, the house would not stay quiet. From somewhere above her, the ceiling or the second-floor rooms, came soft noises that pricked her ears. A tap-tap, like a knock or a footfall, and later a faint dragging sound. Each time she opened her eyes and held her breath, listening intently. The noises were coming from upstairs where no one should be. They were not the heavy stomps of her boot-wearing neighbor, those she had learned to recognize. These sounds were subtler, irregular, and unexplained by any source she knew. At one point, she thought she heard a door gently close on the upper floor, even though she was certain she had left all the interior doors open when she went to bed. When she summoned the courage to get up and peek into the stairwell, the noises ceased. There was nothing to see but darkness above on the landing. More than ever, she had no desire to climb those stairs and investigate. Eventually, the noises stopped, or perhaps she simply managed to tune them out, attributing them to the wood settling or a breeze. But as she pressed her head into the pillow, trying to convince herself there was nothing there, she found that sleep would not come. Every nerve in her body was on alert, as if the house were a living entity, humming with secret activity around her. Hours passed. At some point past midnight, Heather gave up on the bedroom entirely. She gathered her blanket and crept back into the living room, fleeing the oppressive atmosphere of the creepy room. That decision marked the start of a pattern. Heather found herself avoiding that bedroom when it was time to sleep. Instead, she established a kind of makeshift camp in the living room, where the lights, the television, and the familiarity of her belongings provided a semblance of safety. She would curl up on the old love seat with a sheet and leave the TV playing low for company. The creepy room remained unused at night, its door left slightly open behind her, as if an unwelcome presence lay waiting inside. By day, of course, she had to use the room. It housed her desk and computer for lesson planning, and she kept her clothes there. In daylight, it was easier to brush off the feeling of being watched. The sun lit up its every corner, exposing only a normal, slightly musty, spare room with tatami mats. But at night it transformed. Each time she passed by its doorway after dark, she found herself quickening her steps, resisting the urge to look inside for fear of what she might see. Despite her avoidance of the room at night, Heather couldn't escape its influence. It weighed on her mind that her bedroom, the place one should feel most at ease, felt claimed by something she didn't understand. Why that room, she wondered? Was it just because it was in the back of the house, more isolated and quiet? Or was there something that had happened within those four walls that left a psychic residue? The caretaker's later words would confirm to Heather that the room did have a dark history, but for now she had only intuition and fear. To cope, she focused on practicalities. Keep the phone charged, keep the internet on, maintain some light. She told herself repeatedly that ghosts were just superstition, that any creaking was likely due to the age of the house. After all, she had never actually seen anything. No apparition floated forth, no object moved on its own. Perhaps her nerves were simply fried from being alone and adjusting to a new place. For the moment, she clung to that rational thread, even as the rest of her being braced for something she couldn't name. As weeks went by, the strange atmosphere of the house began to manifest in Heather's daily habits and health in alarming ways. The changes were subtle at first, easy to overlook or attribute to the stress of a new job, but they soon became impossible to ignore. Chief among them was a drastic loss of appetite that defied any normal explanation. Heather realized to her puzzlement that she would go entire days barely eating a proper meal, and it wasn't because she was deliberately dieting or too busy. She simply forgot to eat. It was a pattern unlike anything she had experienced before. Normally, hunger is a basic drive that makes itself known with pangs in the stomach or craving thoughts of food. But here, inside this house, those signals seemed to vanish. Heather would wake up in the morning, get ready for work at the school, maybe have a token bite of toast or just a cup of tea without thinking. She'd teach classes through midday, feeling a bit lightheaded perhaps, but attributing it to the humid summer heat. By late afternoon, she might realize she hadn't eaten lunch, but even then she felt no strong hunger, just a vague, uneasy emptiness that she could ignore. In the evening back at home, she often had to remind herself to eat dinner. Sometimes she'd start preparing something simple like rice or noodles, only to lose interest halfway, leaving the pot untouched on the stove as she wandered off, distracted by a sudden wave of anxiety or fatigue. Hours would pass, and she'd only recall that she hadn't eaten when her hands started trembling or a faintness came over her, prompting a sudden panic-driven snack at odd hours. Eating, which should be a routine source of energy and pleasure, transformed into a sporadic, panicked activity. Something she did only when her body was on the verge of collapse, and then she would eat in a hurry, almost guiltily, as if making up for a forgotten obligation. This behavior was so out of character that it frightened her. Heather had always had a healthy relationship with food, and she enjoyed Japanese cuisine. In her previous stays in Tokyo and elsewhere, she relished trying new restaurants or cooking simple meals at home. But now, in Nara, she found herself utterly disinterested in eating, as though the very instinct had been dulled by an outside force. She described it later with confusion. I began to forget to eat. I don't know how else to explain it. It truly defied explanation. Yes, she lived in a rural area where getting groceries was a bit inconvenient. The nearest market was a few train stops away, meaning she had to plan carefully. But she had navigated that inconvenience initially. It couldn't account for the near total apathy toward food that set in. Even on days off when she had time to shop, she found herself neglecting to stock up on basics like eggs or rice, or buying them only to have them sit unused. It was as if some part of her mind simply refused to engage in the idea of nourishment. The physical effects were soon undeniable. Heather's weight began to drop rapidly. Within a short span, she lost about 35 pounds from her already moderate frame. Her clothes, which had fit comfortably when she arrived, now hung loose on her, belt cinched to the last notch. When she caught her reflection, she was startled by the sharpness in her face, cheekbones jutting, dark circles under her eyes. At work, her employers, the Canadian couple, became alarmed. They politely inquired if she was feeling well, mentioning that she looked very thin and asking if she was eating enough. It was an embarrassing conversation for Heather. How could she explain that she simply forgot to eat? It sounded implausible, even to herself. She mumbled something about the summer heat affecting her appetite or being stressed and not hungry, trying to reassure them and herself that it was just a temporary phase. But inside, she was truly concerned. This was not normal behavior, and the rational part of her knew it. Heather attempted to fight back against this mysterious anorexia. She would make to-do lists that included eat lunch or set alarms on her phone to remind her to have a meal. For a day or two, this might result in her forcing down some food at the appointed times. Yet, there was no pleasure in it, no relief. She was eating mechanically, chewing and swallowing with the sense that she had to, not that she wanted to. And often even these measures failed. The alarm would go off and she'd swipe it away absent-mindedly if she was preoccupied with a lesson plan, only to later discover she'd ignored it entirely. It was as though her mind was being clouded, her survival instincts suppressed by something beyond her will. In retrospect, Heather would wonder if the house itself was starving her, slowly sapping away her strength and willpower. At the time, however, she could only label it as a bizarre personal crisis. As her body grew weaker from malnourishment, other vulnerabilities deepened. Heather's anxiety levels soared to new heights during this period. It was a constant gnawing nervousness that she felt particularly when she was at home. At the school or outside in daylight she felt better, but the moment she was alone in the house, a weight of dread settled on her chest. Her heart would race unpredictably, and she found herself perpetually on edge. Every little sound, the tick of the wall clock, the creak of the floorboards, jolted her alert. Relaxation was impossible. She described it as feeling out of control and nervous in general, all the time. Certainly, part of this must have been due to the isolation of her lifestyle. By her own admission, she had virtually no social life out there. Heather ran the conversation school mostly by herself. There were no co-workers to chat with during the day. Her interactions were limited to students and the occasional meeting with the school manager, which were formal and brief. After hours, she went home to an empty, silent house. Days might pass where the only voice she heard was her own, teaching English phrases or saying thank you to a cashier. This profound social isolation can take a toll on anyone's mental health. Heather recognized that logical factor. Loneliness is making me anxious, she reasoned. Yet, once again, the anxiety she experienced seemed disproportionate. It was not just a mild worry. It was full-blown panic at times, a sense of doom that she couldn't rationalize. On some evenings, as she sat in the living room grading papers, she would suddenly feel her hands shaking and breath catching, as if an unseen gaze were fixed on her from the darkened kitchen or from the top of the stairs. Her thoughts would spiral. What's wrong with me? Am I losing my mind? She felt crazy, she confided later, unable to control or even understand the waves of fear washing over her. Every instinct urged her to flee the house, to just step outside into the night for a breath of fresh air. But then she'd think of how dark and desolate the rural road would be, and she'd fear that even outside she wouldn't be safe. It was as if the fear had no source and every source at once. Whether indoors or outdoors, alone or in company, something terrible felt imminent. At that point, a vicious cycle took hold. The less Heather ate, the weaker and more anxious she became. The more anxious and drained she was, the harder it was for her to muster the will to eat or take care of herself. The house, or whatever influence dwelled within it, seemed to be tightening its grip. It had begun by disturbing her nights and intruding on her thoughts. Now it was insinuating itself into her very biology, disrupting the most basic human drive of nourishment. If a part of Heather had dismissed the early eerie moments as coincidences or her own nerves, that part was shrinking. Deep inside, she started to suspect that an external force was at work. It was a frightening thought, that something intangible in her environment could be exerting such control. She didn't want to believe it, but the evidence was mounting as pounds fell off her frame, and her reflection grew ever more ghost-like. In a sense, Heather herself was starting to look like a ghost, pale, gaunt, with haunted eyes, a living person being hollowed out little by little. The house was taking from her, steadily and quietly. With her days characterized by hunger and anxiety, Heather's nights became an ordeal of exhaustion and terror. The house that was unsettling enough by daylight turned into a chamber of shadows and subtle frights after sundown. Heather developed insomnia unlike anything she had experienced before. Each night when she tried to sleep, she found herself unable to surrender to slumber. The moment she lay down, her senses would go on high alert. Every creak in the wood, every distant dog bark or cicada chirp outside felt magnified and menacing. Her overtaxed mind conjured images of figures standing silently over her futon, or long pale hands reaching around door frames. If she closed her eyes, these visions only grew more vivid in the dark theater of her imagination. Sleep simply would not come. Not at midnight, not at 2 a.m., not even by 4 a.m., when the first birds began to sing. Many times she saw the faint grey light of dawn seeping through the curtains without having slept a single minute. To survive these long, dreadful nights, Heather improvised a coping strategy. She retreated from the bedroom entirely and set herself up in the living room, which felt marginally less oppressive because it was nearer the front door and had the comfort of her small television. On that cramped two-seat sofa, she would curl up, wrapping herself in a blanket, like a child hiding from monsters. She kept a lamp on, casting a weak yellow glow that pushed the deepest shadows into the corners of the room. Most importantly, she turned on the TV and played a rotation of Studio Ghibli movies on DVD. Gentle, whimsical animated films like My Neighbor Totoro and Kiki's Delivery Service, anything to infuse the room with warmth and nostalgia. These beloved movies had been a source of joy in her life. She hoped their familiar music and kind characters could create a protective aura around her. And indeed, the sound of dialogue and laughter from the TV did help to stave off the absolute silence that made her heart pound. For hours each night, Heather would lie there, eyes open, watching the same movies loop over and over. It was less about watching than simply using them as a comforting soundtrack to keep her company. She cycled through Ghibli movies all night, night after night. Sometimes she would eventually drift into a shallow, uneasy sleep out of sheer exhaustion, only to jolt awake again at the slightest noise, or even the shift of the house as it cooled in the early morning hours. At other times, she never slept at all until the sky began to lighten. Strangely, she found that she often felt the safest when dawn arrived. As the first light of day crept in, the intangible menace of the night seemed to recede a bit. She would often fall asleep only after sunrise, catching an hour or two of rest in the early morning when the world outside came back to life and the dark powers of the night, real or imagined, relinquished their hold. Of course, this schedule was completely at odds with her work life. She had to be up in the morning to teach, so Heather began operating on a kind of desperate, accumulated sleep debt, grabbing an hour here, 2 hours there, never truly refreshed. One can imagine her trudging to the train for work with bloodshot eyes and a body weakened by both lack of food and lack of rest. She was living in a state of constant fatigue, the edges of reality blurring at times, which only made her doubt her own perceptions more. Was this all just a breakdown caused by stress and exhaustion? She wondered that often. Perhaps her mind, deprived of sleep and nutrients, was generating horrors that didn't really exist. Yet, even in her weariness, Heather noticed something telling. When she wasn't in the house, her anxiety lessened. On weekends, if she took a trip to the city or spent the day outdoors, she felt more normal. Tired, yes, but not as oppressed or panicky. It was returning to the house in the evening that would start the cycle of dread anew. This contrast hinted that the environment itself played a role in her torment. On an instinctual level, Heather began to fear the approach of nightfall each day. As the sun set and the sky turned indigo behind the silhouetted trees, she would catch herself tensing up, anticipating another long vigil. The very act of lying down to sleep felt like surrendering to the house, and she resisted it fiercely, preferring the self-imposed sleep deprivation on the couch over vulnerability in the dark bedroom. It wasn't sustainable. After about a month of this routine, Heather was at a breaking point. Her body was screaming for rest even as her mind refused to grant it. Realizing that she could not go on sleeping on a love seat indefinitely, her back ached and she couldn't fully stretch out her legs. She made a cautious decision to try returning to a bedroom to sleep. Perhaps she thought the worst had blown over. Perhaps it was simply that her need for a proper bed outweighed her fear for a night. Maybe she could sleep on the second floor instead. But When it came to choosing a room, her intuition was adamant, not upstairs. There were bedrooms on the second floor, likely meant to be the main sleeping quarters of the house, but Heather could not bring herself to occupy them at night. The upstairs had a particular aura that repelled her, especially in her jittery state. Too many unexplained noises had emanated from there. It felt like the heart of whatever strangeness infested the house might be up those stairs. So Heather elected to stay on the ground floor. She chose the small bedroom adjacent to the living room. Yes, the very same creepy room she had initially fled, reasoning that at least it was close to her makeshift comfort zone and within reach of an exit if she needed to run outside. One could imagine her logic. If something happens, I can dash right out through the living room door or call for help via the internet. The upstairs, by contrast, felt too isolated, a trap above ground where no one would hear her. Thus, by a grim twist of necessity, Heather returned to sleep in the taking room itself. She began modestly. She placed a futon, the traditional Japanese padded mattress, on a low platform bed frame in the corner of the room, trying to make it as inviting as possible. She brought in fresh bedding, a pillow, maybe even a stuffed toy or two that she had as comfort objects. The first few nights were difficult. She lay there in the dark, every muscle tensed, listening, waiting. The door to the living room she left slightly open, allowing a streak of light from the lamp outside to fall across the tatami floor. The glass door she kept firmly shut and locked, although on hot summer nights that made the room stifling. Eventually, the summer heat forced her to adjust. She began to keep the sliding glass door open in the evenings to let in a breeze, shielding it with a screen to block insects. The sound of crickets and occasional buzz of mosquitoes became part of her nocturnal soundscape. It was nerve-wracking to leave that portal open to the night, but the smothering heat of August gave her little choice, and so she tried to tell herself that the gentle rustling of the night wind through the curtains was soothing, not sinister. As she got a bit more used to lying in a bed again, Heather noticed something odd. She felt more at ease closer to the floor. Perhaps it was a subconscious response to having slept on the sofa, a low piece of furniture, for so long. The platform bed felt too high, too exposed. So following an impulse, she removed the futon from its frame and laid it directly on the tatami mats. On the floor, she felt a tad more secure, as if hugging the ground anchored her against the waves of fear. If she needed to leap up and run, she reasoned, she'd already be on her feet in an instant without the awkward scramble off a bed frame. Night after night, Heather found herself simplifying her sleeping arrangement further. Soon, even the futon mattress began to seem unnecessary. On particularly hot nights, she found it more cooling to sleep on just a thin blanket spread on the tatami. One day, she realized she hadn't unfurled her futon in a week. She had been sleeping on the bare floor with only that blanket, and strangely, she felt no discomfort from it. She had stopped using a bed entirely, voluntarily lying on the floor as if it were the most natural thing. The pillow went next. Perhaps because the blanket was thin and the tatami firm, a pillow felt awkward for her neck. Or maybe she simply didn't care anymore about such niceties. By the final stretch of her stay, Heather was sleeping with no futon and no pillow, just a blanket between her and the floorboards, and shockingly, she notes, it was by choice. She genuinely could not explain why, but she did not feel the need for any softer bedding. It was as though she was adapting to hardship that wasn't materially required, as though compelled to make herself as low and inconspicuous as possible. This regression to such a Spartan state is haunting in its symbolism. A bed is one of the basic comforts of a home, a place of rest and dreams. Heather's gradual abandonment of the bed, first its elevation, then its padding, then even the pillow, mirrored the stripping away of her well-being by the house. She was, in effect, reduced to the barest elements of existence, earth to lie on, a thin cloth for modesty or separation, nothing more. And tellingly, she didn't even suffer physical pain from this arrangement. Ordinarily, sleeping on a hard floor would cause soreness, but she reported no back pain. If anything, she might have slept better in this odd way, which hints that an outside force might have been influencing what felt comfortable to her. One could speculate that perhaps the spirit in the house wanted her on the floor, perhaps because it itself dwelled low to the ground, or because someone had died on that floor and the living were to share that position. These are merely speculative echoes, but the imagery is powerful. There is Heather night after night, a thin, emaciated figure stretched out on the tatami in the darkness, as vulnerable as a person can be, almost as if laid out for burial. Above and around her, the house creaks and sighs, yet she lies strangely compliant, beyond the point of resistance, having surrendered her comforts and routine to the unspoken demands of the atmosphere. By the time she left Nara, Heather was a shadow of her former self, dangerously thin and sleeping on a blanket on the floor without a pillow, by her own inexplicable choice. It is this image that truly gives the name the taking room its due. That room took everything it could from her nourishment, her sleep, her strength, and even her inclination for basic comfort. It is as though the room tried to erase her individuality, turning her into just another ghostly occupant, existing in a bare minimum state within its domain. Heather's lease in Nara was coming to an end at last. Whether she had planned all along to stay only a certain number of months, or whether the relentless toll of the house forced her to cut her stay short, is not entirely clear. But after enduring the slow nightmare inside those walls, she finally made arrangements to move out. We can imagine how she must have felt in those final days, likely a mix of relief and apprehension. Relief, because she would escape the place that had nearly consumed her. Apprehension, because leaving would mean confronting the unknown truth of the house, or possibly provoking whatever might be lurking there. As she packed her belongings, which were probably fewer now than when she arrived, given how little she had acquired or even used, she must have handled the old items left by others with a new perspective. The clothes from the 80s, the magazines, the artifacts of past tenants, they no longer seemed quaint. She realized they were warnings, pieces of lives that might have been driven away or destroyed by the same forces that had drained her. Did those tenants flee hastily, leaving their things behind? Did something tragic befall any of them? These questions likely raced through her mind, but answers were still elusive. The house held its secrets tightly, offering no spontaneous revelations as she cleaned out each room. On Heather's final day in the house, a representative of the landlord, the caretaker or property manager, came to perform a routine inspection and walkthrough. This is customary in Japan when a renter moves out. The landlord or caretaker will check for any damage, collect keys, and settle any remaining matters. Heather greeted him, a likely middle-aged Japanese man, and together they toured the house room by room, verifying that everything was in order. One wonders if Heather had planned to broach the subject of the house's strangeness at all. Perhaps she was still hesitant to voice her fears, worried they might be dismissed as fanciful. In any case, she didn't have to raise the topic herself. It was the caretaker who, upon stepping into the notorious room where Heather had spent her tortured nights, gave voice to exactly what she had felt all along. He looked around that room, perhaps noting the sparse setup, the blanket on the floor, and reportedly said with a nervous chuckle, "Boy, this room is really creepy, isn't it?" In that instant, Heather's heart must have skipped a beat. Here was an outsider confirming the very sensation she had suffered from day one. The validation of that simple statement, calling the room really creepy, was immense. Heather realized she was not crazy, not imagining it. Someone else could feel it too, instantly, just by walking in. It wasn't just in her head. The room truly exuded an unsettling aura perceivable to others. A rush of emotions flooded her. Excitement that she might finally get an explanation. Terror at what that explanation might be. And perhaps anger or frustration that this had been known all along and yet kept from her. She seized the opportunity, pressing the caretaker for details. Trying to keep her voice steady, she asked him to tell her what had happened in that room, revealing that she also felt something was terribly wrong there. Her eyes searched his face for answers. Now it was his turn to look uneasy. The caretaker's response only deepened the mystery. He refused to tell her. At her question, he averted his eyes, avoided her gaze entirely, and would not divulge whatever it was he knew. He mumbled a denial or simply remained silent and shook his head. Heather could sense that he harbored knowledge, perhaps a story of a past incident, perhaps a rumor handed down, but whether out of obligation, fear, or superstition, he would not share it with her. This refusal was chilling in its own way. If it had been something trivial, like a mold problem or a simple structural issue, he would have said it. His silence implied that the truth was something dark, perhaps even gruesome or disturbing, that polite people did not speak of openly. He wouldn't even meet her eyes as he declined to explain, a gesture that indicated shame or fear. It was as if he thought that by speaking the truth aloud, he might lend it power, or perhaps he had been instructed by the owner to keep quiet about the house's past. Heather did not push further. Maybe she realized it was useless. His demeanor showed he would not budge. Or maybe a part of her was almost afraid to know, at that late stage, what horror might have occurred within those very walls that had nearly claimed her sanity. The caretaker's cryptic reaction left her with a confirmation without closure. Yes, there was something wrong with the room, with the house, and she had not been the first to sense it. But the exact nature of its dark past remained an enigma, one that she was about to walk away from without solving. This unresolved revelation was haunting. It meant that the events she had endured likely fit into a larger pattern or narrative, one known to locals but kept hidden from outsiders like her. Heather suddenly saw herself as part of the house's story, perhaps one in a line of victims. The difference was that she had escaped. She was leaving, and perhaps the caretaker's conscience pricked at him, seeing the toll it had taken on her. But he remained dutifully silent. Handing over the keys and stepping out of that house for the last time, Heather felt an immense burden lifting, even as unanswered questions swelled in her mind. The door closed, literally and figuratively, on her tenure in the taking room. She left that quiet Nara neighborhood and did not look back. The house with its peeling paint and silent rooms of leftovers remained behind, waiting perhaps for the next tenant, the next unwary soul to cross its threshold. The effect of leaving the house was nothing short of astonishing to Heather. If she had any lingering doubts that her problems were tied to that place, they were erased by the speed and completeness of her recovery once she was free of its confines. It was as though a sickly spell had been broken the moment she stepped away. Almost immediately upon moving out, Heather's appetite came surging back. She found herself ravenous, realizing how starved she truly was. Meals suddenly tasted good again. The thought of food sparked actual hunger pangs. In the first days after leaving, she ate and ate. Not out of panic this time, but out of genuine, healthy desire. Her body, deprived for so long, eagerly began to rebuild itself. Within weeks, she regained weight, her gaunt cheeks filling out, a natural glow returning to her skin. The physical transformation was dramatic enough that anyone who saw her would note how much better she looked. Equally important, Heather slept deeply and peacefully for the first time in many months. On her very first night away from that cursed house, she likely lay down on a real bed, perhaps at a friend's place or a hotel or her new apartment, and felt an unfamiliar sense of calm. No dread coiled in her chest, no unseen eyes weighed upon her. When she closed her eyes, darkness was just darkness, not a canvas for terror. She drifted off naturally, her exhausted body grateful for the reprieve, and she slept through the night, awakening to sunlight not in fear but in genuine restfulness. She probably wept with relief upon that first normal awakening. The simple miracle of sleeping in a bed, with pillows, and feeling safe was overwhelming. Night after night, as she settled into a new routine far from the taking room, her sleep normalized. The nightmares and midnight anxieties faded. She could turn off the lights at bedtime without her heart racing. The Ghibli DVDs could be shelved. She no longer needed Totoro to guard her till morning. Her mental state brightened as well. The constant anxiety that had been her companion in Nara evaporated once she left. Within a short span, she said she felt like myself again. That phrase is telling. It was as if the Heather who had moved to Nara had been suppressed or stolen away, and only upon leaving did her true self resurface. Her sense of humor returned, her interest in hobbies, her capacity to focus without fear. The contrast was stark and undeniable. If her ordeal had been a purely psychological breakdown or illness, one might expect a slow, gradual recovery with professional help or medication. But this was nearly instantaneous, strongly suggesting that the cause was environmental, tied to that house. Heather herself reflected that if it had been a mental health crisis, she shouldn't have bounced back so fast. She would have needed time to heal, maybe therapy or rest, but instead she was fine within weeks. This swift restoration of normalcy convinced her more than ever that something supernatural, or at least highly unusual, had been at play in that Nara house. All the phenomena, the starvation, the insomnia, the panic, ceased as if a switch had been flipped when she vacated the premises. It was like stepping out from under a dark cloud into the sunlight. As Heather's strength returned, so did her curiosity and resolve. She could now look back at the experience with a clearer mind and a degree of disbelief. Had that truly happened to her? Had she really wasted away almost to nothing, sleeping on the floor like a penitent? It felt like a bad dream, yet the lingering tightness of her clothes, fitting snugly again after weight gain, and the calm beating of her heart told her it had been all too real. She started to seek understanding. Being an intellectually curious person, Heather began reading about Japanese folklore and ghostly phenomena, trying to find a framework to explain what she'd gone through. Perhaps she dove into books or online forums about haunted houses in Japan, or consulted friends knowledgeable in spiritual matters. Over time, she certainly learned a great deal about the supernatural beliefs prevalent in Japan, the types of yurei, ghosts, the concept of yokai, spirits or demons, the rituals to appease restless souls, and the cultural stigma around unclean death in a home. Yet, for all her research, Heather was careful not to jump to conclusions. In sharing her story later, she humbly noted that while she had learned a lot of folklore, she didn't feel qualified to definitively label what had afflicted her. Was it a ghost, a curse, a kind of psychological contagion left from a past tragedy? She could not say for certain. All she knew was that she had never experienced anything like it before or since. It stood out as a singular, harrowing encounter with the inexplicable. In the absence of a neat label, Heather allowed the mystery to remain. Sometimes experiences resist being neatly catalogued, and this was one of them. Though she moved on with her life, the imprint of the taking room never fully left Heather's mind. In quieter moments, she would recall the heavy gloom of that house, the way it had slowly tried to erase her. She must have wondered, why her? Was it just bad luck that she rented that specific place? Would the same have happened to anyone, or was there something about her presence that triggered the phenomena? These questions likely have no answer. What is clear is that Heather's survival and escape became a kind of personal victory. She had confronted something potentially deadly, if not in body then in spirit, and lived to tell the tale. In telling her tale, Heather chose to share it in a forum where others who appreciate the uncanny would hear it. It eventually reached a podcast called Uncanny Japan, with an audience hungry for true ghost stories. By doing so, Heather ensured that the story of the taking room served as a cautionary account, a piece of modern folklore in its own right. Listeners, especially foreigners living in Japan, might heed the subtle advice: pay attention to that uneasy feeling, trust your instincts about a place, and know when to get out. Even after Heather's departure and recovery, one grand question loomed: what exactly had happened in that house, particularly in that one room, to cause such an ordeal? With the caretaker's refusal to disclose the secret, one can only construct hypotheses based on Heather's experience and what is known of Japanese ghost lore and real estate practices. The possibilities are unsettling, but they need to be explored to grasp the full scope of the taking room phenomenon. One likely explanation is that Heather had unwittingly rented what in Japan is known as a jikobukan, a stigmatized property or accident house where a previous occupant died in unpleasant circumstances. In Japan, any property where a murder, suicide, or lonely death has occurred is believed to carry a spiritual stain. Such places are widely avoided by tenants due to the cultural stigma around death and the fear that the unsettled spirit of the deceased might linger. Many Japanese have a strong aversion to living in a home where someone died, considering it both creepy and ritually unclean. Real estate agents are generally required to disclose a recent death in a property to potential renters, at least for a time. As a result, these properties often remain vacant or can only be rented out at significantly reduced rates, sometimes at half the normal rent or even less, depending on how notorious the incident was. They are, as one article put it, shunned as ill-omened places and widely believed likely to be haunted. Heather's house fit some of the patterns of a stigmatized property. It was conspicuously large and cheap for its area, enticing to a foreigner who might not question why such a good deal came along. The owners were foreigners themselves, the Canadian landlord, who may have bought it without full knowledge of its history, or who got it at a bargain price precisely because of that history. Then, rather than live in it, they operated it as a rental for other foreigners. This scenario aligns with a speculation voiced after hearing Heather's story. Perhaps a Japanese owner or realtor, unable to rent the house to locals who knew its past, saw an opportunity to sell or rent it to expats who would be none the wiser. Foreigners might be less likely to know the local rumors, or even if told, might not believe in ghosts and thus take the place regardless. In Heather's case, it seems likely she was never informed of any past incident. She certainly never mentions being warned. If the Canadian couple had just acquired the school and presumably the house around the same time, they themselves might have taken the word of the seller at face value and not dug deeper, or they might have reasoned it wouldn't matter to their foreign teachers. So, what kind of tragedy could have occurred in Heather's room to produce the effects she felt? One clue lies in her symptoms, which eerily mimic a slow death by neglect. The loss of appetite, weight loss, sleeplessness, and progressive surrender of comfort. These could be seen as the experience of someone dying slowly in that room. Consider the phenomenon of lonely death, or what is known as kodokushi, which is heartbreakingly common in Japan's aging society. An elderly person living alone might fall ill, or become unable to care for themselves, eventually dying of starvation or dehydration, their body not discovered for weeks or months. During that time, they would have experienced intense loneliness, despair, and physical wasting. If such a lonely death occurred in that house, it could explain much. A spirit of someone who died in such a manner might linger, bound by their sorrow and confusion, essentially a classic earthbound ghost, or jibakure, attached to the very place of death. These spirits often do not have a grand purpose or grudge. They simply cannot move on and remain trapped in a loop of their last living moments. If an old man or woman had wasted away in that bedroom, their ghost might inadvertently recreate those conditions for anyone sensitive or vulnerable who sleeps there, as if projecting their own final experience onto the living. Imagine that possibility. Each tenant who slept in that room might have started to feel a bit of what the ghost felt in its dying days. Loss of appetite, because the ghost had no food or will to eat. Weakness, and eventually lying on the floor as the ghost perhaps died on the tatami. It's a morbid thought, but hauntings often manifest in patterns related to the original tragedy. There's an uncanny parallel in Heather's case. She nearly reenacted a lonely death. Had she stayed much longer, one worries she could have continued to deteriorate dangerously. The caretaker's unwillingness to speak could well mean that yes, someone did die there, someone whose story was known in the community. Perhaps a suicide took place, a hanging or overdose, leaving a residue of depression that leached into Heather's mind. Suicidal ghosts in Japan are often considered particularly troubled, their spirits sometimes categorized as onryo, vengeful or distressed spirits, if they harbor resentment. It is believed that an onryo doesn't always appear as a vengeful apparition. Sometimes it can manifest as a malign influence, causing misfortune or emotional distress to those nearby. Heather's pervasive anxiety might be explained by such a presence, a spirit consumed by fear or hatred in death, emanating that dread to the living. However, usually onryo cause more overt harm, even poltergeist activity or apparitions, which Heather didn't report. Her experience was more subtle, more akin to being slowly possessed or oppressed by the house. Another speculation is a bit more sinister. What if multiple tragedies happened in that house, contributing to a cumulative dark energy? The house had items from the 1980s onward, meaning it existed at least that long and had numerous tenants. Could it be that a series of unfortunate events occurred there? For instance, one tenant dies by suicide. A few years later, another tenant falls ill and dies alone. Maybe another incident like domestic violence or a nervous breakdown occurred. Each event might layer upon the last, weaving a heavy thread of sorrow in the very fabric of the building. This could result in not just one ghost, but a general aura of misery that seeps into the minds of sensitive individuals. Heather might have been especially susceptible, either because she was somewhat isolated and the perfect target, or simply due to personal sensitivity. Some people are more attuned to spiritual presences, even if they don't know it. She might have unwittingly tuned into the house's frequency, so to speak, amplifying its effects on her. From a folkloric perspective, Heather's situation can be framed by the concept of yurei, Japanese ghosts who have unfinished business or strong attachments that keep them in the physical world. These spirits often haunt the location of their death if that death was traumatic or unresolved. The fact that Heather never saw a ghost actually aligns with many real Uri encounters. Often it's not a full-bodied apparition, but more a feeling or series of inexplicable occurrences that signal a haunting. A Uri might cause the living to act strangely, or feel emotions that aren't their own. In traditional belief, if a person dies with intense hunger or thirst, or any unsatisfied desire, that craving can mark the spirit. There are even specific hungry ghosts in Buddhist thought called gaki, but those usually describe the spirit suffering in the afterlife. In a haunting sense, though, perhaps the ghost of someone who died starving could push the living to experience that same gnawing emptiness. It's almost like a sympathetic curse. The living person starts mirroring the ghost's death state. The notion that Heather was to some degree possessed or overshadowed by a spirit is also worth considering. In Japan, there's a concept of tsukimono, a possessing spirit, and of mononoke, spirits that cause illness or disturbance without fully taking over one's body. Heather didn't display the classic signs of possession, no speaking in another voice or violent behavior, but she did exhibit a milder form of influence, her will being sapped, her habits distorted. If a fragment of a ghost's persona clung to her, it might have influenced her impulses, like neglecting to eat or preferring the floor. Another cultural reference might be the Zashiki Warashi, which are actually good spirits of children believed to inhabit houses and bring fortune, if treated well. Heather's ghost was certainly not benevolent like these. It's the opposite in effect. However, mention of such folklore is to highlight that the Japanese do conceive of housebound entities affecting fortune and health. In Heather's case, if an entity was present, it clearly brought ill fortune and ill health, a sort of anti-Zashiki Warashi, if you will. Given the caretaker's reaction, one might also suspect something sensational like a murder took place in that room. If so, the ghost could be vengeful or just trapped in trauma. But if a violent murder had occurred, often there are more overt hauntings reported, apparitions, sounds of struggle, etc., none of which Heather experienced or mentioned. Her torment was quieter, more insidious, starvation, anxiety. That leans more toward the theory of a slow death imprint. Of course, a skeptical viewpoint would consider whether any natural factors could be at play. For instance, carbon monoxide poisoning can cause loss of appetite, depression, and hallucinations, but typically it also causes headaches, and extended exposure can be fatal. Heather lived there presumably for several months and did not die of poisoning. Additionally, her issues stopped the moment she left, and a caretaker walking in briefly would not feel creepy due to CO gas, which is odorless and not sensed or felt as eerie. Another possibility is black mold or some toxin which might cause neurological effects. Black mold can indeed cause illness and mood swings, but it's rare to cause selective anorexia, and the caretaker's comments suggest a known story rather than mold. Considering Japanese beliefs, the most straightforward conclusion is that Heather's house was haunted by an earthbound spirit, Jibakurai, tied to that room. The spirit likely came from a person who died there in a state of great emotional or physical distress, such as starvation, despair, or isolation. Unable to move on, that spirit lingered. It didn't manifest as a ghostly woman in a white kimono or a phantom samurai. Instead, it manifested through a malevolent atmosphere that gradually preyed on the living. Some hauntings are like that, not a direct ghost sighting, but a steady corrosion of a person's well-being. The house itself might be seen as cursed or tainted by death, a notion supported by how Japanese society handles such places, with avoidance or cleansing rituals. If we step back, Heather's story also highlights a sad reality. Foreigners in Japan can sometimes end up in undesirable housing situations without realizing it. There have been accounts, some anecdotal, some reported, of foreigners renting apartments that locals wouldn't touch, either because the price was good or because nobody told them why it was so cheap. One famous case is that of a Japanese comedian, Matsubara Tanishi, who intentionally lived in multiple stigmatized properties and wrote about it, even making a career out of documenting these hauntings. Tanishi's experiences, while often played for humor, did include unexplained phenomena, proving that many accident properties do carry creepy occurrences. The difference is he went in knowingly, prepared to deal with ghosts. Heather walked in with no such knowledge or defenses. She was essentially an easy target for whatever lurked there. The land itself could also be a factor. Nara is ancient. Before the house stood there, something else might have. Perhaps an old gravesite or a battlefield or some tragedy long ago imprinted the ground. In Japan, it's not unheard of for a spirit to haunt a location even through different structures. For instance, if a house was built over an unmarked grave, the ghost might trouble successive buildings on that plot. Nara's soil has seen countless generations. Who knows what restless souls roam beneath its surface? In the absence of a confirmed backstory from the landlord, the case of the taking room remains unresolved. It is precisely this lack of closure that makes it so haunting in the truest sense. Heather's narrative gives us the personal ordeal, but the house keeps its secrets. The mind is left to wander those empty rooms and speculate. Perhaps at midnight, some nights, if one were in that cursed bedroom, one might hear a faint scratching on the wall, or the quiet sob of a ghost curled up in the corner where Heather's futon once lay. Perhaps others who lived there after Heather also felt the dread, the weight loss, the insomnia. Unless an exorcism or purification was done, it's quite likely any sensitive occupant would be affected similarly. Heather herself expressed a desire to speak with others who had lived in that house, to compare notes. That's a tantalizing idea. If only we could gather all the past tenants in a room and have them share their experiences, we might see a pattern or get the full story. Did one of them know the secret and deliberately leave items behind as a warning? Did any not survive as intact as Heather did? These remain what-ifs. The house, as of the last account, was still standing, and presumably still being rented out, possibly to another unsuspecting foreign teacher. One can only hope that, maybe after Heather's ordeal, the owners investigated and addressed the issue. But, given the caretaker's hush-hush approach, it might be that they prefer to let things lie and just keep finding new tenants. In many ghost stories, understanding the cause, identifying the ghost and its grievance, is key to solving the haunting. In Heather's case, she never got that chance. She escaped rather than resolved. If this were fiction, one might imagine her later hiring a Shinto priest to cleanse the property, or digging through city records for past incidents in that neighborhood. In reality, once safe, she perhaps had little incentive to delve deeper. The immediacy of her suffering was over, and life moved on. From an academic perspective, Heather's taking room story is a fascinating intersection of personal testimony and cultural context. It underscores how folklore can become frighteningly real to those who experience events that align with it. A Western skeptic might label her case as an anxiety disorder or environmental illness, but Heather's own interpretation, supported by Japanese tradition, leans towards the supernatural. And importantly, Japanese tradition empirically predicted that such things happen in stigmatized places. Her case in fact corroborates the folklore. Even the pragmatic field of real estate acknowledges these accident properties are different, not just in reputation, but in actual occupant experience. Studies and interviews have indicated some people who move into Jigobukan report unusual occurrences or an oppressive vibe, enough that a niche industry of spiritual cleaners and specialist realtors has sprung up to handle them. Heather might not have known it, but there are even websites listing stigmatized properties in Japan for transparency. Had her address been on one of those lists, perhaps she would have had an inkling, though often they're only listed after the fact. In summing up what lurked in the taking room, one might poetically conclude that it was an invisible thief. It never confronted Heather openly, never shouted or showed itself. It simply crept into her life and stole pieces of it. A meal here, an hour of rest there, a pound of flesh day by day, a fragment of sanity moment by moment. It was patient and insidious. This modus operandi suggests a spirit that was not strong enough, or inclined, to attack outright, but one that worked through influence and weakening. By draining her, perhaps it hoped to make her one of its own, to bring her closer to its world of shadows. It nearly succeeded. Heather's encounter with the taking room did not end with her personal recovery. The story, once told, gained a life of its own. Listeners and readers who came across her account found it chilling precisely because it wasn't about ghostly theatrics. It was about the slow erosion of a human being by unseen forces, something that feels disturbingly plausible. It resonates with our deepest fears, the idea that one could lose oneself not through any visible enemy, but by residing in the wrong place at the wrong time, slowly succumbing to energies beyond our control. Some might find in Heather's story a metaphor for depression or isolation. Indeed, if stripped of the supernatural, it reads like a case study in extreme loneliness and mental health decline. But the moment the caretaker validates the creepiness of the room, we're pushed beyond a purely psychological interpretation into the realm of the paranormal. For the paranormal enthusiasts, Heather's story is often cited as a real Japanese ghost story. Not a legend, but a first-hand experience shared in modern times. It has the hallmarks of a classic haunting, a specific location with a bad history, a sensitive victim, and a series of symptoms that lift when the victim leaves the location, indicating the cause was tied to that place. It's also a rare type of haunting narrative where the ghost's actions are non-violent, yet profoundly harmful. There are no slamming doors or phantom apparitions. Instead, it's essentially a life force vampire scenario. This calls to mind global folklore of entities that drain vitality. For example, some legends of vampires, not the Hollywood kind, but the more folkloric ones, involve victims wasting away mysteriously. In Southeast Asia, there are tales of spirits like the Penanggalan or Krasu, floating female heads that suck blood at night, causing illness. In Western ghost lore, a spectre causing someone to pine away isn't unheard of. Think of how some haunted house stories involve residents falling ill until they flee. Heather's case fits into this broader motif of the energy-draining haunt. After Heather's account became public, one can imagine that there might have been attempts by curious individuals to identify the house in Nara. However, without specifics, it remains anonymous, which is likely for the best. If it is still being rented, the owners certainly wouldn't want the infamy. But perhaps, just perhaps, someone who lived there before or after Heather might stumble on her story and have their own aha moment, realizing they were not alone in experiencing something strange there. If those former tenants ever reach out, maybe the full puzzle could be assembled. In the absence of that, what remains is the stark transformation of a person and the quiet horror of an ordinary space turned predatory. In recounting the tale now from a narrator's standpoint, it serves as a document of that transformation. We follow Heather from the hopeful beginning, through the descent, and back to safety, but we too are left with a restless feeling. There's no triumphant exorcism, no ghost laid to rest. The evil, or whatever one calls it, was left intact, simply minus one host to feed upon. For Heather, sharing her story was perhaps cathartic. By giving it the name, the taking room, she assigns a narrative handle to the experience. It's a way of making sense of it, encapsulating it. The name is apt. That room took and took from her. But importantly, it did not take everything. Heather's strength, whether she acknowledges it or not, must be commended. Despite the draining influence, she managed to hold on to her job. No small feat while falling apart physically and mentally. She managed to plan a move and execute it. And crucially, she recognized that leaving was necessary, rather than being completely seduced into staying in a deadly situation indefinitely. Sometimes people under such influences don't have the clarity to save themselves. Heather did. Once freed, she showed no signs of lingering damage, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit once removed from toxic circumstances. It raises the question, did the ghost, if aware, feel any frustration or despair at her escape? One almost anthropomorphizes the haunting presence. Did it watch her pack her boxes and plead silently for her to stay, perhaps in the form of a sudden wave of nostalgia or second-guessing that Heather fortunately didn't succumb to? Or did it resentfully retreat, waiting for the next occupant to sap? These are imaginative exercises, but they add to the eerie contemplation that some houses might want their residents in a way beyond simple tenancy. To draw a wider moral or lesson from the taking room, one could say it highlights the importance of listening to one's instincts about places. Heather's initial feelings of discomfort were absolutely on target. How often do we, in everyday life, brush aside a gut feeling because it seems irrational? In her case, despite the inner alarms, she pushed on for a while out of necessity and perhaps mild disbelief in her own sensitivity. Only when things escalated did she act. Perhaps her story encourages others to trust those subtle signals sooner. It also sheds light on how entwined emotions and environment can be. There's an old concept in Japanese and many other cultures that spaces can absorb and reflect the energies of events that occur in them. This is why, for instance, after a death, many will perform cleansing rituals to clear the kegare or impurity associated with death and the emotional trauma surrounding it. If that isn't done, the leftover energy can manifest as ghostly phenomena. Heather was, unfortunately, an unwitting participant in such a scenario where presumably no effective cleansing had ever been done. We can wonder if a simple exorcism or ritual might have solved the haunting. Perhaps if a Shinto priest had been brought in to perform an oharai, or great purification, or a Buddhist monk to chant sutras for the deceased, the spirit might have been pacified and moved on, lifting the curse on the house. The fact the caretaker wouldn't talk about it suggests that whomever knew about the issue chose to ignore or bury it, rather than confront it spiritually. This might be due to the owners not believing in that so-called nonsense, or being unaware of the proper steps, or maybe attempts were made and failed, which is an even more unsettling thought. In any case, as the story stands, the taking room remains an unresolved haunting. It leaves us with the image of an empty room in a quiet Nara neighborhood, a room where the late afternoon sun slants in peacefully, illuminating motes of dust and the forgotten silhouettes of furniture once there. A deceptively normal scene, but when night falls, that same room might radiate an almost tangible gloom, and a person lying on its floor might feel a weight on their chest, a whisper in their ear telling them to give up hope, to stop eating, to lie down and never get up. That is the dread that lingers in our minds. In telling this tale, we expose the dangers of that darkness to more people. The story is documented, the experience shared, and in doing so, perhaps we offer a bit of vindication to all who have felt something not right in a place. It's a reminder that sometimes houses do have memories, and those memories can hurt. Heather's life moved on to brighter chapters, but the taking room remains a poignant chapter she will never forget, and neither will those who have heard her account. In conclusion, the saga of the taking room stands as a modern example of a true haunting, one that marries the psychological with the supernatural in a frightening blend. It teaches us about the cultural context of haunted properties in Japan, illustrating the concept of stigmatized houses and earthbound spirits with a living case study. It invites us to contemplate what unseen forces might share our living spaces and how they might manifest their presence. Above all, it tells the story of one woman's quiet battle with the unknown, a battle she survived, leaving behind a mystery that continues to intrigue and unsettle all who venture into its telling. Heather's story ends with her reclaiming her life, stepping out from under the heavy shadow of that house in Nara. But as this episode of the Fall Asleep podcast comes to an end, I want you to imagine yourself in the place she left behind. The room is dim and silent, its walls pressing inward with a stillness so complete it almost seems alive. You're lying flat on a blanket spread across the tatami floor, the faint scent of old wood and dust surrounding you. There's no pillow beneath your head, no comfort to cling to, just the weight of the night and the quiet that comes with it. The sliding glass door is shut, but it feels paper thin, as though the darkness outside could spill through it at any moment. The air is dense, unmoving, and for a time you think you're alone. But that feeling begins to change. Even though you can't see anything, you feel it. A presence, low and steady, like the pressure that builds before a storm. You tell yourself it's nothing, just a trick of the nerves, the imagination playing games in the dark. But deep down, something older, quieter, and more instinctive knows the truth. Something is there. It doesn't move, it doesn't speak, but it's watching, always just at the edge of awareness, a weight in the room that doesn't shift when you breathe. You are not alone. You are never alone, and the longer you stay, the more you'll feel it. The taking room, waiting. That's Heather's story, at least what we know of it. There's no big twist, no final confrontation, just the slow weight of a house that never felt right, and a woman who nearly disappeared inside it. She got out. Not everyone always does. If you've ever walked into a room and felt something shift, something you couldn't explain but couldn't ignore, then maybe you understand now, even if just a little. Some places take, and sometimes that's the whole story. Thanks for sticking around tonight. If you're still awake, I hope this kept you good company. Our subscriber goal is 20,000 subscribers, so if you enjoyed this one, or any of the others, hitting the subscribe button goes a long way. Until then, Good night. Before we begin, if you'd like to hear new episodes early and unlock exclusive episodes of the Fall Asleep podcast you won't find anywhere else, head over to Patreon. Right now, Patreon members can listen to our brand new episode on the haunting of Ballishin House before anyone else. Deep in the Scottish countryside, a dying man made an extraordinary promise. He believed he would return after death, and when strange events later began to unfold at his family estate, many wondered whether that promise had somehow been kept. It is one of the most unusual hauntings in Scottish history, involving claims of reincarnation, unexplained phenomena, and a case that would eventually attract the attention of some of the most famous paranormal investigators of the era. And that's only the beginning. Our newest Patreon exclusive episode is now available, The Dark Origins of Rumpelstiltskin. Most people know the fairy tale. Very few know the story behind it. Long before the character entered children's books, Europe was filled with tales of strange beings who appeared in homes, demanded bargains, possessed hidden names, and offered help at a terrible price. In this exclusive deep dive, we explore the folklore, history, and darker traditions that gave birth to one of the most famous figures in all of folklore. This episode is available exclusively on Patreon and will not be released anywhere else. You'll also unlock the entire Fall Asleep podcast archive with more than 90 episodes available right now, completely ad-free and uninterrupted. Whether you're looking for hauntings, folklore, paranormal history, strange encounters, or dark legends from around the world, there's always another story waiting for you. You can find Patreon in the link below. The Fall Asleep podcast is also available on Spotify. You'll find that link in the description as well. Now back to the video.